Chapter 254. Ying City? It was the biggest city in Ying province. After Liang of Gojoseon returned, the army quickly set up camp. Every street, inside and outside the city were guarded by soldiers. The air was heavy with killing intent. Whoa! Whoa! The sound of the bugle horn filled the sky. The commoners had already stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the royal palace. Countless officials gathered. 3 days ago, the commoners had received news that Liang of Gojoseon was going to take over Ying province and restore the great Ying kingdom. At first, the commoners were shocked. Wasn't this a scheme of the Xinlu dynasty? How could the Lord rebel? But that was the truth. A large number of troops were stationed in the city to prevent chaos. The Lord's manor had already started to hold the heaven-worshipping ceremony. Today, the orphan of the great Ying dynasty, Liang of Gojoseon, requests the heavens and earth to be my witness. Today, I will restore the ancestral system and establish a new dynasty. I will use my blood as a sacrifice to the heavens and earth to show my will. I, Liang of Gojoseon, will treat my people well and my new country well. I will restore the country as Ying, the great Ying dynasty. With the remnant fate of the great Ying dynasty as the foundation, I will use Ying City as the capital. With the heavenly Ying palace as the center of the great Ying dynasty, I will absorb the fate of the world. I beg the heavens to accept the establishment of my country. I beg the earth to accept the establishment of my country. Liang of Gojoseon's voice resounded throughout the entire Ying city. When the commoners heard Liang of Gojoseon's voice, they knew that there was no turning back. In the Lord's manor, no, in the royal palace, Liang of Gojoseon stood on the altar, holding a blue imperial seal in his hand. The imperial seal was simple and unadorned, but it carried a fearsome might. Below the altar, countless officials revealed looks of anticipation. Liang of Gojoseon wore a blue dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. As he finished speaking, he pressed the imperial seal in his hand to the ground. Brr. A dragon roar suddenly came from the imperial seal. Boom. The moment the seal landed on the ground, the entire city shook violently. Then a huge dragon vein emerged from the seal. It drilled into the ground with a boom. Rumble. The great earth dragon vein drilled into the ground, causing the entire Yingdu to shake violently. However, what followed was surging spiritual energy. The commoners in the city immediately widened their eyes. The benefits of establishing a dynasty were immediately apparent. Placing the great earth dragon veins into the ground and gathering spirit chi? Rumble. Outside the city, mountains rose from the ground and quickly spread out in all directions. These were the dragon veins of the great Ying dynasty. They had been sealed in the imperial seal for thousands of years. Now that they were suddenly released, they immediately swam freely through the land of Ying province. For a moment, the ground of Yingzhou rumbled as if it was quaking. The hundreds of cities in Ying province all roared with dragon roars that filled the sky. The establishment of the great Ying Empire? In Yingdu, as the dragon vein returned to the earth, the imperial seal emitted a rolling flow of fate. It was the fate of the great Ying imperial dynasty, sealed in the imperial seal like the dragon vein. Now that they had re-established their country, they immediately soared into the sky. Yingdu was still the same Yingdu. Surging providence appeared once again. At the same time, in the hundreds of cities in Ying province, all the city lords who were loyal to the Liang of Gojoseon had received the news long ago. They had also informed the commoners 3 days ago. No matter how the commoners objected, under the suppression of the army, the worship of the great Ying Empire began. Yingdu City greets the great emperor and congratulates the great Ying Empire. Long live the great Ying Empire! The city lord of Yingdu City shouted. Yingdu City greets the great emperor and congratulates the great Ying Empire. Long live the great Ying Empire! Countless officials who were loyal to the Liang of Gojoseon all bowed. Zhou City greets the great emperor and congratulates the great Ying Empire. Long live the great Ying Empire! The city lord of Zhou City shouted. Long live the great Ying Empire! In the hundreds of cities, 90% of the city lords started to support the Liang of Gojoseon. They led the entire city, officially defecting from the great Qian Celestial Empire and pledging their loyalty to the great Ying Empire. Many calls rang out. The various city lords swore their loyalty almost at the same time. However, countless commoners were anxious. Of course, many of the aristocrats and tyrants who had interest with them all bowed to Yingdu and pledged their loyalty to the Liang of Gojoseon. After all, the Liang of Gojoseon had ruled Yingzhou for thousands of years. The tyrants, aristocrats and large family clans had all sorts of marriages and shared interests. They had long formed an ironclad interest group. Since the Liang of Gojoseon had established his empire, they naturally all pledged their loyalty. Immediately, a large number of sentiments flowed towards Yingdu. These sentiments gathered into Providence, gathering in the sky above Yingdu. However, at the same time, countless commoners were unwilling to acknowledge the great Ying Empire. Previously they had just been mocking them. Now they were the shameless ones? They were citizens of the great Qian Celestial Empire. Why should they be citizens of the great Ying Empire? Although they could not resist, they did not feel any sentiments or gather any providence. This time, the Liang of Gojoseon had established his empire, greatly reducing their support. This also appeared in the sky above Yingdu. With the former great Ying Empire's providence as the foundation, providence from all around Yingzhou gathered, and the Sea of Providence expanded rapidly. Very quickly, the Sea of Providence was more than 6 times larger than the one in the Xinlu dynasty. The Sea of Providence churned. The Liang of Gojoseon, Mr. Mo Ao Shun, Fong Young Masterin, and countless other officials all looked at the churning Sea of Providence with anticipation. The Sea of Providence churned. Slowly, a silhouette formed in the center. A vague dragon-shaped body of Providence? Everyone clenched their fists and watched in anticipation. As more and more Providence gathered, the dragon-shaped body of Providence slowly solidified and became clearer. The dragon was wildly absorbing the Providence around it. Form, form, form. The golden dragon of Providence must form. Young Masterin clenched his fists excitedly. Above the Sea of Providence, the golden dragon formed entirely of Providence suddenly seemed to come alive. It opened its mouth and roared. Roar. As the golden dragon roared, the sky suddenly filled with thousands of rays of light. It's done? It's done? Countless officials exclaimed excitedly. Boom. Suddenly, the golden dragon exploded, turning into rolling Providence and dissipating in the Sea of Providence. What? Wasn't it about to form a golden dragon? It was already formed. Why did it scatter? Why did it scatter? Countless officials exclaimed. Young Masterin and the others' expressions changed. It's because we don't have enough Providence. It's all Guhai's fault. It's all Guhai's fault. We were so close, so close. Liang of Gojoseon's expression darkened. The officials below looked anxious. Mo Yike looked at the shattered golden dragon of Providence in the sky and smiled bitterly. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Mo Yike bowed bitterly. After Mo Yike finished speaking, the officials in the square fell silent. It was as if they were unwilling to admit it. The ruler of the dynasty was called the Emperor. The ruler of the dynasty was called the Great Emperor. The difference of one word made a world of difference. The Emperor dynasty was not established? The Golden Dragon of Providence did not form and could only be demoted to a dynasty? The Deng dynasty? The officials did not dare to offend Emperor Liang. Only Mo Yike could take the lead. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Deng dynasty. The civil and military officials bowed respectfully with a sense of unwillingness. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. Long live the Deng dynasty. The officials and soldiers all cheered. However, Emperor Liang felt very uncomfortable. The Deng dynasty was established. The news quickly spread to all the cities in the 4 directions, to all the cities in Ying province. When the city lords heard this, they were all stunned. The Deng dynasty? Not the Deng dynasty? The city lords were shocked. Silver Moon City. Jianghu of Silla and Sima Changkong also heard the news from the Deng dynasty. The two of them looked at each other. This Gu Hai destroyed an emperor dynasty without using a single soldier? Ah. Jianghu of Silla immediately laughed. The Deng dynasty, Liang of Gojoseon must have been dealt a huge blow. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Send the news to the capital and let the officials see what the consequences are. That's what happens when you rebel. King Shenwu said coldly. At the same time, Ying province. 90% of the city lords were loyal to the Liang of Gojoseon. However, there were still 10 city lords who were not loyal to the Liang of Gojoseon. However, this was the territory controlled by the Liang of Gojoseon. A war could break out at any moment. You traitors! You dare to rebel? His Holiness will not let you off. Traitors do not have good endings. I thought it was a scheme by the Xinlu dynasty, but it was true. Liang of Gojoseon, you dare to rebel? No one can save you. Rumble. The army loyal to the Liang of Gojoseon and the army loyal to the Dechen Celestial dynasty clashed. The battle was extremely intense. The land of Ying province was in chaos. West of the Xinlu dynasty, in the 100,000 mountain region, there was a huge mountain that seemed to have been split vertically. 3 huge words were carved on the mountain wall. Gingjin Sect. The 100,000 mountain region was where the headquarters of the Gingjin sect was located. There was a lot of luck in the sky that did not lose out to the Xinlu dynasty. Outside the 100,000 mountain region, there were 3 huge cities that were built around the Gingjin sect. The Gingjin sect was protected by a formation that was surrounded by clouds. At the center of the largest mountain peak, there was a huge hall called the Gingjin Hall. At this moment, 2 men were standing in the hall. One of them was Chu Qin, the leader of the elite hall. The other was a golden-haired elder. His eyebrows were raised and his eyes were fierce. Sect leader, the emperor has already established a country. It is a pity that it is only the Daing dynasty. His luck is not good enough. Chu Qin said bitterly. The golden-haired elder shook his head and said, "Yes, it is a pity. If the emperor had gathered all of our hidden luck, it would be an emperor dynasty now." Besides the Gingjin sect, there are other dynasties and sects that are also loyal to the emperor? Chu Chen's eyes lit up. "Don't ask what you should not ask," the golden-haired elder said. Yes. Clearly, Emperor Liu Yang's hidden power was not just limited to Ying province. There were other forces that were also under Emperor Liu Yang's control. For example, the Gingjin sect, which was not weaker than the Xinlu dynasty. The emperor asked me to pass an order to you. The Gingjin sect is to attack the Xinlu dynasty with all its strength. Most importantly, you are to find Guhai and kill Guhai. Solemnly, Chu Qin took out an imperial edict. The golden-haired elder slowly took it and opened it. Kill Guhai with all our strength? Golden Core Realm? The golden-haired elder looked at the imperial edict and frowned. Yes, I have fought with Guhai before. He is not my match, Chu Qin said proudly. The golden-haired elder narrowed his eyes and said, "Inform all the elders to meet me here. Prepare to attack the Xinlu dynasty." Yes. Chu Qin answered and quickly walked out of the hall. Chapter 255. The Daing dynasty established a country, and the Liang of Gojoseon rebelled. Ying province declared independence. The news immediately spread to the Deqian Celestial Empire's capital. The entire court was shocked. All the civil and military officials were immediately summoned to the court. Outside the court, a group of guards patrolled back and forth cautiously. The entire palace was filled with a murderous aura. Even outside the main hall, one could feel the suffocating pressure in the court. There was no noise in the imperial court, only the soft tapping of fingers on the armrest of the dragon throne. The tapping of fingers was very light, but in this silent imperial court, it was like a clap of thunder. Not to mention the internal ministers, even the guards at the door felt a sense of suffocation. After a long silence, a voice came from the main hall. The Liang of Gojoseon rebelled. "Since all of you have nothing to say, I will hand it over to the third prince, Jianghu of Silla. If there are any objections, speak up now and I will pardon them. I don't want to hear any dissenting voices in the future." A dignified voice came. The main hall fell into a dead silence again. Obviously, none of the officials dared to speak up at this time. Rebelling was a serious crime. Even if they were on good terms with the Liang of Gojoseon, they didn't dare to ask for mercy. His Holiness's tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable will. He was assertive and his words suppressed everyone. Takashi Ryushin is the commander of Jinan Day 1, and he is bestowed with the Golden Tiger Talisman. He can mobilize all the military forces in Yong province, quell the rebellion, eliminate the rebels and intimidate the eastern border. All officials in Yong province will listen to the orders of the commander of Jinan Day 1. If any of you disobey, you will be punished for treason. His Holiness's voice came again. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! All the officials cheered. They agreed with His Holiness. Takashi Ryushin was the commander of Jinan Day 1, and none of the officials had any objections. The Imperial Edict and Tiger Tally were immediately sent to Silver Moon City. At the same time, the Deqian Celestial Empire announced to the world that Liang of Gojoseon had rebelled. For a time the people of Deqian were in an uproar. Jianghu of Silla was the commander-in-chief of Jinan Day 1 and could mobilize all the military forces in Yongzhou, quelling the rebellion. While Emperor Liu Yang was quelling the civil unrest in Yingzhou, Jianghu of Silla also received an edict to form an army and prepare to quell the unrest. Yong Prefecture was at his disposal. In the palace of the Daing dynasty, Liu Yang looked coldly at the news from the front line. Jianghu of Silla? Takashi Ryushin? As expected, that old thing had planned this from the start and had Takashi Ryushin gather troops in Yongzhou. Takashi Ryushin has been in charge of Yongzhou for 15 years. The officials and generals of Yongzhou are all under his control. Now, with this imperial edict, it is perfectly justified. In less than 2 months, the Jianghu of Silla's army will gather at the border and begin to fight with Yingzhou? Emperor Liu Yang put down the battle report in his hand and said coldly, "Therefore, Your Highness, we must straighten out everything in Yingzhou within 2 months. Mo Yike nodded. Ao Shun. Liu Yang looked at the dragon prince beside him. Here. Ao Shun stepped forward. I'll have to trouble you. The dragon tribe will go all out and be in charge of breaking the city. There are still 4 cities stubbornly resisting. Break the city first. Kill anyone who resists. Liu Yang said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Ao Shun replied. In the valley outside Lushan city of the Shenlu dynasty. Lu Shirshan looked at Huangfu Chaoga with a worried expression. Your Majesty, Liu Yang of Gozhouzian's army has retreated. However, the Gingjin sect has committed some kind of insanity. They are actually waging war against our Shenlu dynasty and leading an army to attack our cities. Lu Shirshan said with a frown. The Gingjin sect's master is personally leading the sect's experts and an army of 15 million from 18 cities to attack our Shenlu dynasty. Reports from the front lines say that the Gingjin sect has completely shredded their alliance with our Shenlu dynasty. Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? Huangfu Chaoga fell into deep thought. Taking advantage of the situation? Mr. Huangfu, you think too little of him. Gu Hai shook his head. These days I've been flipping through the information you gave me. What did I see? This Gingjin sect should be Liu Yang of Gozhouzian's hidden forces. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh. Huangfu Chaoga was puzzled. The Gingjin sect has been established for 1,000 years. The foundation of the sect is a golem. This golem can be considered a spirit treasure, similar to our imperial seal. It is used to suppress the fate of a sect. According to the information I've seen, the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian just happened to exterminate a demon tribe, the saber-toothed tiger tribe. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, saber-toothed tiger tribe? That sounds familiar. Huangfu Chaoga nodded. Tiger demons are metal. The god of the saber-toothed tiger tribe should be the god of metal. After the god of metal's death, the Gingjin sect was established 300 years ago. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Secondly, the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian sent troops to the Gingjin sect 3 times. According to the information you've seen, they were all insignificant battles. The Gingjin sect came out of nowhere and a group of experts appeared out of nowhere. They controlled 18 cities and were content with their own territory. They did not fight with the outside world and quietly developed on their own. Gu Hai said in a low voice. But this doesn't mean that it was the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian's deployment? Lu Shirshan was puzzled. But it's been 1,000 years and the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian's men have never visited the Gingjin sect. The elders of the Gingjin sect, except for Chu Qin, have never visited Yingzhou. Gu Hai said in a low voice. 1,000 years of no contact and 3 insignificant battles? Are they purposely trying to distance themselves? Huangfu Chaoga narrowed her eyes. The Gingjin sect is under the command of the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian? Then if the Daing dynasty had the Gingjin sect, wouldn't they be able to attack the imperial dynasty? Lu Shirshan's expression changed. That's not all. Gu Hai shook his head and narrowed his eyes. There are 2 dynasties and 2 lower sects at the border of Yingzhou. Other than the Shenlu dynasty and the Gingjin sect, there is the Great Huang dynasty and the Greedy Wolf sect. According to my analysis, these 2 factions are also under the command of the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian. The Liu Yang of Gozhouzian's thousands of years of accumulation is not just limited to Yingzhou. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Gingjin sect, the Greedy Wolf sect and the Great Huang dynasty? They are all under the command of the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian? Impossible. Lu Shirshan suddenly exclaimed. None of these 3 factions were weaker than the Shenlu dynasty, and they were all under the control of the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian. If all 3 factions attacked at the same time, how could the Shenlu dynasty withstand them? Isn't the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian's faction too big? Huangfu Chaoga said in shock. Yes, very big. The 3 factions together have about 80 cities, which is comparable to Yingzhou. If they merged with Yingzhou, the combined fate of the Liu Yang of Gozhouzian would be an imperial emperor, the Great Ying dynasty. Unfortunately, he didn't merge and the 3 factions are still in hiding. If not for the Gingjin sect's sudden attack, I wouldn't have thought about it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Liu Yang of Gozhouzian really hid it well. Huangfu Chaoga said with a frown. Well, now there is one that I haven't figured out. It's the south of your 4 factions. Gu Hai said with a frown. The Day One Imperial Dynasty? Huangfu Chaoga's expression changed. That's right, the Day One Imperial Dynasty. That's a colossus. Even if all four of you worked together, you wouldn't be a match for the Day One Imperial Dynasty, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Huangfu Chaoga said with a wry smile, that's the Imperial Dynasty of China. We're just a small country and a small sect. How can we compare to them? The Day One Imperial Dynasty is extremely powerful. Our four factions are just sandwiched between the Day One and Deqian. Could it be that the Day One Imperial Dynasty is also? Gu Hai shook his head and said, I don't have enough information right now, so I can't figure it out. I feel like he's related to the Luyang of Gojoseon, but it's definitely not the Luyang of Gojoseon's plan. He's like a hungry wolf waiting for a chance to kill with one strike. Huangfu Chaoga was startled. The main thing is that the Luyang of Gojoseon attacked the godly Foothill Imperial Dynasty in the past, but these factions ignored it. It's too strange, so I had to link them together. Those three factions should be the property of the Luyang of Gojoseon, while the powerful Day One Imperial Dynasty is like a hungry wolf waiting for food, hiding and not attacking. Gu Hai said. If it's as you think, then it's indeed troublesome. Huangfu Chaoga said with a frown. I have another piece of evidence here, Gu Hai said. Oh. Dai Qianxing gave Jinmu of Silla full authority to deal with the Luyang of Gojoseon's rebellion. What did he give them? Gu Hai asked. Jinan Day One Commander? Lu Rock God said. Yes, Jinan Day One Commander. Why isn't quelling Day One Commander, but Jinan Day One Commander? Jinan? We're in the southeast of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Jinan guarding the south? Suppressing the south? Or suppressing the south? Gu Hai said. You mean it's not just the Luyang of Gojoseon's rebellion, but also? Lu Rock God said in shock. At the level of the Great Qian Dynasty's sacred lord, every name and every title has to be carefully worded. Jinan Day One Commander? Ah, so be it. Right now we are facing a war from the Zhengmetal sect, Gu Hai said sullenly. Yes, the Gingjin sect has many masters and 18 cities. This time, 15 million soldiers are coming. It's troublesome. Also, the Great Huang Dynasty and the Greedy Wolf sect are all under Luyang of Gojoseon's command. Will they? Huangfu Chaoga fell into deep thought. Actually, it's not difficult to deal with the Gingjin sect's attack. Gu Hai smiled. You have to hit where it hurts. Just kill them with one blow. Gu Hai said coldly. How? Huangfu Chaoga was confused. If you fight with a snake, you might be bitten. Now, it's up to Mr. Huangfu to see if you dare to fight with all your might. If you lose, you'll be bitten by the snake and the Xinlu dynasty will suffer great losses. If you win, you'll kill the snake with one blow. It'll be a battle of life and death. I wonder if you dare to gamble? Gu Hai said with a smile. How is it possible to destroy the Gingjin sect in one blow? Lu Rock God said in disbelief. Gu Hai stared at Huangfu Chaoga. Mr. Huangfu, the Xinlu dynasty is in danger now. There are hungry wolves everywhere. If this drags on, it won't just be the Gingjin sect but a pack of wolves. We won't have a chance. Since the Gingjin sect dares to come, we'll hit where it hurts. I can set up a super formation and kill them all in one blow. Super formation? Yes, the 29-line heavens formation. It requires a huge amount of spiritual stones. It's so huge that you have at least 2 billion spiritual stones in your entire treasury. Are you willing to gamble? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with battle intent. Chapter 256. Xinlu Dynasty, Tianhe City. Tianhe City was located at the border between the Xinlu Dynasty and the Gingjin sect. It was a city filled with peace and harmony. However, the area outside Tianhe City was a mess. Countless corpses were strewn everywhere. It was a bleak and desolate scene after a great battle. A large number of golden-armored soldiers guarded the entrance of the city. Chu Qin, the Gingjin sect master, and a group of Gingjin sect experts led the army and killed their way into the city. They reached the City Lord Manor and completely took over Tianhe City. Standing on the floating island of the City Lord Manor, the Gingjin sect master looked at the countless corpses with a gloomy expression. Blood flowed like a river in this battle. There were countless casualties. The Gingjin sect master's expression turned cold as he stepped on the floating island covered in blood and looked at the billowing smoke in the city. Sect master, we have completely taken over Tianhe City. It took 1.5 months. We brought 15 million soldiers, but 3 million died in this 1.5 months before we breached the city gates. Huangfu Chaoga's subjects are too loyal and supportive. Aside from the soldiers defending the city, the citizens also resisted with all their might. 3 million died, 2 million were heavily injured, and 800 generals died. 18 of the Yuanying state elders also died. A disciple reported with an unsightly expression. No wonder Emperor Liu Yang had such a hard time taking over the city. The Xinlu dynasty cities are actually so hard to take? The Gingjin sect master said with an unsightly expression. Chu Qin frowned and said, "Sect master, it has been 1.5 months, but Huangfu Chaoga still hasn't sent reinforcements? More importantly, we paid such a price to take over one city. What should we do next? Guhai is definitely in Xinlu City. However, if we want to take over Xinlu City, we need to uproot all the cities in the Xinlu dynasty and deprive them of providence. Naturally, we have to continue taking over the city." The Gingjin sect master said coldly. Emperor Liu Yang has already taken over 9 cities in the Xinlu dynasty. Without us, the Xinlu dynasty still has 15 cities. Our military strength. Chu Qin said worriedly. Gingjin sect master's eyes turned frosty. There are some things that Emperor Liu Yang is not suitable for, but there is no harm in us doing them. As long as this was done, the rest of the siege would be a piece of cake. He can also help us find Guhai. Chu Qin was slightly taken aback. Massacre the entire city? Gingjin sect master said coldly. What? Massacre the city? The surrounding Gingjin sect disciples exclaimed in shock. That's right. Jinhe City? Didn't the common people support the Xinlu dynasty? Once the grand formation in the city is repaired, no one will be able to escape. Everyone will be killed and no one will be spared. Gingjin sect master said coldly. There are nearly 100 million people here. Sect master, you mustn't do that. There are many innocent people here. Killing 100 million people goes against the harmony of the heavens. The expression of one of the generals changed. Gingjin sect leader threw a cold glance at the general and said, "Harming the peace of heaven? So what if he slaughtered Tianhe? General Zhang, you are just a general in one of the cities controlled by my sect. The decision of the Gingjin sect is not for you to interfere." But sect master wants to massacre the entire city? How many old people, children, and women are innocent? Are we going to kill them all? General Zhang's expression changed drastically. Chu Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. Wonderful, sect master, using the massacre of one city to intimidate the other cities. When the time comes, who will dare to resist when our army arrives? At that time it will be much easier to take down the city. Moreover, we can put the blame on Guhai and say that as long as Huangfu Chaoga hands over Guhai, we will retreat. Any city that resists will be massacred. Yes, let the Xinlu dynasty's people help us find Guhai. Kill. An elder's eyes lit up. If we slaughter one city, the next city will be easy to take down. If there is still resistance, we will slaughter another city. Who dares to resist? Another elder said excitedly. Inform the entire army to kill to their heart's content. After we gather all the treasures in the city, we will take half and reward the 3 armies, Gingjin sect master said coldly. Yes. The group of elders said excitedly. I know a mansion. There are treasures there. Kill them all. They are all ours. Ah. I can't wait any more. Sect master is so generous. The group of Gingjin sect disciples was very excited. General Zhang's eyes widened. You're crazy. That's 100 million surrendered soldiers and soldiers. They can't resist anymore. You're supporting all of them? Gingjin sect, why are you doing this? Where are the old, the women, and the children? Kill them all? Kill them all? Huh? The Gingjin sect disciples looked at General Zhang coldly. Demons, you are a bunch of demons. Gingjin sect? Are they all demon dens? I don't want to work for you demons. You killed the innocent and massacred 100 million people. Old people, children, and women, you won't let anyone go? I resign. I won't do it. General Zhang immediately took off his military cap. He was about to leave. Abruptly, Chu Qin appeared behind him and pierced through his heart with his sword. You. General Zhang turned around and spat out blood. He looked at Chu Qin in horror. You overestimate yourself. Chu Qin snorted. The long sword in his hand trembled and a large amount of sword chi instantly shredded General Zhang's body. Demons, the people of Gingjin sect are all demons. General Zhang closed his eyes and no longer made a sound. General Zhang was dead. Gingjin sect's massacre policy began. The formation in the city was activated. No one could escape. The formation was used by Gingjin sect to massacre the entire city. In an instant, Jinhe City was flooded with blood. Corpses were everywhere and chaos ensued. No, my son. Don't kill my son. I will kill you. Mother, don't kill my mother. My daughter, my daughter. You are a group of beasts. You raped and killed my daughter. I will kill you all. God, Jianghu City has always been kind to people. How did it become hell? Demons, you are all demons. Thick smoke billowed and the massacre happened everywhere. The people no longer had the strength to resist. The army of millions slaughtered with all their might. Blood flowed everywhere. It was hell on earth. Ah, this is mine. What a treasure. This storage treasure, I want it. Beauty you can't escape. Ah. On one side was hell on earth. On the other side was Gingjin sect's Schadenfreude. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. After 10 days of massacre, the entire Jianghu city became a dead city. The news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread to all the major cities in the Qianlu dynasty. Gingjin sect massacred hundreds of millions of people, not leaving a single one alive. The bloody scene shocked the entire Qianlu dynasty. How did this happen? Those demons, my third uncle is in Jianghu city. My son is in Jianghu city too. My wife and daughter are in Jianghu city too. Oh. Sorrowful cries came from all around the Qianlu dynasty. As for the so-called invasion because of Guhai, the people only remembered it. Not only were they not afraid, but they were also filled with hatred. After massacring Jianghu city, Gingjin sect's army advanced again and slowly gathered at the next city, Jianghu city. Dong, 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 dong. The war drums sounded and the siege began. Sect master, something's not right. Jianghu city doesn't seem to be scared. More people are helping to protect the city. Chu Chen's face sank. It's fine. Everything will be fine after we break the city. Do they still have hope? It's hopeless. Gingjin sect master said coldly. 10 days later, Jianghu city was still not broken. Chu Chen frowned and said, Sect master, news came from the front lines. The cities around the Qianlu dynasty organized reinforcements and came to rescue Jianghu city. Moreover, countless people took the initiative to participate and surrounded us. They will arrive in a month at most. A month is enough. Jianghu city will be broken by then. They're just a pile of loose sand. Let's see if they have the guts to come again. Gingjin sect master said solemnly. Yes. Is there news from Huangfu Chaoga? Gingjin sect master asked. No, it's very strange. Huangfu Chaoga hasn't issued any orders during this time. She should know about the news of us massacring the city, but she hasn't responded. Is she afraid? Chu Chen sneered. Gingjin sect master narrowed his eyes and said, Continue to spread the news. If they don't hand over Guhai, we will attack the city for a day. Yes. Gingjin sect headquarters. The Gingjin sect headquarters was surrounded by 100,000 mountains. Outside were 3 cities attached to it. In a manor in one of the cities. Huangfu Chaoga smashed the chair beside her. Gingjin sect master, old man, how dare you massacre my Jianghu city? Huangfu Chaoga said with grief and anger. Lu Shirshan lowered his head and sighed. Massacre the city? This is an unjust army. They really dare. Mr. Good, when will your array be ready? I'm going to massacre the Gingjin sect and leave no one alive. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Guhai with grief and anger. Guhai looked at the 100,000 mountains in the distance and said, It's done. You have so many spirit stones in your treasury. Although you can't break the Gingjin sect guarding mountain formation, you can destroy it. Since you want it, then let's begin. Guhai took out a red flag and raised it. In the distance, one of Huangfu Chaoga's trusted aides saw Guhai raise the flag and immediately understood that it was time to start the array. Boom. Suddenly, a white fog rushed into the sky from a corner of the 100,000 mountains. It seemed to form a white fog dragon that rushed into the sky. The people in the surrounding cities were curious. Boom. 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 Surrounding the 100,000 mountains, the white fog rushed into the sky like a huge cage that surrounded the entire 100,000 mountains. What is that? The people in the surrounding cities looked at the sky in surprise. They saw the white fog rushing into the sky and slowly gathering at the highest point. Boom. In an instant, the sky was clear and all the clouds were sucked into the huge cage. The entire 100,000 mountains, including the Sea of Providence clouds in the sky, was enveloped in it. This is a formation. What formation? It's so huge that it envelopes the entire Gingjin sect's headquarters? Countless people were shocked. In the Gingjin sect, there was still a large number of disciples guarding the place. When they saw the outside world suddenly being enveloped in white fog, they all widened their eyes. How dare you act so presumptuously in the Gingjin sect? An expert of the Gingjin sect rushed into the sky. He held a golden sword in his hand and coldly looked at the fog. Near him, the clouds and mist suddenly churned, as if they were condensing into people made of clouds and mist. Accompanied by a loud shout, thousands of people in the fog suddenly swung their long swords at the expert of the Gengjin sect. The heavens will not let down those who work hard. 3,000 Yujia can swallow Wu. Rumble. 3,000 long swords in the fog slashed out, covering the sky and earth, toward the expert of the Gengjin sect. Competing in the sword in my Gengjin sect? The last person who came to provoke me had his bones and flesh cut off by me. He was tortured to death. The expert of the Gengjin sect shouted and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden sword chi. I am Go Jian. 3,000 Yujia slash. A cloud beast general appeared in the fog. With a command, 3,000 cloud beast soldiers slashed out with their swords. The 3,000 Yujia swords collided with the expert sword chi. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The expert sword chi suddenly exploded, and the 3,000 Yujia swords slashed his body. Boom. The expert of the Gengjin sect instantly exploded. Chapter 257. The 29-line Earth's formation. To be more precise, it was the 29-line Earth's formation. It was already beyond the scope of an ordinary formation. Guhai had never set one up before. It wasn't because he didn't have the ability, but because he didn't have enough money. The number 1 zither building on this street was a gold-swallowing divine beast. However, the money it earned during this time was only a small portion of Silver Moon City's revenue. This time, it used up all the spirit stones in the Divine Foothill Dynasty's treasury. It was equivalent to 25 times Silver Moon City's revenue. Moreover, it was accumulated over hundreds of years. This time it was all used up. Only then could they barely set up the 29-line Earth's formation. Huang Fuchaoga, Gu Hai, Lu Rakshan, and the others entered the formation. Huang Fuchaoga's eyes flashed with shock as she looked at the massive array. 2 billion upper-grade spirit stones just to set up this array? That's right. Unfortunately, you don't have enough spirit stones. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Gu Hai shook his head. Huang Fuchaoga was speechless. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones was too little? Those were high-grade spirit stones. It was equivalent to 20 trillion low-grade spirit stones. You've used up the Divine Foothill Dynasty's treasury in one go. I want to see how capable your formation is. Lu Rakshan said with some reluctance. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones was the Divine Foothill Dynasty's entire accumulation over hundreds of years. Moreover, it used up all the military funds, city construction, official salaries, and city maintenance costs. Almost everything was used up. Just as Gu Hai said, they had to fight with everything they had. If they couldn't succeed, the Divine Foothill Dynasty would be finished. Just watch. My formation won't disappoint you. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confidence. The moment everyone entered the cloudy ritual array, Gu Hai flipped his hand, and a dragon cloud beast immediately appeared in the clouds. Everyone stepped onto it. Brr. The cloud dragon let out a roar and led everyone to the center of the formation. Bastard, how dare you act presumptuously in my Jiangmetal sect? Break. Beams of golden light soared into the sky. One expert after another charged out from the Jiangmetal sect. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 Gengjin sect disciples rushed out. Golden light shone and 10,000 swords soared into the sky. Although the first Song sect on 9-5 Island was considered a lesser sect, they were not even fit to lick the shoes of the Gengjin sect. A large number of experts had gone out to fight the Divine Lu Imperial Court, while the sect remained behind to guard. Just a casual trip out would have 100,000 disciples. However, there were too many cloud beasts in the grand formation. I am Xiangyu, the son of Jiangdong. Follow me and kill. I am Lu Bu, formation breaker. Follow me and kill. I am Go Jian. 3,000 Yujia, follow me and kill. I am Chao Chao. Ferocious cavalry, charge with me. A ritual array formed by 2 billion superior-grade martial emperors possessed extraordinary might. The many cloud beasts fought ferociously under the Go Dao ritual array. They could not be killed, but they revived. Immediately, the disciples of the Gengjin sect who had rushed out were killed without leaving a single one behind. They turned around and fled in terror. 100,000 Gengjin sect disciples? However, at this moment there was an army of 1,000,000 cloud beasts. Each of them was a ruthless character. An elite of the Divine Foothill Dynasty stood at the head of each cloud beast. They commanded the cloud beasts to kill with all their might. Quick! Quick! Close the ritual array and wait for the sect master to return. Quick! Activate the protective ritual array and wait for the sect master to return. The surviving Gingjin sect disciples fled in horror. Buzz. Suddenly, strands of sword chi appeared outside the 100,000 great peaks. The sword chi circled around, forming a super ritual array that encased the Gingjin sect. In the blink of an eye, less than 10,000 of the 100,000 disciples remained. The other Gingjin sect disciples showed horrified expressions. Huangfu Chaoga. It's Huangfu Chaoga. Oh no. The sect master went to attack the divine Lu imperial court, but Huangfu Chaoga created a diversion and came to my Gingjin sect? What should we do now? We just have to defend to the death and wait for the sect master to return. Let them come but not return. No one can survive. They all have to die. Inside the Gingjin sect, the various sect disciples showed ferocious expressions as they looked at the cloud beasts outside the ritual array. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my might unrivaled. The cloud beast, Jianghu, chopped down with its halberd. Boom. Suddenly the Gingjin sect's ritual array shook, but it didn't break in the end. Break. The cloud beast army attacked together. Rumble. The ritual array shook again but it still didn't break. Aha, they can't break it. Wait for death. When the sect master returns, none of them can escape. A Gingjin sect disciple sneered. At the side, Lu Shirshin looked at Gu Hai anxiously and said, "This is your ritual array? It can't break the Gingjin sect's ritual array. Then what about the 2 billion high-grade spirit stones?" Gaochen. Gu Hai ignored him and called out. "Here." The North Star immediately rode a donkey cloud beast and ran over excitedly. "During the battle you broke the sound barrier, right?" Gu Hai asked. "Master, don't worry, I definitely broke it. I'm an expert in this field." Gaochen said excitedly. "All right, set up a sound barrier for all of us so that we can't hear you. Then sing for the Gingjin sect disciples." Gu Hai instructed. "Sing?" When Lu Shirshin heard Gu Hai's words he was puzzled at first, but when he looked at Gaochen his body trembled and he didn't say anything. "Master, I recently composed a few nice songs. Are you sure you don't want to listen?" Gaochen said with a regretful expression. "Cut the crap. Hurry up." Gu Hai said coldly. "Oh okay. That's a pity." Gaochen said with a regretful expression. Gu Hai said with a look of disdain. Gaochen waved his hand. Suddenly, within the 29-line heavens formation, Gu Hai, Huangfu Zhaoge, Lu Shirshin, and the soldiers of the Xinlu dynasty who were controlling the cloud beasts could no longer hear Gaochen's voice. Instead, they saw Gaochen riding the cloud beast and slowly arriving at the center of the Gingjin sect. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a gigantic zither appeared in the air. It was the heavenly zither. "Next, I, Gaochen, will sing a song that I'm proud of, Little Radish." Gaochen coughed and said loudly. Through the heavenly zither, his voice instantly filled every corner of the Gingjin sect. Countless Gingjin sect disciples looked at Gaochen blankly. Is that guy stupid? Singing? Little Radish? Is he an idiot? Why sing? Is Huangfu Zhaoge crazy? Did they send a singer to sing their funeral song? Ah! Ah! Below, the mocking voices of the Gingjin sect disciples could be heard. Gu Hai showed a look of pity. Lu Roxin subconsciously took a step back. Huangfu Zhaoge was confused. Was Gaochen's voice that good? Huangfu Zhaoge looked from afar and saw Gaochen start to sing. From the shape of his mouth, it seemed that he had just sung the first line. The Gingjin sect disciples below laughed mockingly. Suddenly, their faces froze and they looked at Gaochen as if they had constipation. Gaochen continued to sing. Although they did not know what he was singing, it seemed to have an effect. The Gingjin sect disciples below became more and more stiff. Many of them showed a frightened expression. A large number of Gingjin sect disciples quickly covered their ears. They opened their mouths and seemed to be cursing at Gaochen. Gaochen, on the other hand, was so intoxicated by the song that he forgot himself. His left hand covered his chest and his right hand waved. His eyes were filled with intoxication. Tears welled up in her eyes as she was moved. He was a good singer with boundless love for his singing career. However, why did the group of Gingjin sect disciples below all reveal a terrified expression? No, quick, where's the sound barrier? Where's the sound barrier? I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. The sound barrier is all broken, why no? Do you want me to die? It's so fucking awful, help. No, True Yuan can't seal the ears. The sound is too penetrative, it seems to have penetrated my soul. Bastard, stop singing, I'll kill you, stop singing. Countless Gingjin sect disciples were roaring in fear. Huangfu Zhaoge and the elites of the Xinlu dynasty could not understand what was going on. Didn't the Gingjin sect disciples just listen to a song? They were bleeding from their 7 orifices? That was because they used too much true yuan to seal their 5 senses, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. Finally, a Gingjin sect disciple could not bear it anymore. Fuck, go all out, bastard, die for me. A Gingjin sect disciple suddenly rushed out of the protective formation and charged at Gaochen with a long sword. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my might is unparalleled. A Xiangyu cloud beast suddenly rushed out and slashed with the halberd. Boom. The Gingjin sect disciple was immediately cut in half. Even so, the Gingjin sect disciples still rushed out one after another. They charged at Gaochen with no regard for their lives. Immediately, the battle that had just stopped started again. The Gingjin sect disciples rushed forward one after another. Those who could jump on jumped on. Those who could fly on flew on. There were also flying boats and cranes that soared into the sky and charged at Gaochen. The army of 1,000,000 cloud beasts rushed forward. A fierce battle broke out. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Compared to the cloud beasts, the Gingjin sect disciples were still somewhat unaware. When a Gingjin sect disciple fell to the ground, he said, "I finally don't have to listen to such a horrible song anymore." After that, he took his last breath. In the blink of an eye, another 300,000 Gingjin sect disciples had fallen. It's over, it's over. Gingjin God, save me, save me. The surviving Gingjin sect disciples ran toward a valley. Boom. Suddenly rays of dazzling golden sword chi shot out from the valley. Boom. The sword chi soared into the sky and instantly pushed the 1,000,000 cloud beasts back. Gingjin luck, follow my command. People of the Gingjin sect, chant, immeasurable Gingjin, and lend me your strength to resist the attack. A voice came from the valley. Rumble. The Gingjin sect's luck suddenly surged and the voice instantly spread through the luck sea to all the disciples of the Gingjin sect and the 18 cities of the Gingjin sect. In an instant, all the people of the 18 cities of the Gingjin sect heard the voice. Countless people opened their mouths and chanted, immeasurable Gingjin. Whoosh. All of a sudden, he felt as if all of his energy had been sucked out of him, and he was sucked into the Sea of Providence. The power of the people from the 18 cities continued to gather in the Sea of Providence, and then rushed into the valley where the sword chi was shooting out. Rumble. Surging energy poured in and a powerful burst of energy erupted, causing the entire valley to tremble. Mobilize the power of the world? Is it similar to the power you used to deal with Aoshan? The Yuanying state used its power to defeat the experts of Kaitian Palace? Guhai looked at Huangfu Zhaoge and asked. I'm not bad. Huangfu Zhaoge said with an ugly expression. But, isn't it only possible for the ruler of a country or the leader of a sect to mobilize it? Sect Master Gingjin is currently in the Divine Foothill Imperial Court. Guhai said with a frown. This is the founding treasure of the Gingjin sect, similar to our imperial seal. However, it actually had intelligence? This is troublesome. Huangfu Zhaoge's face darkened. Boom, boom, boom. A massive creature slowly walked out of the valley. It was a golden tiger. The tiger had a pair of fangs that were like 2 giant swords, and the fur on its back was in the shape of swords. With every step he took, the earth trembled. Saber-toothed tiger? The golden deity. He had been refined into a puppet. Guarding the Gingjin sect? No wonder the Gingjin sect master dared to mobilize all of his forces. He has the saber-toothed tiger guarding him. This place is absolutely safe. Huangfu Zhaoge's expression changed. It's over. This saber-toothed tiger even mobilized the power of a sect. Although it's not as strong as the emperor, it's definitely enough to open up the heavenly palace. I'm not a match. Guhai, can your grand array withstand it? Lu Rakshan said anxiously. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger suddenly roared. Boom. Suddenly, a tornado appeared around him and soared into the sky. The tornado was formed by golden sword chi. It was very powerful and soared into the sky. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my spirit is peerless. 3,000 Transcendence Armor / Ferocious Cavalry kill. Capture Barracks kill. The 1,000,000 cloud beasts roared and charged forward. The tornado swept over. Billions of sword chi rushed toward the 1,000,000 cloud beasts. Boom. With a loud sound, the 1,000,000 cloud beasts were sent flying. Under the onslaught of sword chi, they were forced to retreat. Boom. Your Majesty, we can't hold on any longer. We can't hold on any longer. The elites of the Xinlu dynasty screamed in horror. Master, save me. The North Star Polaris was also running away on his donkey. Saber-toothed tiger, kill them. Kill them. The Gingjin sect disciples suddenly roared. The saber-toothed tiger revealed a ferocious expression and roared again. Brr. The tornado of sword chi burst out with a loud bang. Boom. The 1,000,000 cloud beasts instantly exploded. They were instantly shattered. Ah. The elites of the Xinlu dynasty fell from the sky. Whoosh. Under Gu Hai's control, clouds suddenly appeared in the surroundings, supporting everyone. The power of opening the heavenly palace. It's definitely the power of opening the heavenly palace. It's over. Are we going to return empty-handed? Lu Roxin said anxiously. Again. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Bus, bus, bus. Suddenly, the clouds in the formation churned as if another cloud beast was about to form. Mr. Good, are your cloud beasts still useful? The saber-toothed tiger mobilized the power of 1.8 billion people. No, even if it's not the power of all the people, it still has the power of a few 100 million people. Your 1,000,000 cloud beasts were all defeated in one go. What else can you form? Lu Roxin said anxiously. It has the energy of hundreds of millions of ordinary people. This ritual array of mine has 2 billion superior-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai snorted coldly as he leaped into the distance, heading for the place where the cloud beasts were about to appear. Bus. As Gu Hai jumped, the cloud beast became clearer and clearer. Gradually, a swordsman cloud beast appeared. I've been roaming the world for more than 30 years. I've killed all my enemies and defeated all my heroes. I have no choice but to live in seclusion in a deep valley with eagles as my friends. Alas, I've been looking for an enemy all my life, but I can't find one. How lonely. The cloud beast swordsman sighed and slowly formed a clear human figure. It was an old man in plain clothes, but he exuded a domineering aura. The old man took a step forward. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. If one were to look carefully, they wouldn't be clouds. Instead, they were a dense sea of sword chi that surged endlessly. It was as if the heavens were pressing down. Gu Hai stood on top of the cloud beast and imitated the intent realm of the swordsman. Boom. With every step the swordsman took, the sea of sword chi in the sky thickened. A storm of sword chi raged in the surroundings with a destructive power. The powerful aura of the swordsman forced the disciples of the Gingjin sect to lower their heads in fear. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? Why is the aura of the swordsmanship so violent? It's on par with the sword chi of the saber-toothed tiger. How is this possible? What is this? The disciples of the Gingjin sect exclaimed as they looked at the cloud beast controlled by Gu Hai. This is. Huangfu Chaoga's expression changed. Is this also the aura of the open heaven palace? This formation is so powerful? Lu Rishan exclaimed. Of course, that's my master. Gaochen said proudly. Brr. The saber-toothed tiger was surrounded by golden sword chi as if it had met its opponent. It roared, sword intent soaring to the sky and a demon wreaking havoc? Who are you? I am the sword demon Dugu Chiobai. Chapter 258. I am the sword demon Dugu Chiobai. The swordsman cloud beast said coldly. As it spoke, its tone was arrogant as it looked down coldly. All the disciples of the Gingjin sect who were able to meet Dugu Chiobai's gaze felt a terrifying sword intent rush into their hearts. All of a sudden, countless disciples of the Gingjin sect were unable to move as fear filled their faces. What a terrifying sword intent! Lu Roxin said in shock. Dugu Chiobai? Is there such a person in the world? What a domineering name. Huangfu Chaoga said in shock. Roar. Gingjin sword chi. The saber-toothed tiger roared as its eyes turned cold. As it roared, the storm of golden sword chi around its body suddenly shot up into the sky. The golden sword chi carried an indomitable might. The millions of golden sword chi came wave after wave, incomparably sharp and unparalleled. Wherever the golden sword chi passed, countless white sword chi surrounded Dugu Chiobai. When the golden and white sword chi collided, the white sword chi was instantly cut in half and continued to fly up into the sky. Wherever it passed, the golden sword chi was unstoppable. Although there were many white sword chi, they were all cut into pieces. It seemed that the white sword chi was about to be defeated. Gingjin sword chi, the pure metal element of sword chi. It surpasses countless sword chi. Is this Dugu Chiobai just for show? Lu Roxin said anxiously. Ha ha, so weak. Countless disciples of the Gingjin sect laughed ferociously. Only the saber-toothed tiger looked solemn. Others were looking at the sword chi, but the saber-toothed tiger was looking at the sword intent. Although Dugu Qiubai's white sword chi was easily cut in half, the saber-toothed tiger could feel a sword intent that was several times stronger than its own. Moreover, the white sword chi that was cut in half was only a small part. There was still a sea of sword chi in the sky that seemed to contain a destructive aura. Dugu Qiubai looked coldly at the saber-toothed tiger in the distance and sneered. The saber-toothed tiger looked at that sneer with disdain. Breaking sword style. Dugu Qiubai shouted coldly. He didn't even pull out his long sword. Instead he shouted coldly. The scattered white sword chi suddenly seemed to be organized. They all faced the golden sword chi. Ding! The golden sword chi at the very front collided with the white sword chi. However, this time, it was the tip of the sword instead of the body of the sword. Sword tip against sword tip. At that moment, the golden sword chi suddenly paused. Clink 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 clink. It wasn't just the golden sword chi at the very front. Almost in an instant, all the golden sword chi were blocked by the white sword chi. Coincidentally, the millions of golden sword chis were all stopped by the white sword chis. To others it was only a momentary pause. However, to the saber-toothed tiger, it was as if time had stopped. All of its sword chi had been frozen in an instant. Amidst the millions of frozen sword chis, a white sword chi suddenly shot out from the sword chis. It was too fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. That weak white sword energy arrived in front of the saber-toothed tiger in an instant. It was too fast, so fast that no one saw it. Only the saber-toothed tiger saw it clearly. In that instant, all of his sword chi froze in place, while the opponent's white sword chi slashed towards him at an unimaginable speed. It was too fast, so fast that the saber-toothed tiger didn't even have time to react. Brr. The saber-toothed tiger roared in grief and indignation. Boom. The saber-toothed tiger was sent flying, and its tail was cut off. Bang. The golden sword chi in the sky exploded, and the saber-toothed tiger was sent flying towards a mountain. Rumble. The mountain collapsed. The saber-toothed tiger's tail fell from the sky. Everyone gasped. All they saw was Dugu Qiubai yelling, sword-breaking technique. The millions of golden sword chi paused, and the saber-toothed tiger was sent flying, its tail cut off. How is that possible? Countless disciples of the Gingjin sect exclaimed. Lu Stone God rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No, the defensive formation is useless against Dugu Qiubai. He can attack the saber-toothed tiger in the formation. Huang Fuchaoga's eyes lit up. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Huang Fuchaoga's words. Indeed, the defensive formation couldn't stop Dugu Qiubai at all. Tail my tail. Brr. The saber-toothed tiger's roar came from the ruins of the mountain. It broke through countless rocks and jumped out. The saber-toothed tiger roared at Dugu Qiubai, but Dugu Qiubai waved his hand lightly. A terrifying pressure was directed at the saber-toothed tiger. The sea of sword chi in the sky slowly condensed into a giant sword that was 10,000 feet long. The giant sword was black in color and emitted a terrifying aura. It pressed down on the formation below and faced the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger's eyelids twitched. What's that sword? 10,000 feet long? Is it a staff? Lu Stone God exclaimed. An unsealed sword? It looks like a black iron sword? Huang Fuchaoga was also puzzled. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Dugu Qiubai shouted. As he spoke, the black sword that was 10,000 feet long slashed down. Oh no, he's going to break the formation. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger leaped into the sky. A golden sword energy that was 10,000 feet long appeared around it and went up to meet the attack. The golden sword energy and the black iron heavy sword collided at the mountain guarding formation. With a deafening explosion, the golden sword aura was shattered. The mountain guarding formation exploded with a loud bang. Hong. The mountain guarding formation exploded, and the 100,000 mountains trembled violently. Poof. Poof. The powerful tremors caused countless Gingjin sect disciples to spit out blood. The black iron heavy sword stabbed into the ground like a huge mountain. It pinned the saber-toothed tiger into the ground and suppressed him. Hiss. Lu Stone God looked at the black iron heavy sword in shock. No, I won't lose. I'm the golden deity. I've mobilized the power of an entire sect. How can I lose to you in terms of sword Dao? Break. The saber-toothed tiger's voice suddenly came from underground. Under the powerful impact, the black iron heavy sword shook as if it had used all its strength. Boom. In the end, Kai Tian Palace attacked with all its might. The black iron heavy sword and the 18 mountains around it exploded. Shattered rocks flew in all directions, and the 100,000 mountains was instantly turned into a mess. Arg! Countless Gingjin sect disciples were affected and cried out in pain. When the black iron heavy sword shattered, the saber-toothed tiger turned into a ray of sword light with the power of hatred. It seemed like he was going to charge out from underground. Dugu Chiobai's expression was still cold. It's just a piece of spiritual iron. You're the golden deity, not the sword deity. Sword, you don't understand swords. Old man, how dare you say I don't understand swords? I'll tear you apart. The saber-toothed tiger roared and was about to charge out. Sword? Do you think only metal is a sword? As long as you have enough sword intent, anything can be used as a sword. Dugu Chiobai snorted. As he spoke, the ground below suddenly trembled. Boom. Suddenly, a huge stone sword emerged from the ground and charged at the saber-toothed tiger. What? The saber-toothed tiger's expression changed. Boom. The huge stone sword knocked the saber-toothed tiger back. The saber-toothed tiger quickly retreated. Boom. 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 On the ground, many sword-shaped peaks, either vertically or horizontally, shot out from the ground and struck the saber-toothed tiger again and again. All the surrounding cultivators stared with wide eyes. Using the earth as a sword? Mountains, rivers, grass and trees could all be used as swords? Then wouldn't Dugu Chiobai's swords be endless? Everything could be used as a sword, no matter where one's thoughts reached? No, 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 no. The saber-toothed tiger shrieked in horror. TSS, 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 TSS. Suddenly, 10 giant swords pierced through the saber-toothed tiger's body and nailed it to a mountain. The saber-toothed tiger was unable to move. It widened its eyes in dissatisfaction. How can you have such a strong sword intent? Put me down, I want to fight you again. The saber-toothed tiger glared and roared. Dugu Chiobai looked coldly at the saber-toothed tiger and sneered, "You are not worthy of my sword." The saber-toothed tiger was nailed to the mountain. It was a complete defeat. At this time, everyone finally realized that Dugu Chiobai was still holding a sword in his hand. He hadn't unsheathed it even until now. How strong was Dugu Chiobai's swordsmanship? Not only were the spectators shocked, even Gu Hai was astonished. Although he had condensed Dugu Chiobai, he had only displayed the invincible will of Dugu Chiobai in his heart. However, this 29-line pair heavens and earth great formation was using power to display Dugu Chiobai's aura and arrogance? Boom. Under Gu Hai's control, Dugu Chiobai exploded. Master, Dugu Chiobai has gone crazy. I can't help but want to sing a few songs for him. Why did you make him disappear? Gaochen shouted. Gu Hai rolled his eyes and ignored him. You only know that Dugu Chiobai is strong, but do you know that he is even better at spending money? In just a short while, he had spent at least 800 million upper-grade spirit stones. 800 million upper-grade spirit stones was 8 trillion lower-grade spirit stones. If you insist, are you going to give me money? The defensive formation has been broken. The saber-toothed tiger has been defeated. It's up to you now. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Rumble. More cloud beasts appeared in the surroundings. Xiangyu, Cao Cao, Go Jian, Lu Bu and the others. An army of 1,000,000 cloud beasts appeared again. The elites of the Xinlu dynasty immediately controlled their cloud beasts and said respectfully to Gu Hai, "Yes, Mr. Good." Just now, Dugu Chiobai had already won the hearts of the elites. This Mr. Guzare was too powerful. I am Xiangyu, the son of Jiangdong. Follow me and kill. I am Go Jian, the 3,000 Yujia soldiers. Follow me and kill. 1,000,000 cloud beasts charged toward the Golden Armor sect. Qinglu City. The Gingjin sect leader led the army to attack the city. After more than half a month, Qinglu City was about to be breached. However, this battle was too difficult. It was even more tragic than Tianhe City. Countless corpses piled up like mountains. At least 3 million people died. More than a dozen elders also died. Chu Qin said with an ugly expression. The city will be breached soon. They won't be able to hold on much longer. At most, we'll be able to breach the city by tomorrow. After that, we'll slaughter everyone in the city. The Gingjin sect leader said coldly. Yes. The Gingjin sect elite said with a fierce expression. The expression of the Gingjin sect leader suddenly changed. What's wrong, sect leader? Chu Qin asked in confusion. The saber-toothed tiger mobilized the power of the world. Did something happen to the headquarters? The Gingjin sect leader said with an ugly expression. I also heard the saber-toothed tiger's voice. It came from the Sea of Providence. What happened? Chu Chen's expression changed. The surrounding Gingjin sect disciples were also surprised when they heard the saber-toothed tiger's voice. Huangfu Chaoga? I was wondering why there was no news of him recently. He actually went straight to the Gingjin sect? The Gingjin sect leader said in surprise. Huh. Sect leader, what should we do now? With the saber-toothed tiger and mobilize the power of the world, Huangfu Chaoga is definitely not a match for him. Continue attacking the city, continue and speed up the process. The Gingjin sect leader said coldly. Yes. Everyone answered. The siege continued. However, not long after, the Gingjin sect leader's expression changed. Sect leader, what did you sense this time? No, the saber-toothed tiger lost and is on the verge of death? How is that possible? How is that possible? The Gingjin sect leader exclaimed. Chapter 259. Xinlu Dynasty, Qinglu City. The Qinglu city lord was covered in blood. He stood on the city tower and looked at the shouts of killing below. He had a sorrowful expression on his face. Countless corpses were strewn all over the city tower. City master, there are more and more cracks on the defensive formation. More and more arrows and poisonous fog are shooting in. The soldiers defending the city have suffered a large number of casualties. The civilians defending the city are even more. A young general said anxiously. The grand formation of Qinglu City was in front of him. Although the grand formation could repair itself, countless cracks still appeared. No one could pass through the cracks, but the sharpshooters' arrows quickly shot in through the cracks. Poisonous fog entered through the cracks and countless people died. The soldiers defending the city could attack from the outside. 3 million soldiers died outside, but 1 million soldiers died in the city. The number of people who died was uncountable. We can't hold on any longer. The grand formation will break tomorrow. We could have stopped them, but the Gingjin sect's elders and sect master Gingjin made a move. The grand formation won't last long. City lord, what should we do? Surrender? Maybe. The guards wiped the blood off their bodies and said in fear. The Qinglu city lord shook his head and said, Don't you remember the tragedy of Tianhe City? The eyes of all the soldiers turned red. Spread my voice to the entire city. The Qinglu city lord said. Yes, one. His voice spread to the entire Qinglu city through a sound-amplifying Dharma treasure. Citizens of Qinglu City is facing a moment of life and death. I thank the young men and women who risked their lives to help the city. However, the city guards are almost all dead, and more than half of the civilians who came to help are dead. They are all heroes who protected our city. The city is about to fall and I need more civilians to help. Perhaps they will die immediately after joining the war. However, at least they will die with dignity. We won't be able to hold on for long, but we must hold on until reinforcements arrive. We must hold on until the emperor comes. The tragedy of Tianhe City was still vivid in their minds. Once these devils break into the city, what will be waiting for us? Your children were arbitrarily humiliated and killed. Your wives and daughters were arbitrarily humiliated. Your parents were all beheaded. All of you could do was lie in a pool of blood and watch as you slowly died. For your children, for your wife, for your parents, for yourselves. Please come and help us. Protect our home and protect our Qinglu city. The city lord's voice reverberated throughout the entire city. All the citizens who were originally hiding in their homes suddenly quivered. No, I'm going to defend the city. Father, mother, don't stop me. If I don't go, my entire family will die. For the sake of my child, I have to go. Even if I die, it's enough as long as you live. You coward, how did I marry you? If you don't want to go, I'll go. I'll go. One by one, the commoners headed to the city gate tower. One by one, the archers quickly released arrows into the outside world. The bitter war continued. The invading army instantly suffered heavy casualties. City Lord, the grand formation can't hold on for much longer. It will break tomorrow at the latest. An official in charge of the grand formation said with a sorrowful expression. City Lord, reinforcements from all around will arrive in 10 days at the earliest. Gingjin sect master and the rest will break into the city tomorrow. We can't stop them. A group of defending generals said sorrowfully. If the city lives, we live. If the city dies, we die. The city lord said with reddened eyes. Yes. A group of soldiers said solemnly. Something's not right. City lord, look at the flying boat. That flying boat? Why did the Gingjin sect master and the experts of the Gingjin sect board the flying boat together? Did they run away? Only a few generals are left. What happened? The Gingjin sect master and the group of elders left? It must be the emperor. The city lord was overjoyed. The emperor? It must be the emperor. I knew that the emperor would not abandon us. Now that the emperor has lured the Genjin sect master away, we can wait for reinforcements for a longer period of time. The castellan was overjoyed. Is that true? Quick, inform the people of this encouraging news. With the emperor's help, we can defend the city for a longer time. The city lord said excitedly. Yes. The departure of the Genjin sect master immediately encouraged the people. They put in more effort to defend the city. The tragic battle continued until the 9th day. Boom. The city guarding array exploded with a loud bang. The invading army lost a total of 5 million soldiers and finally broke into the city. It's over. It's over. The city is broken. A soldier said solemnly. Countless commoners looked at this scene blankly. It had still been broken. It had still been broken. Outside the city, the invading army was clamoring. Ha ha ha, it's finally broken. I'm going to slaughter everyone in Qinglu City. Half of my brothers are dead. I want you to pay with your lives. None of you will live. Die together with the Tianhe sect. The invading army excitedly rushed into the city. The city lord's expression was ugly, but he still said to the entire city, People of Qinglu City, the demons have entered the city. They want to kill your parents, kill your children, take all your belongings and rape your wives and daughters. Are you going to watch? No. The entire city roared with grief and anger. The sound shook the heavens and earth. The invading army that had rushed into the city and was about to wreak havoc suddenly trembled. Pick up your weapons and fight the demons to the end. The city lord roared. Kill the demons. Kill the demons. The entire city roared. All the people rushed out and charged at the invading army. The invading army that was about to burn, kill, and rob suddenly trembled. City lord, not good. An unknown army has appeared outside the city. There are more invaders? A defending general said in shock. God Foothill Dynasty, Huanglu City, 800,000 soldiers, under the orders of the city lord, are here to reinforce Qinglu City. God Foothill Dynasty, Jilin City, 800,000 soldiers, under the orders of the city lord, are here to reinforce Qinglu City. God Foothill Dynasty. Loud shouts rang out and an army of 8 million suddenly appeared. They were the God Foothill Dynasty's reinforcements. Although they were late, they still came. Ha ha, as long as the heavens don't destroy my Qinglu City, the heavens don't destroy my Qinglu City. People of Qinglu City, the reinforcements have arrived, the reinforcements have arrived. Leave all these demons in my Qinglu City and burn them to ashes to avenge my brothers and sisters, as well as the hundreds of millions of people in Tianhe City. The city lord roared. Kill. 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 Shouts and battle cries filled the sky. Now that the reinforcements had arrived, the people's fighting spirit soared. There was no need to be afraid anymore. None of these demons could escape. Outside the city, the reinforcements also rushed over amidst the battle cries. As for the invading army, although there were 5 million of them, they were already exhausted after a month of battle. When they heard the battle cries from behind them, they immediately fell into chaos. Get into formation, get into formation. The generals roared. However, how could they get into formation when they were in a state of disunity? Many people immediately fled in panic. Panic spread and more people fled in panic. For a time the city gate was a mess. Many of the invading army were not killed but trampled to death by their own people. Flee? Where could they flee to? The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes, ha! The city lord laughed with tears in his eyes. The Genjin sect master led the experts of the sect back to the headquarters in a panic. It was not that they did not want to leave more experts to fight in Qinglu City, but once the headquarters in the 100,000 Mountains was destroyed, their fate would disappear. The Genjin sect, which had been operating for 1,000 years, would be destroyed in a day. Huangfu Chaoga, you are so ruthless, so ruthless. I only destroyed one of your cities, but you went straight to my headquarters. You want to destroy my sect. The Genjin sect master said with a ferocious expression. The Genjin sect master did not think that if he had not invaded the God Foothill Dynasty, would Huangfu Chaoga have to take such a risk? Directly attack the headquarters? Whoosh. After 9 days of continuous travel, the flying ship finally arrived outside the headquarters. Outside the headquarters, a super cloud formation enveloped the entire headquarters. There were 3 cities close to the headquarters. Early on, the various city lords had led troops to help, but to no avail. Sect Master, you are finally back. Sect Master, we have sent troops in these days, but they are gone after entering. This formation is too strange. What should we do? The city lords were extremely anxious. Formation? Could it be Guhai again? Such a huge formation. Chu Chen's expression changed as he looked at the formation in front of him. At this moment, the Gingjin sect master's expression suddenly changed. No. Sect master, what's wrong? Chu Chen asked in surprise. Dead. The saber-toothed tiger is dead? My Gingjin sect's fate is about to disappear? No. The Gingjin sect master's expression changed drastically. Rumble. All of a sudden, streams of golden chi flowed out of the great cloud formation. Fate? That's fate. Streaks of golden providence flowed out and quickly shot toward the northeast. Rumble. The surging fate surged toward Dongfang and gathered in the northeast. It's Huangfu Chaoga. He killed the saber-toothed tiger and stole my Gingjin sect's fate? The Gingjin sect master's expression changed drastically. That's not right. That direction isn't Lushan City? Chu Chen was slightly stunned. At the same time, on 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea, the Crown Prince of Guqin was presiding over the imperial court. Rumble. Suddenly, the soaring palace hall of the imperial court rumbled. The Crown Prince of Guqin and all the civil and military officials stepped out of the soaring palace hall and looked at the sky in shock. However, they saw countless golden clouds gathering in the sky all of a sudden. Surging golden clouds circled above the soaring palace hall, bringing with them a terrifying might. Boundless spiritual energy quickly gathered. What is that? Some of the officials asked in confusion. In the crowd, Montez's expression changed. Fate? Is that the Sea of Fate? The Emperor destroyed a sect in the Divine Continent? Did he steal their providence? This. Montez was thoroughly shocked. A sect with great fate was not something the island masters of the Thousand Islands Sea could compare to. The might of such a sect could sweep through the entire Thousand Islands Sea. This surging fate was definitely not due to the sudden increase in sentiments of the people. The Han dynasty had been established for less than a year, and the number of people had not increased by much. There was also fate, but it was pitifully little. Above the soaring palace hall, there were at most 1 or 2 strands of golden clouds. How could there be so many? These were patches of golden clouds. Such a huge amount of fate could only be accumulated over countless years. His Majesty got so much providence just by annihilating a sect? The sects of the Divine Continent are not that impressive, one of the officials said in confusion. Montez? Some of the officials did not understand, but they had recruited a large number of cultivators in the past year. These cultivators understood the meaning of this fate. The countless cultivators who had been recruited originally only identified with the Han dynasty because of the high salary. At this moment, when they saw the surging fate, all of them trembled. The Han dynasty? The Han dynasty had just been established for less than a year, and the emperor was already so domineering? He had already destroyed a sect in the Divine Continent and was starting to steal their fate? At the Royal Casino Holiday Villa, some of the cultivators from other islands came here with some ulterior motives. If possible, they wanted to snatch Guhai's dragon vein and swallow up 9-5 Island. How good would that be? However, when the cultivators with ill intentions saw the surging luck gathering, they immediately shivered. They all showed horrified expressions. Their earlier ulterior motives instantly vanished. Am I dreaming? So much fate? Is this a joke? Chapter 260. Within the 29-line boundaries formation. After a few days of fierce fighting, the million-strong Cloud Beast army was unstoppable. The disciples of the Gingjin sect could not resist at all. They either died in battle or surrendered. They found a pool in the valley where the saber-toothed tiger lived. It was a pool of golden water. This is the Gingjin divine water. I don't need to do anything. I just need to fill the dantian of the passion flower tree demons with the Gingjin divine water, and it will repair itself. Moreover, the Gingjin divine water can promote their growth. It must have been accumulated by the saber-toothed tiger for 1,000 years, right? Huangfu Chaoga frowned. Guhai put away all the Gingjin divine water with a flip of his hand. Master, the golden deity of the saber-toothed tiger has been forced out by me. Quick, come quick. Gaochen's excited voice came from afar. The group quickly ran in Gaochen's direction. They saw the saber-toothed tiger nailed to the mountain wall. A golden, transparent sphere seemed to be emerging from between the tiger's eyebrows. As expected, the golden deity is already dead. Lu Stone God said in a low voice. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger was on its last breaths. It was extremely weak and its eyes had turned white. It was as if it had turned into an idiot. The power of the people around it had already disappeared. However, when it saw the North Star, its idiot-like eyes suddenly turned into incomparable fear. Master, after 9 days of singing, I finally managed to force the golden deity out. I'm awesome, right? Gauchen said excitedly. Mr. Good, your method is really amazing. The saber-toothed tiger would rather die than submit. It would rather die to destroy the golden deity, but you made it suffer something worse than death. Gauchen sang for 9 days. No matter how strong the saber-toothed tiger's will was, it collapsed. Huang Fuchaoge exclaimed. Previously, Huang Fuchaoge had tried to listen to Gauchen sing a song. After listening to the song, Huang Fuchaoge felt like his entire world had collapsed. After listening to Gauchen's song, he felt like he was tone-deaf. If not for the fact that he could withdraw at any time, Huang Fuchaoge would have slapped Gauchen to death. Bad songs also had their benefits. The saber-toothed tiger's willpower was also incomparably firm. It could not stand one song, but the saber-toothed tiger listened to it for 9 days before becoming an idiot. Mr. Good, I'm here to help you, Lu Rock God said. Thank you. Guhai nodded. Boom. Lu Stone God slapped the saber-toothed tiger with his palms. Surging earth divine energy surged out, forcing the golden deity, which had already appeared, back into Guhai's body. Buzz. The golden deity went straight for Guhai's lungs. In the blink of an eye, Guhai's lungs turned gold, resonating with his blue kidneys and green liver. His lungs turned golden as the power of the metal god rushed into his lungs. Boom. With a loud bang, the lung aperture suddenly opened. Pooh. Guhai spat out a mouthful of blood. He had used too much force and was slightly injured. I'm sorry, Mr. Good. I'm not very familiar with it. Lu Rock God apologized. After all, Lu Rock God's divinity was much weaker than Xuanwu's divinity. As for the wood divinity, he had helped Guhai to open his apertures, so he was not injured. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine soon. Don't disturb me. Guhai said as he sat cross-legged. Rumble. The lung aperture suddenly opened and golden light shone everywhere. A dazzling space suddenly appeared in Guhai's lungs. Lung aperture opened, 6th tier golden core stage. Guhai exhaled. Wisps of metal elemental vital essence circulated in the lung aperture, but it was too little. It was much less than the kidney aperture and liver aperture. It could not form vital essence to surround his body. Buzz. Guhai opened his eyes and a burst of energy bloomed around him. Beside him, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly collapsed after losing the support of the metal divinity. It breathed its last and died. Rumble. Suddenly, Guhai sensed the collapsing Gingjin Sect's providence in the sky and rushed toward Guhai. The metal divinity suppressed the Gingjin Sect's providence. You refined it and most of the Gingjin Sect's providence was taken by you? Huang Fuchaoge was slightly stunned. Rumble. Surging providence rushed toward Guhai. Guhai flipped his hand and took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Roar. The dragon vein in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal roared. It created a suction force. Rumble. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal absorbed and filtered the surging providence. The overflowing providence seemed to have been refined by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. It was no longer the Gingjin Sect's providence but the Han dynasty's. The surging providence rushed out of the 29 heavens and earth's array and toward the distant soaring palace of the Han dynasty. Rumble. The surging providence was quickly seized by Guhai and the Han dynasty. In the blink of an eye, 60% of the Gingjin Sect's providence disappeared. Of the remaining 40%, a portion was dissipating but the majority remained. Guhai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and frowned at the providence in the sky. You refined the metal divinity, but the Gingjin Sect Master is still connected to you. You have to kill the Gingjin Sect Master to take the rest of the providence. Huang Fuchaoge explained. Guhai nodded. Although it was a pity, it was enough to take 60% of the providence. Your Majesty, the Gingjin Sect's spirit stones have all been collected. There are about 800 million superior-grade spirit stones. An elite of the Xinlu dynasty flew over. Behind him was a flying ship full of storage treasures. Only 800 million superior-grade spirit stones? So little? The Gingjin Sect was established earlier than the Xinlu dynasty, Lu Stone God said. Most of it should have been taken by Liang of Gojoseon. Guhai said. Huang Fuchaoge nodded. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. An elite of the Xinlu dynasty ran over with a shocked expression. Huh? Huang Fuchaoge was puzzled. Your Majesty, it's best if you take a look, the elite said bitterly. Everyone was puzzled and followed him to a valley. In the valley, a group of captive Gingjin sect disciples with their cultivation sealed were kneeling on the ground. There were many luxurious buildings in the valley, but there were many cages inside. Inside the cages were not beasts but peerless beauties. With a single glance there were more than 1,000 people. Some were naked and some were wearing all kinds of sexy and thin clothes. There were dog collars around their necks and there were whip scars on their bodies. As for the 1,000 imprisoned peerless beauties, they were all lying in a pool of blood. They had just died. What's going on? Huang Fuchaoge looked at a Gingjin sect disciple. These are the playthings of the sect master and the elders. They are beauties collected from all over the world. They are tamed by professionals. If the disciples perform well, they will be rewarded. A Gingjin sect disciple lowered his head. Tame? Tame them like beasts? The Gingjin sect master is really disgusting. Huang Fuchaoge rebuked angrily. Your Majesty, isn't this woman the peony fairy from my Lushan city? Isn't she the one who suppressed everyone last time? She was also captured? They're all dead? Shenlu looked at one of the cages in shock. This was collected from all over the world. Our Gingjin sect's Golden Core Realm disciples all know. The Gingjin sect disciple whispered. Killed them all? When we were breaking the formation you killed them all? Huang Fuchaoge said coldly. The Gingjin sect disciples knelt and said, We were worried that we would anger the Shenlu Emperor, so. No, Your Majesty, they wanted to destroy the entire valley. An elite of the Shenlu dynasty shouted. Continue searching. Huang Fuchaoge said coldly. The Gingjin sect disciples were anxious, but they did not dare to stop them. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. An elite of the Shenlu dynasty shouted. Huang Fuchaoge and Gu Hai quickly ran over. However, they saw a huge kitchen. In the kitchen there were corpses of beauties, but their heads were gone. They died horrible deaths. At the same time there were more than 10 special tables. Monkey head tables? Gu Hai's expression changed. This was something he had only seen on TV back on Earth. On TV, a live monkey's head would be placed on a rack. The head would be cracked open and boiling oil would be poured on it. Then the brain would be eaten while the monkey screamed. However, the ones on the rack were not monkeys but beauties. The heads of the beauties had been cracked open. It was empty. Your Majesty, I didn't eat it. I didn't eat it. It wasn't me. It was eaten by the sect leader, the elders and the others. They said that the reason why beautiful women are beautiful is because there are nutrients in their brains that promote self-recuperation. These nutrients can promote cultivation. Therefore what they eat we don't have the right to eat. Your Majesty, we didn't eat it. It's not our fault. The disciples of the Gingjin sect all knelt down and begged for mercy. The so-called playing with beauties was a lie. The truth was that they wanted to eat human brains? Huang Fuchaoge's scalp went numb. The elites of the God Foothill dynasty were horrified. The Gingjin sect was more than just a place of evil. It was a place of the devil. They almost destroyed the corpses just now. Kill all the captives, all of them. Huang Fuchaoge roared. No. The Gingjin sect captives cried out in fear. Mr. Huangfu, calm down. Gu Hai said in a low voice. How can we vent our hatred by killing them? Announcing this to the world is the most important thing. The Gingjin sect is tyrannical and the devil's den. Whoever owns it is the devil. Let's see who dares to say that the Gingjin sect is his. Let's see if Liu Yang dares to take over the 18 cities of the Gingjin sect. Gu Hai said coldly. Huang Fuchaoge glared at the Gingjin sect disciples and nodded. Boom. All of a sudden the grand formation shook violently. An expert broke the formation? The sect master of the Gingjin sect is back? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Chapter 261. Inside the 29-line Earth's formation. Boom, boom. A series of loud booms rang out, causing the formation to shake violently. Gu Hai, Huang Fuchaoge, Gaochen, Lu Rakshan, and the elites of the Shenlu dynasty stood at the entrance of the Gingjin palace and looked coldly into the distance. My formation is a maze formation on the outside and a world on the inside. It's not easy to touch it on the outside, but the impact from the outside means that the intruder has a special treasure. And it's so powerful that it shook my formation? Gu Hai's face sank. Gingjin sect master? That shouldn't be. He's only a peak nascent soul cultivator. Lu Rakshan frowned. Let's see. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai extended his hand and waved slightly. In the distance, the rolling fog dispersed, and a huge hole appeared in the formation. Rumble. A gap that looked like a canyon slowly appeared, and the sound of the formation breaking suddenly stopped. Hum. Suddenly, the formation cracked open, and the situation outside could be seen. The people outside could also see inside. It was a huge flying ship with the experts of the Gingjin sect standing on it. Ao Shun stood in the air, and behind him was a large army. Ao Shun held a long sword in his hand and looked inside coldly. Finally opened the formation? Ah. Ao Shun sneered. Through the gap in the canyon he looked inside. My Gingjin sect and the 100,000 mountains are destroyed? Chu Chen's expression changed. The Gingjin sect master was also furious. He looked up at the sky, but when he saw that there was only 30 to 40% of the providence in the sky, he was also furious. That's the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger is dead and nailed to the wall? An elder of the Gingjin sect said angrily. The saber-toothed tiger's death made everyone's eyelids twitch, including Ao Shun. One had to know that the saber-toothed tiger had the power of the Gingjin world, and it had the power to open the Sky Palace. How could it be nailed to death? Ao Shun was also opening the Sky Palace, so naturally he was very serious. Gingjin sect master's gaze was focused on Gingjin Palace. Because Gu Hai and his group were standing there looking at him coldly. Huangfu Chaoga, how ruthless! How dare you destroy my entire sect? Gingjin sect master immediately saw Huangfu Chaoga. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes were cold as she said, Sect Master Gingjin, if you didn't barge into my Xinlu dynasty, would there be today's disaster? What goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. You'll have to pay for the sins you've committed. Standing in the front, Ao Shun looked coldly at Huangfu Chaoga. In the past, Huangfu Chaoga mobilized the power of the dynasty to fight against Ao Shun outside of Xinlu City. In the end, Huangfu Chaoga actually came out on top. Ao Shun was still brooding over this matter. Now that he saw Huangfu Chaoga again, his expression was cold. He wanted to wash away his shame. Gu Hai? It's Gu Hai. He was the one who set up the formation. Chu Chen suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's gazes suddenly turned towards Gu Hai. Gingjin sect master had never seen Gu Hai before, but Ao Shun had. Back in Passion Flower Valley, even though he was favored by Luyang of Gojoseon, Ao Shun didn't care. Instead he felt cold. However, since Luyang of Gojoseon spoke, he didn't say anything. This was because back then, Gu Hai used the formation to kill thousands of flood dragons. They were all his subordinates. Later on, he found out that Gu Hai had killed dozens of sin dragons in Silver Moon Ocean. This enmity was huge. Gu Hai? His Majesty treated you sincerely and invited you into the palace, yet you treat him like this? Ao Shun said with a cold gaze. Gu Hai smiled coldly. You're talking about Emperor Luyang? Ha ha ha, that's right, treat me with sincerity, but I didn't enter the king's mansion because I didn't want to participate in his rebellion, so he sent the unborn man to kill me. My wife blocked the disaster for me and died under the orders of King Luyang. Treat me with sincerity. So you went against His Majesty at every turn, destroyed Ingzhou's fate, and forced His Majesty to establish a country? Ao Shun said coldly. Yes, forcing Luyang to establish a country was the first step. Destroying Gingjin sect was the second step. I still have a third step. Do you believe that I will cut off Emperor Luyang's wings one by one? This is only the second step, ha. Gu Hai laughed coldly. Ao Shun, Gingjin sect master, Chu Qin, and the others all gasped. It really was him. He was the one who forced Luyang to establish a country. He was the one who demoted the Great Ing Empire to an imperial dynasty. Now he was the second step to destroy Gingjin sect? Each step caused Emperor Luyang to suffer heavy losses. There was a third step. What was the third step? Mr. Mo is right. This Gu Hai is too terrifying. Chu Qin said with a sharp intake of breath. In the past, what was Gu Hai in Chu Chen's eyes? He was just a musician who could play the guqin. He was not even as good as Chu Chen. Why did Mr. Mo have such a high opinion of him? Chu Chen had always been unconvinced. But now, it was not a question of whether or not he was convinced. It was that Gu Hai's methods caused Luyang of Gojoseon to suffer heavy losses. In just 2 steps, he caused Luyang of Gojoseon to suffer heavy losses. Was there a third step? This Gu Hai can't be allowed to live. Absolutely not. Gingjin sect master said with an ugly expression. Ao Shun naturally knew how dangerous Gu Hai was. The more powerful he was, the more dangerous he would be. Since he was here today, he had to get rid of this threat for the Lord. Suddenly, countless sword chi appeared out of thin air inside the array. A black mass floated in the air. Slowly, the cloud beast of a gray-robed swordsman appeared among the thousands of swords. Duguchiobai? Gaochen's eyes suddenly lit up. Duguchiobai appeared again. You want to kill me? Come on, Ao Shun. I heard that you were the Dragon Crown Prince back then. Unfortunately, you didn't have the ability to be the Crown Prince. You were dethroned with a few tricks. You're not very powerful. If it weren't for Liang of Gojoseon outside Godly Foothill City, you would have been killed by Mr. Huangfu, right? Ah. Gu Hai stepped forward and jumped onto Duguchiobai. He controlled Duguchiobai and coldly looked at Ao Shun. Dragon Crown Prince, don't fall for his trick. He's trying to infuriate you. Gingjin Sect Master shouted. Ao Shun looked at the huge array in front of him. The interior seemed to be a world of its own. The space inside was countless times larger. You used this array to kill the saber-toothed tiger? Ao Shun asked in a deep voice. Ao Shun was very cautious. The saber-toothed tiger of Genesis Palace had died under the array. How could he not be careful? An expert of Genesis Palace is so afraid of me, a Golden Core Realm cultivator? No wonder you don't deserve to be the Dragon Crown Prince. Gu Hai continued to provoke. Golden Core Realm? Why don't you come out and watch me crush you to death? Ao Shun said coldly. Although he was angry, he could see that Gu Hai was provoking him. He suppressed his anger and glared at Gu Hai. I know you have misgivings. How about this, Crown Prince Ao Shun? Haha, Crown Prince? How about this, I'll give you a chance to escape. My array will only leave behind the array bones. How about we remove the array? Gu Hai laughed. He waved his hand. Rumble. All of a sudden, the clouds in the formation started to gather upwards, slowly forming a gigantic net. It was as if there were 29 pillars of clouds that wrapped around the 100,000 mountains of Gingjin Sect. It was like a curved chessboard with a huge hollow in the middle. It seemed that more than half of the array had been removed. Ao Shun raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Hai, who was standing on Duguchiobai. Then what are you worried about? If you lose to me, you can still escape at any time, right? There are exits everywhere. What are you worried about? I'm giving you a chance to die. Do you dare? Gu Hai sneered. Huangfu Chaoga, Gaochen, and Lu Shirshan looked at Gu Hai blankly. Can you be any more shameless? Clearly, the array had used up too many spiritual stones and you're worried that there won't be enough left. Removing the array was just to reduce the consumption. How could you make it sound so dignified? Everyone knew what Gu Hai was planning, but they wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, they looked at Ao Shun coldly. This scene was humiliating for Ao Shun. A Golden Core Realm cultivator challenged him and said that he was worried that he wouldn't be able to escape in the end. He even left an escape route for him? He's asking if you dare? Gu Hai, you can be arrogant, but there's a limit to it. If you do, you'll be courting death. Ao Shun said coldly. Then do you still dare? Gu Hai sneered. At this moment, Gu Hai was anxious too. Duguchiobai's appearance was burning money. If he delayed any longer, Duguchiobai would be gone. As expected, as soon as Gu Hai finished speaking, the enraged Ao Shun rushed into the array that was left with only the array bones left. He slashed at Gu Hai with his sword. It was so fast that it was accompanied by a dazzling sword aura. In the blink of an eye, it was going to cut Gu Hai. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Duguchiobai shouted coldly. The sword aura in the sky suddenly condensed into a super heavy sword that was 1,000 feet long. It went up to meet Duguchiobai. Boom. With a loud sound, Ao Shun's sword aura and the heavy sword shattered together. Ao Shun's figure suddenly stopped. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Ao Shun was indeed powerful. He was even more powerful than the saber-toothed tiger who had mobilized the power of the world a few days ago. The heavy sword was actually on par with him? Ao Shun's face darkened. He was actually knocked back. Was he the one who killed the saber-toothed tiger with the strength of Open Heaven Palace? Mountains, rivers, grass, and trees can all be used as swords. Duguchiobai shouted again. Boom. All of a sudden, the move used to snipe the saber-toothed tiger appeared once again. Swords of mountains and rivers rose from the ground. Swords of the earth, which looked like heavy swords made of black iron, pierced straight towards them. Boom, 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 boom. Again and again Ao Shun quickly blocked the stronger earth sword. The sword of mountains and rivers was too ferocious. The impact forced Ao Shun to retreat again and again. The long sword in his hand shook until it was numb. What? Impossible. Ao Shun was shocked as he fled in panic. This scene made Gingjin sect master, Chu Qin, and the others feel their scalps go numb. Fear grew in his heart. If the sword of mountains and rivers were to stab him, he would be dead. Dugu Qiubai was undefeatable. He was too strong. If he were to go, he would be courting death. How is this possible? What kind of formation is this? Ao Shun is the one who opened the Sky Palace. Is this how the saber-toothed tiger was killed? Gu Hai was also anxious because he felt that the spiritual stones in the formation were getting less and less. Although Ao Shun was in a mess, he was not injured. Although Gu Hai was anxious, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he sneered and said, "Why? Can't you do it? If you are scared, you can run. Run. Ah. Run. Run in front of a golden core realm?" Ao Shun could not do it. However, Dugu Qiubai's sword will was too strong. Ao Shun was worried that he would be injured by the sword of mountains and rivers if he was not careful. Roar. Ao Shun roared and turned into a purple dragon. It swung its huge body and shattered the sword of mountains and rivers around it. However, there were still a lot of thorns on the dragon's body. Roar, roar, roar. The purple dragon let out a long cry of pain. It wanted to leave the formation, but it was unwilling. How could it escape after being scolded by a golden core realm cultivator? Did it really escape? It was not the end yet. It could not escape. Gu Hai was getting more anxious. However, he still steadied himself. Dugu Qiubai said again, 9 days ago, the saber-toothed tiger was not worthy of my sword. Today you are. You are worthy? These words shocked the group of Gingjin sect disciples in the distance, causing their expressions to change. It was only now that they realized that this swordsman had a long sword in his hand that he had not drawn. Without drawing his sword, he had already forced Ao Shun into such a mess. Now he was going to draw his sword? Everyone was horrified. The power of the sword of mountains and rivers was too terrifying. Was this just a move that the swordsman did not care about? Ao Shun's expression changed drastically. He saw Dugu Qiubai slowly grab the hilt with his right hand and slowly pull out the bronze longsword. When he pulled it out, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped. It was as if the air was frozen by the sword chi. Snowflakes fell from the sky. When the long sword was pulled out, frost formed on the ground around it. A powerful sword will rushed into Ao Shun's heart. It was a kind of ice-cold chi that could destroy the world. It was aimed at his heart. Ao Shun felt the threat of death. This sword is called Tomb. Except for me, no one has seen it before because those who have seen it are all dead. Dugu Qiubai said in a deep voice. Ao Shun's scalp suddenly went numb, and his heart was filled with panic. Under that terrifying sword intent, the sky was already filled with snow, and thousands of miles around were ice cold. The mountains and rivers below were all frozen, and the temperature in the void was bone-piercing. Only a small part of the sword had been pulled out? Tomb? Those who have seen it are all dead? Gu Hai was anxious. The formation was about to run out of spirit stones. It was clearly impossible to defeat Ao Shun, so he had to take a risk. The sudden drop in temperature was not only caused by Dugu Qiubai pulling out the longsword, but also by the simulated environment of the formation. White snow fluttered in the air, and the chill was bone-piercing. When Dugu Qiubai pulled out half of the longsword, Ao Shun was already frightened by the might of the longsword. In my life I have dominated the world, but I have never been defeated. I really hope that you can be the one to defeat me. Sword to death. Before you die, you are qualified to know my name. My name is Dugu Qiubai. Dugu Qiubai said indifferently. Sword to death? Run. Gingjin sect master, who was outside the formation, shouted in fear. Not only Ao Shun, but all the experts outside also felt a boundless killing intent. Dugu Qiubai's calm words seemed to contain a destructive demonic power, causing all the experts to panic. Dugu Qiubai had the ability to do so. Just the swords of mountains and rivers were enough to make Ao Shun miserable. Now that he had not even pulled out the longsword, wouldn't it be the alarm of death? Wung. Dugu Qiubai's longsword was pulled out faster and faster. The surrounding temperature was getting colder and colder, and the sky was bright. All the swords of mountains and rivers were trembling as if they were bowing to Dugu Qiubai's longsword. The feeling of death was right in his heart. Ao Shun suddenly roared. He could not take it anymore. It was not because of the sword intent, but because the mental pressure was too great. He gave it his all. Boom. Ao Shun broke free from the swords of mountains and rivers. Whoosh. Turning into a gust of wind, Ao Shun instantly shot into the distance, fleeing in panic. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the horizon and disappeared. Shing. The sword is out of the sheath. Run. Airship faster. You are all dead. Chu Qin shouted in fear. Just when the disciples of the Gingjin sect were panicking. Boom. Dugu Qiubai and the 29-line sky formation exploded. They turned into a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. In the distance, while Ao Shun was escaping, he turned his head and saw a huge mushroom cloud in the horizon. His face changed in fright. Dugu Qiubai? Ao Shun's face revealed a trace of fear. Without turning his head, he once again shot away to report to the Emperor Liu Yang. Below the mushroom cloud. Cough, 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 cough. Master, what a huge cloud of dust. Is choking me to death. Gao Chen shouted in the cloud of dust. Gu Hai landed in front of the Gingjin Palace. 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. That's the accumulation of an entire country. You spent all of it? Lu Shirshan asked in confusion. Lu Shirshan was not the only one who was confused. The disciples of the Gingjin sect who were preparing to escape were slightly startled as they looked into the cloud of dust in front of them. Dugu Qiubai pulled out his sword and blew himself up? A disciple of the Gingjin sect said in confusion. Oh no, we were all fooled. The face of the Gingjin sect master suddenly changed. Chapter 262. The 29-line heavens formation exploded. It turned into a huge mushroom cloud. Gao Chen, Lu Stone God, Huangfu Chaoge, Gingjin sect master, and Chu Chen were all silent. Where was the arrogant Dugu Qiubai? The Dugu Qiubai who scared Ao Shun away was gone? The formation exploded and dust flew everywhere. The surroundings were in chaos. Oh no, we were all fooled. Gingjin sect master's face suddenly changed. What? Chu Chen's face changed. Such a large formation must have consumed a lot of energy, especially when condensing Dugu Qiubai. The consumption is even more terrifying. They were already at the end of their rope. If we wait a little longer, the formation will break by itself. Gingjin sect master's face changed as he roared. The Gingjin sect disciples' faces changed as they looked in the direction where Ao Shun left. At this moment, Ao Shun had long since vanished without a trace, vanishing in the distance. The strongest expert of Kaitian Palace was scared away. Huangfu Chaoge, Gu Hai, you two are very scheming. Gingjin sect master said with a ferocious expression. 3 cities army. Gingjin sect master said coldly. Here. The surrounding army of 1,000,000 roared. Take them down. None of them are allowed to leave. Gingjin sect master said coldly. Yes. The city lords replied. Gao Chen. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Master. Gao Chen was puzzled. This army of 1,000,000 can use ambush from 10 sides. I'll leave it to you. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, okay. But master, can I add my own song? I also created a battle song. Gao Chen said in anticipation. Everyone turned to look at Gao Chen in confusion. Gu Hai's face twitched slightly. He said in a deep voice, sure, but don't let our own people hear it. No problem. I'll add a sound barrier for each of you. Gao Chen said excitedly. Be careful. Gu Hai sighed. Don't worry, master. Gao Chen replied. Mr. Huangfu. Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoge. Huangfu Chaoge said with a smile, you scared Ao Shun away. What are we worried about? These are the elites of the Gingjin sect. The ones I brought are also the elites of the Xinlu dynasty. Leave the Gingjin sect master to me. Kill. The 1,000,000-strong army roared and charged over. Ding ding ding. Gao Chen reached out and plucked the strings of the zither of the void. Ambush on all sides began to play. Gingjin sect disciples, follow me to capture Huangfu Chaoge and Gu Hai. The Gingjin sect master shouted. Sect leader, leave Gu Hai to me. I can handle him. You weren't my match last time. Chu Qin said with a ferocious expression. Boom. A group of Gingjin sect experts quickly rushed over. Generals, follow me. Huangfu Chaoge shouted. Yes. The elites of the Xinlu dynasty shouted in unison. Immediately, the experts of the Xinlu dynasty pounced forward. Huangfu Chaoge charged at the Gingjin sect master. Boom. The 2 powerhouses took out their swords and clashed with each other in the air, creating 2 gigantic sword forces. Lu Stone God roared and transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall stone golem. The ground trembled with each step he took. He punched at an elder of the Gingjin sect. Boom. Although the elder of the Gingjin sect was powerful, Lu Stone God was even more ferocious. The swords and fists collided. With a loud boom, the energy swords exploded. What? Boom. The stone fist landed on the expert's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The Xunlu dynasty generals and the Gingjin sect experts clashed. Sword lights flashed and sword chi shot out in all directions. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, blurring the scene. However, the battle was extremely fierce. Under the ambush from all sides, green-robed zither cultivators appeared out of thin air and charged at the million-strong army. Thump, 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 thump. War drums sounded as the two armies clashed. Battle cries soared into the sky. Gu Hai's figure swayed and he retreated into the smoke and dust. Haha, Division Master Gu, you still want to run? Suddenly, a sneer came from behind Gu Hai. Ching. A sword stabbed toward Gu Hai's back. Suddenly, a pair of huge bone wings appeared on Gu Hai's back. With a flap of the wings, Gu Hai flew into the distance. What? Chu Chen's expression changed. Gu Hai instantly charged into the smoke and dust. Chu Chen's expression turned cold as he chased after him. In the smoke and dust, Gu Hai held the blood saber in one hand and the bone saber in the other. He looked coldly at Chu Chen, who was chasing after him. Division Master Chu, I've been waiting for you, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Oh? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. You also had a part to play in Long Xiaoye's death, right? Long Xiaoye let you enter Elite Hall because she trusted you. So you were Luyang of Gozhouzian's man from the beginning. And my wife Long Wanqing as Wanqing's subordinate, you actually disobeyed her orders and used Wanqing's name to sneak into the Passion Flower Valley. You caused Granny Wanqing's death and framed Wanqing? Gu Hai's eyes were cold. Winner takes all. Gu Hai, you are not my opponent. Last time I didn't finish. This time I will chop off your head and take it to the Emperor. Chu Chen shouted and stabbed the sword in his hand. Bam. Immediately, hundreds of sword chi arrived in front of Gu Hai. Clang, clang, clang. Gu Hai didn't care at all and faced the sword chi head-on. A layer of bone armor appeared on Gu Hai's body and blocked the sword chi. Boom. The blood saber slashed down and a ray of blood light rushed towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen blocked with his sword and retreated quickly. Your cultivation increased again? Also, what are your metal wings and armor? Chu Chen's expression changed. Boom. Gu Hai's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu Chen in an instant. He slashed with both sabers again. Boom. Chu Chen's swordsmanship was very strong. As the #1 expert of Elite Hall, his strength was naturally extraordinary. He blocked the attack immediately. Clang, clang, clang. Gu Hai's two sabers moved faster and faster. Chu Chen was able to keep up with them. However, Gu Hai's sabers were too strong, forcing Chu Chen to retreat again and again. Brr. Chu Chen roared and stabbed with his sword again. This time, Gu Hai didn't dodge and stabbed the bone saber at Chu Chen's chest. Boom. The saber and sword clashed. The energy sword slashed Gu Hai's face, producing clanging sounds. You want to stab my eyes? Gu Hai's expression sank. Just a little more. Just a little more. I don't believe that you still have your eyes and armor. Chu Chen said coldly. However, the saber and sword were wrong. Chu Chen's left arm was cut open. Just as Chu Chen was about to charge forward, black energy suddenly surged out of the bone saber and enveloped his left arm. Gagagagaga. Countless skulls quickly gnawed at Chu Chen's flesh in the black energy. What? Chu Chen's expression changed. Break! Chu Chen shouted. Surging energy rushed into his left arm. However, as more energy rushed into his left arm, the black energy became more frenzied. It couldn't stop the black energy at all. Demonic saber? The bone saber is a demonic saber? Chu Chen's expression changed. Ching. Chu Chen chopped off his left arm. His left arm flew out and was instantly devoured by the skulls in the black energy. When it fell, the black energy dissipated, leaving behind a withered arm. Chu Chen held his severed arm and leaned against a mountain wall. He looked at Gu Hai in shock. It's the bone saber. It's the bone saber. Your armor is made of bones? Did the bone saber help you modify it? Chu Chen's expression changed. He could roughly guess what happened. Gu Hai stabbed the bone saber into the ground. He looked at Chu Chen coldly and said, You guessed right. Unfortunately, it's too late. What? Chu Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Ching. Suddenly, sharp bone spikes protruded from Chu Chen's chest, glabella and dantian. What's wrong? Chu Chen was filled with despair. Apart from modifying my bones, the bone saber can also modify other materials into bones. For example, this rock. Gu Hai said coldly. The bone saber stabbed into the ground. From the bone saber to Chu Chen's back, the ground had already turned white. This strip of ground had already been modified into bones. Most of the rock Chu Chen was leaning against had also been modified into bones. Suddenly, 3 bone spikes protruded from the rock and nailed Chu Chen to the rock. Chu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, unwillingness, and despair. Gagagagaga. The surging black energy rushed towards Chu Chen. In the blink of an eye, Chu Chen was completely devoured. Clang. The token of Elite Hall's division leader Jin fell to the ground. Gu Hai pulled out his sword. The modified bones on the ground immediately disappeared. No one knew what had just happened. Only Chu Chen's withered bones remained. Gu Hai put away the twin sabers and picked up the division leader Jin token. After removing the bone armor and wings, Gu Hai changed into a new set of clothes. Then he slowly walked out of the cloud of dust as if nothing had happened. The only thing missing was Chu Chen. Kill. No. Suddenly Huangfu Chaoga's roar came from the sky, followed by Gingjin Sect Master's scream. Gingjin Sect Master's head flew out. Huangfu Chaoga was covered in blood, but her face was still ferocious. She swung her sword backward. Boom. Gingjin Sect Master's head exploded. Rumble. In the sky, the remaining karmic luck churned and surged towards Huangfu Chaoga. Sect Master is dead. Sect Master is dead. No, Sect Master. Run. Sect Master is dead. It's over, it's over. The remaining Gingjin Sect disciples immediately turned around and ran in fear. Break. The giant Lu Shirshan punched, and the Gingjin Sect's flying boat exploded. The remaining Gingjin Sect disciples fled north in panic. Not many of them were still alive. They quickly escaped into the forest. Don't chase. Huangfu Chaoga shouted. Yes. The group of God Foothill Imperial Court generals replied. Gaochen, that's enough. Stop. Gu Hai shouted. Ah, what? You just finished playing Ambush on All Sides. I haven't sung it yet. Gaochen shouted in shock. The zither music stopped, and the million-strong army was panicking. Gingjin Sect Master was dead and all the luck was gone. Were they still going to fight? What should they do? Huangfu Chaoga looked at the anxious army and said, Everyone, you are loyal to Gingjin Sect, but do you know how they treated you? There's a valley over there. You can go take a look. The soldiers had complicated expressions. The other side was clearly not going to fight, but they still had to be on guard. Under Huangfu Chaoga's guidance, some soldiers went to the brain-eating valley. After seeing it, they were all terrified. No, sister, I couldn't find you for a year. Why are you here? Where's your head? Sister, sister, no. City Lord, this is the City Lord's wife. I found her. Come, this is the City Lord's wife. Screams and screams sounded. Chapter 263. Silvermoon City, the #1 zither building on this street. This is the last Dragon Bone zither. Master Yun Mo of the Silvermoon Villa personally made it. I won't introduce it since everyone knows its value. Let's start the auction now. The starting price is 100 high-grade spirit stones. An auctioneer shouted. I bid 100 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 200. I bid 250. I bid 800 high-grade spirit stones. All right, congratulations to the buyer. 800 high-grade spirit stones and the last Dragon Bone zither belongs to you. The auctioneer laughed. The auction ended. In a pavilion upstairs, Sima Changkong and Shangguan Hen sat together. They looked at the auction below. Thank you, Lord Sima, for your cooperation. I, the Emperor, thank you. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Sima Changkong frowned and looked down. I just did a little and didn't do anything. During this time, I have been auctioning these dragon bones. What does Gu Hai want to do? The Emperor has a purpose for sending a letter here. Shangguan Hen shook his head and didn't explain. Sima Changkong still frowned. These dragon bone instruments belong to the dragons who guarded the Silvermoon Sea in the past. They are also the subordinates of the Luyang of Gojoseon. Using the dragon bones to make instruments is an insult to the dragons under the Luyang of Gojoseon. Is Gu Hai trying to anger the dragons? Gu Hai is playing with fire. Can he deal with such a risky move? Moreover, even if Gu Hai can hide, what about the Han dynasty on the 9-5 Island? How can they hide? The Emperor has his own plans. Shangguan Hen shook his head and didn't explain. Gingjin Sect headquarters, 100,000 mountains. The Gingjin Sect was almost wiped out. There were only a few people who escaped and couldn't do much. Under Huangfu Chaoga's guidance, the million-strong army immediately saw the scene of the demons Denver. Some of the Gingjin sect's disciples who had been subdued earlier confirmed everything. Kill them, these devils, kill them. Gingjin sect, why would my city pledge allegiance to this group of demons? City lord, my sister died a horrible death. The million-strong army was filled with righteous indignation. This horrifying scene had long overturned all recognition of the Gingjin sect. The former sanctimonious Gingjin sect master was actually a demon that ate human brains. Pass down my order. Hunt down the remaining disciples of the Gingjin sect. Regardless of whether they are alive or dead, they will be heavily rewarded. Secondly, spread the news of the evil deeds of this place to every city. Let the people around know about the devil's actions. A city lord immediately shouted. From now on, my city has nothing to do with the Gingjin sect. There was no need for Huangfu Chaoga to change the minds of these people. Mr. Huangfu, the Gingjin sect has been destroyed. If you have the ability, you should take the 18 cities they controlled as soon as possible. Otherwise there will be other forces coming soon. Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoga. That's true. I have to thank Mr. Good this time? Huangfu Chaoga nodded. No need to thank me. They are the minions of Emperor Liu Yang. They all have to die. Your identity has been exposed, so it's best to return to the capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. You're not going back with me? Huangfu Chaoga frowned and looked at Gu Hai. I said before that forcing Liu Yang of Gojoseon to establish a country is the first step. Destroying the Gingjin sect is the second step. Following that is the third step. I can't stop for even a moment. This time Ao Shun was scared away, so I have more confidence in the third step. Therefore, I have to make arrangements immediately. Huangfu Chaoga sighed slightly and nodded. I will take half of the spiritual stones from the Gingjin sect to transfer to the godly Foothill dynasty. You can keep the other half. Giving half of the 800 million superior grade spirit stones to Gu Hai? At this moment, no one could find fault with this. The Han dynasty and the godly Foothill dynasty worked together to destroy the Gingjin sect. Gu Hai would provide the troops and Huangfu Chaoga would provide the funds. Neither could be left out. In that case, many thanks. Gu Hai nodded, not rejecting. Whoosh. Just at this moment, a beam of light shot over from the distance. A flying ship instantly arrived. Everyone's expression changed, but they soon calmed down. The person who came was none other than Venerable Lun Yen. I went to Godly Foothill City, but you were not there. I knew you would be here, Venerable Lun Yen said with a sigh. Venerable Lun Yen turned his head and looked at the 100,000 great peaks in ruins. Then he took a deep breath and looked at Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoga in shock. You are very capable. The Gingjin sect was destroyed just like that? Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed in shock. It was extremely dangerous. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Venerable, were you alone? Huangfu Chaoga asked, feeling curious. Venerable Lun Yen nodded and said, Gu Hai, this is His Holiness's imperial edict for you. Accept it? Venerable Lun Yen took out an imperial edict and looked at Gu Hai. However, at this moment, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Shaking his head, he said, Many thanks, Venerable. I'd better not accept it. Gu Hai, His Holiness is conferring you the position of Elite Hall's new hall master, Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling confused. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Back then, I did not join Elite Hall for the position of an official in the Deqin dynasty. Now, it is even more so. Elite Hall's hall master? Never mind. I have my own Han dynasty. There is no need for me to become an official in the Deqin dynasty. Back then, I joined Elite Hall only to repay a favor. Back then, Wan Qing helped me reach the innate realm. I joined Elite Hall to thank her. Now that Wan Qing is no longer around, I no longer have any intention of joining Elite Hall. Venerable Lun Yen felt slightly stunned. Then he sighed softly and said, Mr. Good, you are lucky to have met Wan Qing. Isn't Wan Qing lucky to have met you as well? However, it is best that you accept this imperial edict. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Venerable Lun Yen. You should know about Elite Hall and the Divine Strategy Battalion from back then. They are not officially part of the Qian Heavenly Dynasty. Instead, they are part of the Foreign Affairs Department, Venerable Lun Yen explained. What's wrong with the Foreign Affairs Department? The Foreign Affairs Department is not restricted by the Imperial Court. They can come and go as they please. They only need to handle some of His Holiness's special affairs. When they are outside, they can do their own things. For example, your establishment of a nation is not unheard of in the Foreign Affairs Department. That Shinji Battalion Commander, Li Shinji, might be a member of the Foreign Affairs Department, but he established his own sect. Did you know that? Venerable Lun Yen asked. The Foreign Affairs Department is not restricted? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That's right. In other words, it is just like how a guest elder is just an external member. He is only responsible for His Holiness's missions. That is the case for elite hall masters. Being elite hall masters will not affect your Han dynasty. On the contrary, sometimes using elite hall masters can help the Han dynasty become stronger, Venerable Lun Yen explained. Gu Hai frowned slightly. After some silence, he finally shook his head and said, "There's no need. I know that there are benefits. However, since I am establishing a nation, it is not good to always rely on external help. A nation needs to be strong and independent." Huang Fuchaoge looked at Gu Hai in shock. Huang Fuchaoge was also the ruler of a nation. Naturally, she knew how difficult it was to manage a nation. If it were her, she might not be able to resist this temptation. However, Gu Hai, Mr. Good, I think you had best accept it. Venerable Lun Yen sighed softly. After all, this is Wan Qing and her daughter's business. If you do not manage Elite Hall, it will end up in the hands of others. Do you want others to manage Wan Qing and her daughter's Elite Hall? Venerable Lun Yen advised. Secondly, you promised Wan Qing that you would take care of her younger sister, Long Wanyu. You do not have Elite Hall status. You have difficulty even meeting her. How are you going to protect her? Gu Hai frowned and pondered this. After a long silence, Gu Hai nodded and said, "All right then. I'll temporarily take over the position of Elite Hall Master." Gu Hai received the Imperial Edict. Venerable Lun Yen took out a purple authority token and said, "Wan Qing's Elite Hall Master authority token was destroyed. His Holiness gave her another one. This is the Elite Hall Master authority token. It is not the same as a marquee." Gu Hai gently received it. Boom. Suddenly, a golden energy appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Gu Hai. This is providence? What vast providence? Gu Hai's expression changed. This amount of providence was actually more than half of the providence that Shaoqin obtained from the Jiangmetal sect. The providence circulated in Gu Hai's body and immediately poured into the purple Elite Hall authority token. With the authority token by Shaoqin's side, he could transfer this portion of providence at any time. Originally, Wan Qing was prepared to bring you to the capital and hand the invitation letter to His Holiness for him to read. Then, His Holiness would seal it before bestowing you with providence. However, this time His Holiness personally issued an imperial edict to you, eliminating this process. This is the providence of an Elite Hall Master. Every 10 years a batch is bestowed. This is the first batch, Venerable Lun Yen explained. Gu Hai looked at the authority token. It had the words Rank 1 on the front and Gu Hai on the back. It was very similar to the Water Division Master authority token. It came with a small space just 10 times larger than the Water Division Master authority token. A large portion of providence was hidden in this small space and could be transferred at any time. Gu Hai nodded. By the way, Gu Hai, perhaps you should be more careful. Long Wanyu is not very friendly to you. She might think that you caused Wan Qing's death. You have to be careful, Venerable Lun Yen said with a bitter smile. Long Wanyu? Where is she now? Gu Hai asked, feeling bewildered. Her? His Holiness did not allow her to come out, but she kept making a fuss. In the end, His Holiness had no choice but to send people to protect her. He only sent her to the Jianghu of Silla's camp to be protected by the Jianghu of Silla. She is rather safe now. After issuing the imperial edict, I will immediately return to take care of her, Venerable Lun Yen said with a bitter smile. Venerable, I will have to trouble you to take care of Long Wanyu, Gu Hai said solemnly. I will. By the way, where are Mu Qinfeng and those tree men? Venerable Lun Yen asked, feeling puzzled. Mu Qinfeng? I sent her to do something. This time, whether we can kill Ao Shun or not will depend on Mu Qinfeng's results, Gu Hai said seriously. At the side, Huang Fuchaoge raised her eyebrows slightly and said, The third step? Your third step is to kill Ao Shun? Ao Shun is an expert of the Heavenly Palace. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as well. I know. Alright, I have to take my leave as well. Speed is important in war. We cannot delay. Gu Hai shook his head and said goodbye to everyone. After exchanging a few more words, Huang Fuchaoge assigned 3 subordinates to Gu Hai. Then, Gu Hai steered the White Cloud flying ship, carrying 400 million superior-grade spirit stones and a large number of Jiangmetal sect secret manuals to the northeast. Chapter 264. Ding Dynasty. Yingdu. There was a large lake outside Yingdu. A large number of Wuxia flood dragons and a group of Sin dragons resided at the mouth of the lake. Clearly this was the habitat of the Ding Dynasty's dragon army. On the shore of the lake, red-crowned crane carriages were filled with large boxes. The red-crowned cranes looked at the surrounding dragons and held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. At the front was a man in official robes, quietly waiting. All around, the dragons cast doubtful gazes at him. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud sound from the lake. A large amount of lake water exploded, and a huge dragon head emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was the Sin dragon Fong, the first dragon that Gu Hai and Long Wanqing encountered when they arrived at the front line. He was also the giant dragon that commanded the formation outside the Passion Flower Valley. He was also the uncle of the leader of the dragons, Ghost Face, that Gu Hai killed in the Silver Moon Sea. Lord Jiang, why are you here at my camp? Did the emperor ask you to come? Fong looked at the official in front of him coldly. Lord Jiang smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I came by myself. My position is low, so I can't speak in front of your majesty. Last time, after the court meeting, I overheard General Fong talking to someone else. He mentioned the bones of the dragons in the Silver Moon Sea. I put some effort into it and gained something. I specially spent some effort to obtain some items and gave them to Senior Fong. The emperor doesn't like them, but I think they will be of some use to you. I don't ask for much. If there is a chance in the future, please put in a good word for me in front of the emperor. Lord Jiang said with a smile. What is it? Fong frowned. Lord Jiang looked around, obviously not wanting to expose himself here. Whoosh! Fong suddenly turned into his human form, a one-eyed middle-aged man. Let's go to my mansion. The one-eyed Fong said in a deep voice. Lord Jiang nodded. Under the puzzled gazes of the dragons, he went to a mansion not far away. In the large courtyard of the mansion, he opened the boxes and placed musical instruments made of dragon bones. Fong's eyelids twitched wildly. This is my poor nephew's? Ghost Face's bones? Fong's expression changed. He slowly picked up a guqin. He gently stroked the guqin and suddenly saw a line of small words on one of the corners. Dahan Gu Hai killed in the Silver Moon Sea Dragon Sound Guqin. Seeing this line of small words, Fong's eyelids twitched wildly. Gu Hai, I should have killed you back then, I should have killed you, roar? Fong roared. Although he already knew that it was Gu Hai, he was even more furious when he saw the corpse. General Fong, all the dragon bones in the Silver Moon Sea have been made into musical instruments. I heard that more than 1,000 sets of dragon bone musical instruments have been made, and they are selling very well. I only bought a part of them. Lord Jiang sighed slightly. Gu Hai, that coward. If I see him again, I'll definitely tear him to shreds. Kill my nephew? This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Fong revealed a sinister expression as he said. There's something I shouldn't say. Gu Hai killed your relatives, but you can also kill Gu Hai's relatives, right? Official Zhang said in a low voice. Fong's pupils suddenly shrank. He lowered his head and looked at the small words on the guqin. Dahan? On Dynasty? Yes, his son is there and his officials are there. The monk can run away but the temple can't. Thousand Islands C95 Island? Fong suddenly revealed a sinister expression. But now that we're in the war preparation stage, no military force is allowed to leave Yingdu without the emperor's permission. Official Zhang said worriedly. Fong's expression turned ugly. Official Zhang muttered to himself, but if the crown grandson leaves, it should be fine. The emperor dotes on him so much. However, General, you must not ask the crown grandson to leave with you. Young Masterin? Luan? The crown grandson? Fong's expression suddenly turned joyful. General, what are you doing? Official Zhang's expression changed. Okay, I know. That's right. As long as I bring the crown grandson, the crown prince won't blame me. I'm protecting the crown grandson. Fong's expression turned cold. Don't, General. If you're discovered, I won't be able to escape the blame. I'm only here to deliver the dragon bones. I didn't. Official Zhang had an anxious expression. Okay, I won't mention you. Go do your thing. If there's a chance in the future, I'll mention you in front of the emperor. Fong said in a deep voice. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Official Zhang said excitedly. Official Zhang walked out of Fong's residence excitedly. Fong revealed a trace of disdain. A small, insignificant official wants to bribe me? Official Zhang happily drove the red-crowned crane carriage away. His joyful expression lasted until he left the line of sight of the dragons. Then, his expression suddenly turned solemn and he let out a long sigh. He turned his head and looked toward the south. Your Majesty, is my Xinlu dynasty doing well? I'm treading on thin ice in the Daing dynasty. This time I hope I can succeed. I hope my Xinlu dynasty will always be peaceful. Official Zhang sighed slightly. In capital, Emperor Liu Yang's study. Mo Yike and a group of strategists stood on both sides and looked at Ao Shun in the center. The Gingjin sect was destroyed. Guhai set up a formation in Duguqiubai? Emperor Liu Yang said in a deep voice. That's right. That Duguqiubai is too strong. I can't beat him. Ao Shun said bitterly. Mo Yike frowned slightly and looked at Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun, can you repeat what happened? Ao Shun looked at Mo Yike in confusion, but he still repeated everything. Mo Yike frowned slightly and was silent for a while. Then he said bitterly, Crown Prince Ao Shun, you might have been tricked. What trick? Ao Shun frowned. Guhai is tricking you. Mo Yike shook his head and sighed. Impossible. I can feel Duguqiubai's strength. Moreover, Kai Tian Palace's saber-toothed tiger died at his hands. Ao Shun shook his head. Think about it carefully. Was your fear because of Duguqiubai's strength or because of what Guhai said? Mo Yike said in a deep voice. That's what Duguqiubai said. Ao Shun frowned. Isn't Duguqiubai controlled by Guhai? He said whatever Guhai told him to say. If Guhai could kill you in an instant, why would Guhai waste so much time talking? If he could kill you in one strike, why would he waste so much time talking? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Ao Shun's expression stiffened. Guhai has already mentally suppressed you. You fell for his trick because you were afraid. Mo Yike shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid? Mr. Mo, are you saying I'm afraid? Why would I be afraid? I just don't want to fight a meaningless battle. Duguqiubai is so powerful. Ao Shun said stubbornly. Fine. If you're not afraid, then you've already seen Huangfu Chaoga. Even if you want to avoid Duguqiubai, why go back to the capital? Why don't you go directly to Huangfu Chaoga's capital? Can't you break into Lushan City without Huangfu Chaoga? Once you break into Lushan City, won't the Lushan dynasty be destroyed? Mo Yike said calmly. Huh. Ao Shun's expression stiffened. Alright Ao Shun. Mr. Mo isn't wrong. Fear is fear. Otherwise, how can you not understand such a simple logic? Why did you run back in panic? Liu Yang said in a low voice. Ao Shun's face twitched. Even if I'm afraid that Duguqiubai is indeed powerful, Ao Shun said stubbornly. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and didn't explain further. The strategist didn't say anything. Ao Shun looked at them and felt irritated. He had lost a lot of face this time. After a moment of silence, Ao Shun said, Your Majesty, that Guhai has already caused us great losses twice. It seems that there will be a third time. Guhai is too dangerous, but we can't find him. However, he has the Han dynasty. I'll destroy the Han dynasty and capture all his subordinates and sons. Let's see if he still won't come out. No. Mo Yike immediately shouted. Ao Shun frowned and looked at Mo Yike. Prince Ao Shun, now that the Jianghu of Silla has gathered troops in Yongzhou, they have already started to contact our army at the border. Now, every fighting force of the Daing dynasty is extremely important. You have the strength of Kaitian Palace, you can't just walk around casually. The war will start at any moment. Mo Yike shook his head. But Ao Shun frowned. Alright, listen to Mr. Mo. Ao Shun, reorganize the army. I need you to help by my side. Liu Yang ordered. Ao Shun frowned and sighed slightly. Ao Shun returned to his residence gloomily. 3 days later. Lord Zhang, who had sent the Guqin to Fang not long ago, quietly came to Ao Shun's residence. Lord Zhang, what are you doing here? Ao Shun frowned and looked at Lord Zhang, who had suddenly appeared. Lord Zhang had some ability but only a little. In the Daing dynasty he was ranked at the bottom of the hierarchy. Why did an insignificant official come to his residence in the middle of the night? Prince Ao Shun, please forgive me for coming uninvited. I am now in charge of the daily life of the Crown Prince and his descendants. Although I am at the bottom of the hierarchy, I have some records of the daily lives of the Crown Prince and his descendants. Just 2 days ago, the Crown Prince and his people left the city without informing anyone. This is a sensitive time and the Crown Prince is missing, but... Lord Zhang said bitterly. Why are you here when the Crown Prince is missing? Ao Shun said in a low voice. The leader of the dragon tribe and a group of alternative dragons left the city with the Crown Prince. This time. Lord Jiang smiled bitterly. Ridiculous. The war is imminent, and the emperor has already ordered that no general above the Golden Core realm can leave the capital without permission. How can my subordinates leave? Ao Shun said coldly. Lord Jiang smiled bitterly and bowed again and again. In the end he left Ao Shun's residence helplessly. Ao Shun went to the gathering place of the dragon tribe in confusion. Prince, the leader of Fang left 2 days ago with 10 giant dragons, 100 flood dragons and 100 Baxia. A red dragon said softly. I mean, where did they go? Ao Shun said coldly. They seem to have gone to the Thousand Islands Sea and 9-5 Island to capture Gu Hai's son. The red dragon said softly. Bastard, bastard. Ao Shun's expression changed. On a flying boat to the east of Ying province. Fang and Luan stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance with cold eyes. Fang, you're right. Haha, let's see if Gu Hai will come out after we capture Gu Hai's son. We'll be doing grandfather a service. If Gu Hai? Ah. Luan laughed excitedly. Fang turned his head to look behind him and nodded with a long sigh. Ying province. Ao Shun immediately ordered a lockdown. Fang led the dragon tribe immediately to prevent the emperor from finding out. Otherwise it would be a dereliction of duty. Fang and the dragon tribe would also be sentenced to death. Fang, you bastards, how dare you disobey my orders? I'll skin you alive when you come back. Ao Shun was sulking in his residence alone. Prince Ao Shun, the emperor is waiting in the upper study, an official came to report. Ao Shun suppressed the anger in his heart and went to the upper study. In the upper study, Mo Yike and a group of strategists were still standing there quietly. However, there were a few more people now. They were the 3 elders who escaped from the Gingjin sect. What happened to the Gingjin sect? Ao Shun was slightly stunned. The 3 elders were slightly bitter. No one spoke for a while. There was a moment of silence in the study. Everyone looked at Ao Shun. What happened? Tell me. Ao Shun said coldly. Only then did the 3 elders obediently repeat what had happened that day. You're saying that Gu Hai tricked me? Impossible, then Duguchio Bai. Ao Shun's expression changed drastically. It was embarrassing enough that he was scared away. Running away at the last minute was as timid as a mouse. However, the news that he received today was that Gu Hai tricked him. What was insulting was not his courage but his intelligence. Ao Shun felt his head explode. He was about to explode in anger. Never mind. This Gu Hai is a genius. We underestimated him too much back then. Liang of Gojoseon sighed softly. Your Majesty, please let me lead the army to 9-5 Island. I want to uproot the Han dynasty. Ao Shun said with a ferocious expression. Never mind. Ao Shun will deal with Gu Hai in the future. Right now, our greatest enemy is the Jianghu of Silla. Mo Yike sighed softly. No, Your Majesty. I can't take this lying down. I will go as fast as I can and return as fast as I can to fight the Jianghu of Silla. It's not like I can't do it in the short term. Your Majesty, let me go. Ao Shun said resolutely. Not only was he doing this to avenge his previous humiliation, but he was also doing this for the Fang King and the others. The Fang King and the others had committed a great taboo. Only by bringing the dragons with him could he erase their guilt. Emperor Liang of Gojoseon looked at Ao Shun with a frown. Your Majesty, although that Gu Hai is alone, he has done 2 things. Both of them are greater threats than the Jianghu of Silla. I will go and capture his son and subordinates. This can be considered to be restraining Gu Hai. Although I might not be able to capture Gu Hai, at least I can make him hesitate. When Your Majesty deals with the Jianghu of Silla, at the very least, Gu Hai won't cause trouble. Otherwise, if he does, it will be. Ao Shun said solemnly. Mo Yike frowned in deep thought. Emperor Liang of Gojoseon looked at Mo Yike. When he saw that Mo Yike had not made a decision yet, he remained silent for a while before nodding. That's fine. Go quickly and return quickly. Deal with him in one go. Yes. Ao Shun acknowledged, brimming with fighting spirit. Ao Shun walked out of the study and headed for the military camp. Then he led the dragons on a flying ship and headed for 9-5 Island. In the study, Mo Yike frowned in deep thought. However, he could not figure out what was wrong. Then, 3 days later, Lord Jiang mysteriously disappeared. Your Majesty, we do not know where Lord Jiang went either. We are currently searching everywhere. An official reported respectfully. Is there a spy in the city? However, what's the point of capturing him? Emperor Liang of Gojoseon showed some doubt. That Lord Jiang is dispensable. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. This Lord Zhang's words carry little weight. Is he dispensable? Man. Investigate Lord Zhang's recent whereabouts. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Not long after, the matter of Lord Zhang meeting Fang and Ao Shun during this period of time was completely exposed. Oh no. Oh no. Lord Zhang is the spy. Your Majesty, Crown Prince Ao Shun is in danger. This is Gu Hai's scheme. Mo Yike's expression changed. Chapter 265. Silver Moon City. City Lord's Residence. Milord, His Highness is already urging you to head to the front lines immediately. The battle with the traitor Liu Yang will begin at any moment. A general said respectfully to Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong stood on the floating island and looked at the sea to the northeast with narrowed eyes. He remained silent for a while. Milord, that general urged again. However, Sima Changkong suddenly smiled faintly and shook his head. Huh. The general felt confused. What's the point of a battle at the front lines? Go and report to His Highness. Just say that I want to go and watch Gu Hai slay dragons. Sima Changkong smiled. Ah. The general felt stunned. Ao Shun? The former dragon race crown prince. The expert of Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai is just a golden core realm cultivator? Just a golden core realm cultivator? How can His Highness deal with him? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Ah. It will be very interesting, very interesting. Sima Changkong's eyes shone with excitement. However, His Highness is urging. That general said bitterly. Don't worry. His Highness will not blame me. Slaying dragons as a golden core realm cultivator with the weakest dynasty strength? Furthermore, this time, Ao Shun is bringing a large dragon race army over. What is Gu Hai going to do? Go and report back. I definitely cannot miss this opportunity. Go on then. Sima Changkong said excitedly. But, don't worry. Just relay my message. His Highness will not blame you. I won't talk to you anymore. I am going to 9-5 Island immediately. Ah. Defeating the strong as the weak? No, this is not just the weak. What is Gu Hai going to do? Sima Changkong said excitedly. After leaving the general behind, Sima Changkong called out to his subordinates. Then he steered the flying ship out of Silver Moon City. He headed for the distant 9-5 Island. Da Ing Dynasty, Ing Capital, Upper Study, Dragon Bone Musical Instruments? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't anyone tell me? Mo Yike glared angrily. Sir, we just received the news so it didn't attract any attention. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would take advantage of this loophole? A strategist smiled bitterly. Take advantage of loopholes? Ha, taking advantage of a loophole? Do you really think it's a loophole? Was this Gu Hai's plan all along? Before Gu Hai went to the Gingjin sect, he had already arranged for someone to go to Silver Moon City and get the cooperation of the Zither Tower. Otherwise, the timing wouldn't be so accurate. Mo Yike said with an ugly expression. It couldn't be, right? Gu Hai wouldn't have. Let Huangfu Chaoga spy see Fang first and arouse Fang's desire for revenge. Make use of the Crown Prince's hatred for Gu Hai to pacify Fang's misgivings? Leading a group of dragons out of the camp without permission. His Majesty has already decreed that this is a capital offense, no matter who it is. Then he let Ao Shun know in advance. With Ao Shun protecting his own dragon, he would definitely do his best to hide it. However, paper cannot wrap fire. The best way to hide it is to make it seem legitimate. Furthermore, Gu Hai's frequent actions are a disaster. If the Gingjin sect is destroyed, many people will definitely request to destroy the Han dynasty. At that time, Ao Shun will definitely be the first to ask for help. Gu Hai planned well. Furthermore, he did not consider that the one going to the Gingjin sect would be Ao Shun. Ao Shun was intimidated by Gu Hai this time, feeling exceptionally embarrassed and angry. Naturally, he would be even more eager to volunteer. Everything was just to force Ao Shun to lead the dragon race army to 9-5 Island? Mo Yike showed a sullen expression. Gasp. That can't be right? The strategist said with unsightly expressions. Who would have thought that Gu Hai planned so deeply? Ao Shun is in danger? Emperor Liang's expression sank. Mo Yike said bitterly, most importantly, His Majesty is about to start a war with Takeshi Ryushin. Right now, he cannot send anyone to 9-5 Island to provide reinforcements. Furthermore, Ao Shun has already been gone for 3 days. Gu Hai. Liang of Gojoseon showed a sullen expression. Mr. Mo, You said that Gu Hai laid an ambush on 9-5 Island and waited for Crown Prince Ao Shun to fall for it? However, Crown Prince Ao Shun's army is very strong. This time he brought 1,000 Dragon Race and 3,000 Flood Dragon Race. How can Gu Hai fight with Ao Shun? A strategist asked with a frown. For now I am not sure. Mo Yike said bitterly. Could it be that Daqianxing sent an expert? A strategist asked out of curiosity. If Daqianxing sent an expert, Ao Shun would indeed be in danger. Mo Yike shook his head and said, it can't be the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's people. What? Daqianxing sent Takashi Ryushin to lead the army this time. This already explains everything. Although His Highness rebelled, he would not use his full power to deal with His Highness. He would only leave it to Takashi Ryushin. Among the Deqian's outstanding talents, only Takashi Ryushin will be there. No one else. Mo Yike said with certainty. Why would he be so nice? Emperor Luyang took a deep breath. Because he wants to show the magnanimity of a sage. At least on the surface he would not send anyone else. Many people in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty are watching. Your Majesty, in the past, you were a meritorious official of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. You helped Daqianxing obtain the world. If you did not rebel, no matter how lawless you were, he would not do anything to you. Now he is showing the magnanimity of a sage to all his subjects. Mo Yike explained. Lu Yang snorted coldly. Clearly he disdained Daqianxing's magnanimity. Then what should we do now? A strategist asked worriedly. Mo Yike sighed slightly and said, we have already left for 3 days. Everything is too late. We can only hope that Ao Shun can avert the danger. Sigh but what? Emperor Lu Yang asked. Ao Shun's mental fortitude is still lacking. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. What do you mean? A strategist asked in confusion. In the past he was the Dragon Crown Prince, the heir apparent of the dragon race. But in the end he was forced to become a sinner? He was even stripped of his position as the dragon race's crown prince? What does this mean? The current Dragon Crown Prince is a person with outstanding means. Ao Shun was the heir apparent in the past. Moreover, the dragon race's supremacy does not care about worldly affairs. He was the only dragon in the dragon race. Without a supremacy he was the strongest. But even so, he was forced to become a sinner and stripped of his position as the crown prince. Sigh. Mo Yike said bitterly. Does this mean that his mental fortitude is not enough? Say, an emperor was forced by his subjects to be stripped of his throne and reduced to a sinner. What do you think of the emperor's mental fortitude? Mo Yike explained. Also, not long ago, Gu Hai used to spend ritual array Dugu Chiobai to scare away Ao Shun. He was scared away. Would his mental fortitude be strong? Mo Yike said bitterly. But he is very strong, a strategist said with a frown. Indeed he is very strong. I hope that he can suppress 9-5 Island. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. 1,000 Islands Sea 9-5 Island. The white cloud flying ship landed in the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall. Guqin led all the civil and military officials to stand respectfully. Greetings, His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The officials bowed respectfully. Guqin showed excitement in his eyes. The officials also showed joy on their faces. His Majesty returned. This was a major matter. His Majesty had been gone for more than half a year. As Gu Hai stood on the flying ship, he looked at the luck above the Soaring Palace Hall and revealed a rare smile. At the side, Gaochen looked around curiously. You may rise. Gu Hai said indifferently. Thank you, Your Majesty, the official said excitedly. The flying boat was filled with storage equipment. Qin Tianshan, arranged for people to deal with the spirit stones and manuals on the flying ship. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Tianshan answered. Gao Xianji, bring Gaochen around. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji said with a smile. You are Gao Xianji? Master said that he would bring you to the divine continent next time. Bring me around. I will sing you a song later. Gaochen jumped over excitedly. All right. Gao Xianji said with a faint smile. Gu Hai slowly stepped off the flying ship. Then he looked at the officials before him. My beloved officials, I just returned and am somewhat tired. You can all return first. See you in the morning court session tomorrow. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials said respectfully. Gu Hai made some arrangements before heading to a large, cloudy ritual array in the palace with Guqin. Imperial Father, the news you sent back then was correct. Yesterday, a group of dragons, a Wuxia dragon, a flood dragon, and a noble young master arrived. I informed Senior Miao Chen and set up a ritual array to capture them. It seems that one of the one-eyed dragons nearly escaped. If not for Senior Miao Chen and my ritual array, he would have escaped. Gu Qin said excitedly. One-eyed dragon? That is the Fong. Noble young master? Ah, it is Luan, right? Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. Oh, that is the grandson of Liang of Gojosian? Gu Qin's expression changed. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that I am not too late. Ao Shun will be here in a few days. Ao Shun will be here in a few days? Gu Qin raised his eyebrows. By the way, is Mu Qinfeng here? Gu Hai asked. He arrived 3 days ago. I have already made arrangements. There is also a group of Traians. Gu Qin thought for a moment and said, Mu Qinfeng is back? That means that he has done what I asked him to do. Ah, now we're just waiting for Ao Shun. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Gu Hai and the other two slowly stepped into a large cloudy ritual array in the palace. The ritual array had a soundproof effect. The outside world could not hear anything inside. None of you can escape. His Majesty will take revenge for us. Miao Qin, how dare you set up a ritual array to harm me? When the Crown Prince arrives, he will exterminate your entire clan. A roar came from inside. Chains pierced through the bodies of 100 flood dragons, 100 Baxias, 10 dragons and the Fong. They could not move as they roared. Not far away, Luan's cultivation was sealed. He was tied to a stone pillar, showing a horrified expression. The Han Dynasty's guards stood in the surroundings. At this moment, the group of guards felt their scalps go numb. These are dragons. When did my Han Dynasty capture so many dragons and Baxias? Montez, Miao Qin, and a few Xuanwu stood nearby, watching coldly. When Gu Hai's group entered the ritual array, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gu Hai? The Fong roared, glaring. Montez's eyes also lit up when he saw Gu Hai. This subject, Montez, greets your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The group of guards said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Senior Miao Qin, thank you for your hard work this time. Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Miao Qin. Miao Qin was an elder of the Xuanwu race. Back then, Shangguanhen had subdued him and brought his entire race to the seabed near 95 Island. Gu Hai, you finally returned. I only helped you capture the Fong at best. I heard that the Crown Prince said that you wanted to lure Ao Shun over? Ao Shun, I am not a match for him. Miao Qin said bitterly. It's fine. Ao Shun? I have a way to deal with him. You don't have to worry. There is no need for you to make a move, Gu Hai said with a smile. Miao Qin felt slightly stunned. Chapter 266. Miao Qin looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Do you know how strong Ao Shun is? Senior Miao Qin, now is not the time to talk about this. I'll tell you in detail later. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Miao Qin. All right. Miao Qin nodded. Gu Hai and Gu Qin stepped forward. They slowly walked over to the group of subdued dragons and flood dragons. 100 flood dragons, 100 Baxias, 10 huge dragons and 1 Fong? Right, there is also young Masterin. Are we really meet again? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Gu Hai, what do you want? My grandfather is the master of the Daing dynasty. Let me go. Young Masterin said with a trace of fear. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile and said, Young Masterin, do you think that I fear Emperor Liu Yang? Young Master An's expression froze. He knew that Gu Hai was the one who disrupted his grandfather's countless plans. Daing dynasty? Do you know that Daqianxing wants to see your grandfather rebel the most? He wants to see your grandfather establish a nation. Gu Hai guffawed. What? Daqianxing wants my grandfather to rebel? What? Young Master An's expression changed. If he does not rebel, how can he have an excuse to kill Liu Yang? It is time to take back Ying province. Gu Hai said indifferently. What do you mean? Daqianxing would have already. Young Master An's expression changed. I'll spare your dog life. The Daing dynasty will be destroyed soon. When Liu Yang's most trusted person works with the Jianghu of Silla to subdue Ying province, let's see what else you, the noble young master, can rely on. Ah! Gu Hai guffawed. There is a spy by my grandfather's side? The most trusted person? Young Master An's expression changed drastically. Don't you think it's a coincidence that you met my ambush as soon as you arrived? Gu Hai smiled. Spy. Did the spy inform you? Young Master An's expression changed. Crown grandson, don't listen to Gu Hai's nonsense. He is lying to you. Soon the emperor will send people to save us. The crown prince will also come to save us. Fang roared from not far away. Luan was slightly stunned, not knowing who to believe. However, Gu Hai turned his head to look at the dragons and revealed a cold smile. Crown Prince? Was the Dragon Prince Ao Shun? That was already a thing of the past. The current Crown Prince was called Ao Sheng. Are you expecting Ao Shun to save you? Ah, what a pity, Fang, you believe in your own strength too much. You want to destroy my Dahan with these dragons and drakes? Gu Hai, don't be smug. You will cry in due time. Fang said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai looked at Fang coldly, then looked at the dragons and said, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Now I will give you a chance. Either you submit to me or die. The dragons stared at Gu Hai in shock. Ah, you must be dreaming. Submit? We will submit to you? Gu Hai, you must be dreaming. Fang will not submit to a weakling like you even if I die. Fang roared with mockery. Gu Hai smiled and said, All right, you are not willing. Montes, kill him. Yes. Montes stepped into the sky. What are you doing? Roar. Fang roared at Montes in shock. Montes was also sweating profusely. Montes was at the 2 nascent soul realm, but Fang was at the peak of the 5 nascent soul realm. The difference was huge. However, Fang was trapped and couldn't move. Montes gritted his teeth. He slashed with the long sword in his hand. Boom. With a slash, Fang's dragon head flew out. Bang. Blood spurted out. Blood splattered on Montes' face. Montes was slightly stunned. Did I just kill a 5 nascent soul realm dragon? If it was in the past, he could only run away when he encountered Fang. But now he was killed by me? After the initial shock, Montes's eyes flashed with ferocious excitement. This feeling is really good. You really dare to kill me? Fang's head fell to the ground and let out a cry of disbelief. Tiske. Montes pierced his sword into Fang's head and completely killed Fang's life force. Hiss, everyone in the ritual array sucked in a cold breath. The dragons and flood dragons looked at Gu Hai in horror. Finally, they recognized reality. Before them, Gu Hai could kill anyone he wanted. Luan's head also buzzed. Fang was Ao Shu's most trusted general. How could Xiaoqing kill him just like that? I like Fang's character. He is unyielding and would rather die than surrender. Who else wants to imitate him? Gu Hai asked indifferently. The ritual array fell deathly silent. Be it the dragons or the flood dragons, no one dared to go against Gu Hai anymore. Senior Miao Chen, I'll have to trouble you to seal their cultivations. There is no need for these chains for now, Gu Hai said as he looked at Miao Chen. That's fine too. Miao Chen nodded. Miao Chen made his move and quickly sealed the dragon's cultivations. He also removed the chains and allowed them to heal their injuries. However, no one dared to barge in at this moment. With Montes guarding the dragons, Gu Hai, Gu Qin, and Miao Chen prepared to leave the ritual array. Father, is Mr. Mo's information reliable? Will Ao Shun bring the dragons here soon? Gu Qin asked as he walked. Don't worry. Mr. Mo has been preparing for so many years. How can he not handle such a small matter? We just have to cooperate with him. Gu Hai said indifferently. As they spoke, the 3 of them stepped out of the ritual array. Not far away, the bound Luan's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Mo? Impossible. How can Mr. Mo be a spy? He is the person grandfather trusts the most. He is the one who helped grandfather achieve great things. No. Daqianxing wants grandfather to rebel, so he sent people to bewitch grandfather into rebellion? Also, that day in Silver Moon City when I confronted Gu Hai, Mr. Mo actually stood on Gu Hai's side and stood on the stranger's side? They must have known each other for a long time. Luan's expression turned ugly as he thought about it. After leaving the ritual array, Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty Dahan, I know how strong Ao Shun is. I have seen him from afar in the past. I'm not his match. I don't understand. What else does the Han Dynasty have to deal with him? Can you mobilize the Han Dynasty's power? That is only mobilizing the power of a country's citizens. Only the large empires have enough power. Your Han Dynasty only has 195 island citizen. What can you do with this little power? However, Gu Hai shook his head and said, Senior Miao Chen, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, you don't have to deal with Ao Shun. I have a way to deal with him. You just need to cooperate. Huh. Miao Chen appeared extremely confused. As they spoke, the three arrived at another fog ritual array. Miao Chen was filled with doubts, but he still followed Gu Hai, hoping to find out what Gu Hai was thinking. There was a huge valley in the middle of the ritual array. At this moment, a large number of tree demons and Mu Qinfeng lived there. Master. Master is here. The group of tree demons immediately rushed over excitedly. Greetings, Master, the tree demons said respectfully. Mu Qinfeng also walked over, showing a bitter expression. Division Master Mu, you have worked hard this time. Gu Hai said with a smile. I'm sorry, Leader Gu. I couldn't. Mu Qinfeng said bitterly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and did not mind. Instead, he took out several large jade boxes with a flip of his hand. This is the heptagold divine water. Repair your dantians first. Gu Hai said to the 2,000-odd tree demons. Many thanks, Master, the tree demons said excitedly. The tree demons quickly poured the heptagold divine water into their dantians, following the method that Huangfu Chaoga taught them in the past. Immediately, the tree demons glowed with a dark green light. Surging life force gushed out, heading for their dantians. My dantian is repairing. Me too. It's so comfortable. It's so warm. Mine feels good too. It will be fine if I get a little more. The tree demons said excitedly. Don't save it. Use it all. After repairing the dantians, use the excess heptagold divine water to replenish your cultivation, Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Many thanks, Master. The tree demons said excitedly. Master, my dantian is repaired. My dantian is fine. One of the tree demons cried out excitedly. Those who have their dantians repaired, help the other tree demons with their dantians. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, the tree demons answered. Gu Hai, Gu Qin, Miao Chen and Mu Qinfeng walked to a large hall not far away. Division Master Gu, you asked me to go to the Northern Seas Dragon Palace to deliver a letter to the Dragon Crown Prince. I met with the Dragon Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Furthermore, I gave the letter you wrote to the Dragon Crown Prince. He also read it. Mu Qinfeng said bitterly. Oh, look for the Dragon Crown Prince Ao Sheng? Write a letter to him? Miao Chen's expression changed, then turned to joy. Right. Ao Sheng pushed Ao Shun down from his position as the Dragon Crown Prince. Naturally, he would be very sensitive to Ao Shun. I told you to use Elite Hall's identity to meet with Ao Sheng, saying that Ao Shun rebelled and wanted to take back his position as the Dragon Crown Prince. He would definitely meet with you. Sin dragons are not allowed to leave the borders, and Sin dragons listen to the orders of the Deqian dynasty. These are all evidence. Ao Sheng obtained the position of Dragon Crown Prince through a rebellion. Naturally, he hopes that Ao Shun will disappear from this world. You wrote a letter to Ao Sheng? You wanted Ao Sheng to come to 9-5 Island to deal with Ao Shun? Why didn't I think of that? Miao Chen said happily. Mu Qinfeng said bitterly, Ao Sheng refused to come. Miao Chen's expression froze. Ao Sheng received me for a while and then let me stay in the Dragon Palace for 2 days. He said that he was going into closed-door cultivation and would not receive me. So I came back. Mu Qinfeng said bitterly. Ao Sheng is avoiding suspicion? He refused to make a move to deal with Ao Shun? What should we do now? Miao Chen said with an unsightly expression. Even Ao Sheng refused to come. This means that some of the dragon race's doyens support Ao Shun. Ao Sheng did not want to take this risk to stabilize the dragon race, right? Gu Qin analyzed from the side. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, That's right. It is enough to get this news. Ao Sheng refused to help you. How can you still smile? Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Ao Sheng and I are not related in any way. Why would he help me? Gu Hai smiled. Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Then didn't Mu Qinfeng go to the Dragon Palace for nothing? She did not go for nothing. Mu Qinfeng went to the Northern Sea Dragon Palace to test Ao Sheng's attitude. On the other hand, she recorded Ao Sheng's tone and words. Gu Hai said with a smile. What's the use of recording? Without Ao Sheng, how are you going to deal with Ao Shun? Miao Chen asked worriedly. Who said that I don't have Ao Sheng? Gu Hai smiled. Didn't you say that Ao Sheng was not coming? Miao Chen asked, feeling confused. Indeed. Ao Sheng is not coming. However, I can create an Ao Sheng. Gu Hai smiled. Create an Ao Sheng? Miao Chen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Do you think that Ao Sheng is made of clay? You can casually create one. Chapter 267. Dahan Imperial Palace inside the array. Gao Xinji brought Gaochen here again. Looking at Gaochen, Gao Xinji broke out in a cold sweat. Lord Gao, you are the one who understands art. You actually listened to 2 of my songs. My master told me not to sing for you for the time being. I will sing for you in the future. Gaochen said excitedly. You finally met a soulmate. Putting aside those ignorant children in the past, this Gao Xinji actually clapped after listening to 2 of his songs. He was so touched. Gao Xinji's face turned pale. At that time, she clapped just to interrupt Gaochen's intoxicated state. If he didn't stop talking, she would have attacked. Sing again? That's enough, Gaochen. In the future, without Gao Xinji's permission, you are not allowed to sing to Gao Xinji. Guhai scolded. Ah, no, Lord Gao likes my songs. Gaochen retorted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Xinji bowed to Guhai gratefully. Gaochen. Mu Chenfeng, I have a general idea of Ao Sheng's tone and way of speaking. You have also practiced zither, so you should be very sensitive to sounds. Describe the specific characteristics of Ao Sheng's voice to Gaochen and describe it clearly. Guhai said. Yes. Mu Chenfeng nodded solemnly. After a long description, Gaochen had already grasped Ao Sheng's voice. Gaochen, your task later is to amplify my voice and transform it into Ao Sheng's voice. Guhai said Gaochen solemnly. Oh, that's easy. Gaochen nodded. Gaochen was a heaven-grade zither, so it was extremely easy for him to adjust his voice. After a few tries, he amplified Guhai's tone, sentences and cadence, but changed his voice to Ao Sheng's. That's right. That is indeed Ao Sheng's voice. Although I have not heard it for several hundred years, I am certain. Miao Chen nodded. That's good. Guhai let out a long sigh. But is this enough? Ao Shun isn't a fool, Miao Chen said blankly. That's why I need all the Traiants as well as your several hundred Xuanwu experts to help me. When the time comes, listen to my orders and follow my arrangements, Guhai said solemnly. Oh. Miao Chen said blankly. 3 days later. On the Thousand Islands Sea, a dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens. Outside 9-5 Island, the dragons abandoned the flying ship and flew towards the Dahan Imperial Palace on 9-5 Island. Ao Shun stepped forward and stood on the head of a huge dragon. Then he looked coldly in the direction of the Dahan Imperial Palace in the distance. That place was too eye-catching. With surging luck surging in the air, it was hard not to notice that it was the Imperial Palace. There were many dragons, 1,000 huge dragons, 3,000 flood dragons and Baxiao flying in the air. The vast numbers gave off ferocious auras and ferocious auras. Dark clouds covered the sky, accompanying Ao Shun. Wherever the dragons went, lightning flashed, thunder roared and torrential rain poured down. The Han Dynasty's luck? You stole it from the Gingjin sect, right? The Han Dynasty? It only has 1 island, and it dares to call itself a dynasty? Ao Shun showed an icy expression. Your Highness, that's the place. Guhai's son and his subordinates must be there. Why is there no sign of the Fang leader? That's right. The Fang leader and the others should have arrived early. The dragons were puzzled. Ao Shun's eyes were cold. The rolling dark clouds carried the torrential rain toward the Dahan Imperial Palace. Look, there are so many dragons. Dragons? So many? Are those flood dragons? No, they are huge dragons. They are real dragons. As the torrential rain poured down, countless civilians showed terrified expressions. The dragons did not suppress their violent auras. Instead, they completely released them. As soon as the auras of panic appeared, countless civilians below showed terrified expressions. They were pressured by this aura to the point that they could not breathe. It was as if the sky was falling. Countless civilians showed fear. As for the countless cultivators from the Thousand Islands Sea, their scalps went numb. How did the Han Dynasty provoke so many dragons? This is the aura of anger. Are these dragons here to destroy the Han Dynasty? It's over. The Han Dynasty is finished. Countless cultivators showed fear. They wanted to avoid this disaster, but they were also filled with curiosity. Guhai was a legendary figure of the Thousand Islands Sea. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? How did he provoke so many experts? The attack of the dragons was basically sweeping through the Thousand Islands Sea. Countless cultivators gathered in the direction of the Imperial Palace out of curiosity. There were also some island masters from the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment they were also surprised. They resisted the pressure and flew in the direction of the Imperial Palace. In the direction of the imperial palace, a large number of Yuanying state experts from the Thousand Islands Sea were nailed to a stone wall. In less than a year, Gu Hai was going to suffer retribution? There were countless busybodies. At this moment, the imperial casino next to the imperial palace gathered the most cultivators from the Thousand Islands Sea. In the middle of the race, all the horses suddenly fled in all directions in fear. What's going on? Many gamblers were confused. Rumble? Thunder roared in the distance. All the gamblers turned their heads to look. Hiss. When they turned their heads to look, they all sucked in cold breaths. To the cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea, the battle between a flood dragon and a Wuxia was already shocking enough. However, there were thousands of flood dragons and Wuxias in the distance. There were also thousands of flood dragons and Wuxia dragons charging at the imperial palace furiously. What's going on? Many gamblers quickly left in fear. However, there were also many curious gamblers who stayed behind in amazement. Sima Changkong had already waited on the rooftop of the villa with his subordinates. This place had the best view. They are finally here. A light flashed in Sima Changkong's eyes. "Milord, Gu Hai's Han dynasty is finished. This time, Ao Shun actually brought such a large dragon race army? 3,000 flood dragons and 1,000 huge dragons." A subordinate said in shock. "That's right. That's what makes it interesting." Sima Changkong's eyes lit up. As Sima Changkong spoke, he turned to look in the direction of the imperial palace. This time the imperial palace seemed extremely calm. The cloud formation that was normally active was now completely open. It was like the gates were wide open. Anyone could charge in. In the past, some of the Thousand Islands Sea's underlings would have tried to sneak in. But now who would dare to? Those thousands of huge dragons seemed to have come to destroy the Han dynasty. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went in? "Milord, you didn't even set up a formation? What is Gu Hai relying on?" A subordinate asked in confusion. Sima Changkong also frowned. In the distance, Ao Shun stepped on the head of a huge dragon and arrived near the imperial palace. Seeing the imperial palace's wide-open gates, Ao Shun raised an eyebrow. The Han royal dynasty's capital should have noticed Xiao Chen's arrival long ago. Why was there no reaction at all? Ong, 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 ong. The dragons roared, charging at the Dahan Imperial Palace with an even greater ferocious might. The Dahan Imperial Palace remained extremely calm. The guards in the surroundings remained motionless, showing no fear. Boom. With a rumble, the dragons arrived near the Dahan Imperial Palace. However, Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and slowed down. The dragons were confused. "Crown Prince, something is wrong. This Dahan Imperial Palace has no reaction to our arrival?" The huge dragon under Ao Shun said. "Who cares? Crown Prince, let's just flatten this Imperial Palace first. After I capture a few people, we can find out where Gu Hai's son is." Another huge dragon said with a ferocious expression. Ao Shun was about to nod. Boom. Suddenly, a vast aura soared into the sky from the soaring hall of the Imperial Palace. All of a sudden, rolling dark clouds appeared out of thin air, and the newly emerged dark clouds clashed violently with the dark clouds summoned by the dragons. Boom. Crack. The two dark clouds clashed, and the soaring hall's aura immediately withdrew. The dark clouds in the sky also vanished. The heavenly palace's aura? Suddenly, the expression of one of the huge dragons changed. The thousands of huge dragons instantly stopped outside the Imperial Palace and looked coldly at the soaring hall in the distance. The heavenly palace's aura and the heavenly phenomenon disappeared. However, the aura of the thousands of huge dragons suddenly froze. "Dugu Chiobai?" Ao Shun's expression turned cold, showing a ferocious expression. He thought that it was Dugu Chiobai who embarrassed him last time. "Guqin, Dahan officials, get out here." Ao Shun said coldly again. The doors to the soaring hall opened. Guqin led the civil and military officials and slowly walked out of the hall. When the officials left the hall, many of them looked up at the thousands of huge dragons and felt their scalps go numb. However, they still pretended to be calm. Guqin stood at the very front. At this moment he did not show any panic. Instead he showed a faint smile. The dragons were slightly stunned when they saw that. "Crown Prince, it's him. He's Guqin, Gu Hai's eldest son. I've seen his portrait." A huge dragon shouted. "Crown Prince, I'll catch him," another black dragon shouted. "Crown Prince? Ah, you dragons? How dare you? Who is the Crown Prince of the Dragon Clan? Are you trying to establish another dragon palace?" Guqin laughed coldly. Ao Shun glanced at his surroundings. How could this palace not have any defenses? Didn't Mr. Mo's information say that this imperial palace was surrounded by a formation? Why was there no formation at all? How dare you? Crown Prince, I'll catch him. How dare a puny Dahan try to fool us? The black dragon rushed down as if he wanted to claim credit. Whoosh! The huge dragon rushed over. Its huge dragon claws seemed to be about to tear through the soaring hall, tear apart the officials and grab Guqin. Guqin stood there without moving. He looked on coldly as if he was not afraid. The charging black dragon had a face full of doubt. This person was crazy. Was he not afraid of death? Just as he was about to reach the soaring hall, a voice suddenly came from the soaring hall. "Ha, Brother Wang, have your claws and teeth been flying for too long and become confused? Don't you remember who the Crown Prince is?" A very calm voice came from the hall. Hum. The black dragon's claws suddenly froze in mid-air, and his body also froze there. His face was filled with horror and his entire body felt cold. It was as if someone had grabbed his neck in an instant, and his scalp tingled. This voice was... The black dragon instantly thought of a terrifying possibility. He slowly flew away. In the end, he did not dare to grab. His calm voice and calm tone caused all the giant dragon's expressions to change in an instant. Even Ao Shun's face darkened, and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. The momentum of the dragons paused. In all directions, countless cultivators looked in the direction of the soaring hall in surprise. At this moment, there was no formation blocking them, and their vision was very open. At a glance, they could see Guqin's indifference and fearlessness. Who is in the soaring hall? In a word, that black dragon was so scared that he wet himself? No wonder Guqin is not afraid. It turns out that he invited an expert? Who is it? All the dragons are scared? Countless cultivators were surprised. Their eyes widened. In the Royal Casino Resort, Sima Changkong also raised his eyebrows. This is the voice of the Dragon Crown Prince Ao Xing? What? Gu Hai invited the Dragon Crown Prince Ao Xing? No wonder he is so sure that he can deal with Ao Shun. A subordinate said in surprise. The aura of the Sky Palace just now, there is no doubt. Must be Ao Sheng. This is going to be interesting. Ao Sheng and Ao Shun are going to fight again? All the subordinates were surprised. Only Sima Changkong looked at the soaring hall in the distance with a complicated expression. He frowned and pondered. Ao Sheng, the true Dragon Crown Prince of the Dragons. How could the dragons not hear his voice? How could they hear wrongly? However, why would the Crown Prince Ao Sheng be here? The dragons were restless. The alternative dragons had not seen Ao Sheng before, but a few of them had. When the news was shared, the alternative dragons became even more restless. The alternative dragons followed Ao Shun so that they could become true dragons. But now the true Dragon Crown Prince was here. Should they go and deal with him? Crown Prince, that is just the rebellious Ao Sheng. Today is a good opportunity to take him down. A lawless red dragon said ferociously. Bang! Suddenly, a head was thrown out from a side hall not far away. Fang's head. The red dragon who had been fierce just now was surprised. This dragon has offended his superiors and disrespected me. He is your subordinate, right, Brother Wang? Ao Sheng's voice came from the soaring hall again. The dragon head stunned the red dragon who had just asked for a fight. The words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly stopped. Chapter 268. In a large hall in the Great Han Royal Palace, Luan was still bound. He had a horrified expression on his face as Meng Tai stood beside him, staring at him coldly. Holding a dirty long sword in his hand, he placed the body of the sword on Luan's shoulder and wiped the dirty sword with Luan's clothes. But facing Meng Tai, Luan had a look of terror, afraid that Meng Tai's sword would accidentally cut him into two. Rumble. Roar. 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 Outside, the roars of the dragons could be heard. It's Ao Shun. They're here. Crown Prince Ao Shun and the others are here. Great. Luan suddenly became excited. Huh. Montez narrowed his eyes and suddenly cut open Luan's clothes with his sword. I won't shout. I won't shout. Luan said in fear. Okay. Montez said indifferently. Why you're Montez? Ao Shun is here with the dragons. The Han dynasty is definitely finished. Let me go and I'll recommend you to my grandfather. He'll definitely give you a high position. As long as you can save me, I'll repay you heavily. Luan said carefully. TSK. You repay me? The Daing dynasty is about to be destroyed and you still want to give me a high position? Montez sneered. Impossible. My Daing dynasty is countless times stronger than the Han dynasty. Furthermore, once Ao Shun arrives, the Han dynasty will be razed to the ground. Luan said in disbelief. Do you think Ao Shun can walk out alive? Montez sneered. Impossible. You can't possibly be Ao Shun's match. Luan said with an unsightly expression. Meng Tai revealed a disdainful smile, but he did not explain. Luan had a complicated expression. He could not understand. How could Gu Hai deal with Ao Shun? Impossible. However, why was Montez so certain? There must be a problem somewhere, there must be a problem somewhere. Could it be that Mr. Mo was De Qian's spy as I guessed? That's right. No one could find out about Mr. Mo's background, not even Grandpa. Could it be that there was something wrong with him? Once a person's thoughts reached a dead end, they would continue to drill in. Especially for someone like Luan, who thought that he was very smart, he was even more so in his own mind. That's impossible. If Mr. Mo is really a spy, did he deliberately use us as bait to lure out Ao Shun's dragons so that he could capture them all? There's only one possibility. Did the Emperor of the Great Qin dynasty send experts to wait here? Luan analyzed. Sure enough, there was a commotion in the outside world. Ao Shun's voice suddenly rang out. Buzz. Lvn suddenly quivered, his mind roaring. Ao Shing? That's right. I saw Ao Shing with Grandpa last time. This is Ao Shing's voice. It's true. Is everything true? Luan confirmed his guess in horror. Montez was not afraid because Ao Shing was here. Mr. Mo was a spy. Was it true? Was everything true? Luan fell into panic. It was over. Was everything over? Montez, who was standing at the side, sneered. However, Luan did not notice that Montez's palm was already wet with sweat. Montez was also nervous. Hearing the commotion outside, Montez slowly sheathed his long sword according to Gu Hai's request. The moment the sword returned to its scabbard, Luan suddenly screamed, Crown Prince Ao Shun, save me. Outside the soaring palace hall, Fang's head flew out and the dragons all stopped abruptly. The dragon race forbade killing each other. Killing each other would be demoted to a sinful dragon. But now, Fang was actually killed? Prince Ao Shun had a total of 8 leaders under him. Fang was one of the 8 leaders and he was one of the stronger ones. How could Prince Ao Shing kill him just like that? Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and stared at the soaring palace hall. Ao Shing? Why was he here? The dragons were in an uproar. They all looked at Ao Shun, waiting for Ao Shun's orders. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded from a side hall not far away. Prince Ao Shun, help! Ao Shun's expression changed. Was that Luan's voice? Ao Shun reached out and lifted it. Rumble. The roof not far away exploded, and they saw the flustered and exasperated Montez inside. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at Luan's throat. Do you want to die? Montez glared. My grandfather is in danger. Mo Yike is a De Qian spy. He set up a trap to kill you. Luan suddenly screamed. Bastard. Meng Tai knocked Luan unconscious with a palm strike. He hugged Luan and placed his sword on Luan's neck. How dare you? The dragons roared angrily. If you move, I'll kill him. Montez's expression was ferocious. Ao Shun glared. He was about to speak. A voice suddenly sounded from the soaring palace hall. I'm responsible for the dragon race's crimes, but I shouldn't care about Lu Yang's crimes. I spared Luan's life. Hey, he's Lu Yang's son after all. I shouldn't kill him. Ao Shun's voice sounded from the soaring palace hall. Ao Shun and the dragons froze. They looked at Luan, who was being restrained by Montez, with complicated expressions. However, they didn't make a move in the end. At least Luan wouldn't die for the time being. But what did Luan mean by his words? Below, Meng Tai restrained Luan, breaking out in a cold sweat. This was like walking on a tightrope. Fortunately, the dragons did not move as the emperor expected. At the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Guqin looked at Luan in the distance and sighed. Luan's shout was not part of his father's plan. However, his father wanted to make the plan more perfect, so he finally finalized the arrangement. Using a useless teammate to trick a teammate. This was a dangerous move. His father didn't make a mistake in choosing Montez. Mo Yike is a De Qian spy? Impossible. Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince, no, Mo Yike didn't stop you from bringing us here? Mo Yike's identity has always been a mystery. Mo Yike deliberately set up a trap? Mo Yike and Ao Xing discussed this? He's the crown prince. He wouldn't harm the emperor. The dragons were in an uproar. In the royal casino resort, Sima Changkong looked at the scene in the distance and frowned. Mo Yike? Is he His Holiness's man? Deliberately set up a trap and asked Ao Xing to ambush Ao Shun here? What an obvious reason. What an obvious fact. In this way, Ao Sheng's presence here was much more justified. This dispelled a lot of doubts. Unfortunately, I know best that Mo Yike is definitely not His Holiness's man. Otherwise, His Highness would have known. But what if His Holiness secretly arranged this? A subordinate whispered. Sima Changkong frowned. No, Gu Hai is telling a story. A few of his subordinates were confused. Gu Hai is telling a story to the dragons. The purpose of the story is to prove that the person in the Soaring Palace Hall is Ao Sheng. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. Isn't the person in the Soaring Palace Hall Ao Sheng? A subordinate was confused. Sima Changkong shook his head lightly. The story isn't over yet. Don't make a fuss. The subordinates were confused. Why couldn't they understand what His Highness was saying? Ao Shun looked at the Soaring Palace Hall with an ugly expression. Could it be that Mr. Mo was really a Dechen spy? Was he setting me up? Did he ask Ao Xing to set up a trap and wait for me here? If that was the case, then it was terrifying. The Daing dynasty was in danger. Had all the arrangements he had made all these years become a joke? Was it true? Was what Luan said true? Crown Prince, no matter what, Ao Xing probably didn't bring any troops here. Maybe we can kill him and get rid of this traitor. A red dragon leader said coldly. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Was that right? Brother Wang, your subordinates are really interesting. Yes, I'm alone and didn't bring anyone. Why don't you come in and take a look? Ao Sheng's voice was heard. The dragons were stunned. Boom. 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 Just at this moment, surging dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sea around 9-5 Island. The dark clouds appeared for a short while before disappearing abruptly. The dragons turned their heads to look. They saw a huge dragon tail occasionally emerging from the sea in the distance. Then it instantly dove into the sea. No dragon could be seen on the surface of the sea, but at a place not too deep in the sea, one could vaguely see a giant dragon swimming at the bottom of the sea. Only a black shadow could be seen, but that was enough. It was definitely a giant dragon. It was not just one. There were 10 huge dragon shadows swimming in the depths of the sea. There were not 10 but 100, 1,000 or even 10,000 dragons. Earlier, when the dragons barged into 9-5 Island, they did not carefully observe what was at the bottom of the sea. Now that they looked carefully, they immediately inhaled sharply. There were at least 10,000 huge dragons surrounding us. Were dragons all around 9-5 Island? Brother Wang, you and I are brothers in the end. It is not good for your subordinates to interrupt when we are talking. Ao Sheng's voice rang out. The expressions of the huge dragons, who had been showing ferocious expressions earlier, froze. This was especially so for the red dragon leader, who had instigated Ao Sheng to kill him. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. At the same time, at the bottom of the sea in the distance, a group of tree men and Xuanwu dragged huge stone dragons as they swam in the depths of the sea. Be more careful. The stone dragons are deeper. It's fine as long as you can see a black shadow. Don't expose yourself. Also, my Xuanwu race tried to connect with the dark clouds at the same time. You did not cooperate well enough. You were too slow. Be careful. Don't make any more mistakes. One Xuanwu scolded another Xuanwu in the distance. Yes, Grandpa. That Xuanwu replied apologetically. On the other side, a tree man used a tree branch to grab 5 stone dragons and swam in the depths of the sea. He frowned and said to another tree man, "Don't be polite to that huge dragon just now. They came with Fong to capture young master. Their cultivation has been sealed. Just grab their heads and let their tails come out of the sea occasionally. Tighten your grip. If another huge dragon wants to show its head out of the sea, it will expose us. Just kill it." Yes. The tree man not far away answered. Royal Casino Resort. Sima Changkong was not standing high enough, so his field of vision was not wide enough. However, he instantly guessed what was going on. His expression suddenly changed. I understand. Stone dragons? Are they reincarnating in someone else's body? I was almost confused. A subordinate at the side did not understand. The first step is to be suspicious. The second step is to be confused. The third step is to appear. Gu Hai told a good story. Sima Changkong exclaimed with a frown. Ah, sir, you mean that group of stone dragons made Ao Shun and the others think that they are real dragons? A subordinate at the side asked. Yes, Gu Hai used 3 steps to tell us 3 things. Sima Changkong exclaimed. What? The first step is to be suspicious, telling you that what you hear with your ears may not be true. The second step is to be confused. Even if the most trusted person tells you something, it may not be true. The third step is to appear. What you see with your own eyes may not be true. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. It's not true? The one in the soaring sky hall should be Ao Sheng, right? A subordinate said blankly. Yes, sir, I feel that Ao Sheng is inside. Another subordinate frowned. Sima Changkong did not pay attention to it. However, he heard Ao Sheng's voice coming from the soaring sky hall again. Brother Wang, do you still remember back then? I was not the crown prince and you were not the crown prince either. At the very least, we were not as opposed to each other back then. Back then, you were the elder brother and I was the younger brother. How good would that have been? Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. The fourth step is to plead? Just to prove that the one in the soaring sky hall is Ao Sheng, Gu Hai laid the groundwork for so long and told such a long story? Sima Changkong looked gravely into the distance. Even his subordinates were confused. What more the dragons in the sky? Elder brother? Do you still treat me as an elder brother? Ao Shun glared at him with resentment. Back then is back then. What did you do for me? However, it's not like I didn't do anything for you. Have you forgotten? Or do you only remember your part? Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. My lord, it must be Ao Sheng inside. Otherwise, how would he know about Ao Shun's childhood? A subordinate retorted. Sima Changkong looked at his subordinates and could not be bothered to explain. Ao Sheng's voice sounded like he was talking about the brother's childhood, but his words were not specific at all. He completely needed the other party to fill in the blanks. This was the art of language. He did not say anything but you heard a lot. Back then? Do you still remember back then? Back then you were bullied. I chased after that octopus demon for thousands of miles and was almost swallowed by it. What did you do for me? You only asked for a vitality replenishing pill from my father. You wanted to go out to play, so I secretly took you out behind my father's back. When I came back I was punished, but you were completely fine. Do you still remember me, your elder brother? You forced me to step down from the position of crown prince and stole my position. This is my good younger brother. You are really my good younger brother. Ao Shun roared with a ferocious expression. The dragons fell silent. Brother Wang, we have to grow up. We are no longer the same as before. Isn't that right? You used to be the crown prince, but you are not anymore. You and I are brothers after all. I don't want to fight to the death the moment we meet. I will stay in this hall and not come out to meet you for the time being. Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. Haha, you don't want to fight to the death, but you want to set up an ambush for me? Anger flashed in Ao Shun's eyes. In the distance, Sima Changkong sighed softly. Haha, you don't want to come out because you don't want to meet? What a pretentious excuse for a brother. After a conversation between family members, no matter what shameless story it is, it works. It is Ao Sheng in the soaring sky hall. Sir, it is Ao Sheng in there in the first place? A subordinate asked curiously. Sima Changkong looked at his subordinates and sighed softly. Even his subordinates were fooled, let alone the dragons in the sky. Gu Hai used 4 steps. Suspicion, confusion, appearance and pleading. He had already made it clear. It was no longer important who was in the soaring sky hall. In the hearts of the dragons, that was Ao Sheng. Gu Hai's story had already achieved its effect. Ao Sheng was successfully created. Chapter 269. You don't want to fight to the death, but you set up an ambush for me? Anger flashed in Ao Shun's eyes. Ao Shun directly tore apart the mask of brotherly affection that Ao Sheng had put up and questioned Ao Sheng. The dragons immediately fell silent, waiting for Ao Sheng's answer. You said that your brotherly affection was deep. Not only did you snatch the crown prince position, but you even set up an ambush for your elder brother. Is this brotherly affection? The soaring palace hall fell silent, and so did the surroundings. Countless cultivators from the Thousand Islands Sea held their breaths. This was the dragon race's battle for the position of heir apparent. No one dared to disturb the confrontation between the two crown princes. After a long silence, Ao Sheng's voice came from the soaring palace hall again. Sigh. Ao Sheng's sigh was heard. Ao Shun, who was high in the sky, narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Wang, do you really think that I set up an ambush for you? If I were to set up an ambush for you, would I be waiting for you here alone? Ao Sheng sighed slightly. The dragons were confused. Ao Shun did not understand. All the spectating cultivators also revealed surprised expressions. Brother Wang, you are not suitable to be the crown prince. Imperial Father does not care about worldly affairs. If you lead the dragons, it will be disadvantageous to our dragon race. For the sake of our dragon race's prosperity, I temporarily took over the crown prince position. Ao Sheng's voice rang out. Ha! What a great excuse. I'm not suitable? You're suitable? Ao Shun said coldly. Since Brother Wang asked today, I will let Brother Wang understand why you are not suitable. Ao Sheng's voice carried confidence. Oh. Ao Shun looked at the soaring palace hall coldly. Brother Wang, I already said it. Don't be unconvinced. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's talk about the dragons you brought. Are they the dragons you trust the most? Are they the most loyal to you? Are they willing to hand their lives over to you? Ao Shing said with a trace of disdain. Of course. These are my subordinates. Of course they are loyal to me. Ao Shun replied coldly. What if I say no? Ao Shing said calmly. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Do you know how much of this was arranged by me? They are just monitoring you, do you know that? Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. That's impossible. These were all turned into sin dragons because of your persecution. Ao Shun immediately cried out. However, for some reason he suddenly panicked. Really? Actually, there's no need to hide it anymore. After today, those who should return will return. Ao Sheng's voice sounded. Ao Sheng finished speaking. Suddenly, a white dragon flew out from the group of dragons. Prince Ao Shun, my apologies. White Dragon immediately flew to the other side of the soaring sky hall. It seemed to be standing on the same side as Ao Sheng, opposing Ao Shun. Leader White. The dragons were in an uproar. Prince Ao Shun, my apologies. Many thanks for your appreciation. A blue dragon immediately flew out and flew together with the white dragon. Leader Blue. The dragons were shocked again. Prince Ao Shun, my apologies. Prince Ao Shun, my apologies. One after another, giant dragons flew out and stood opposite Ao Shun. At the entrance of the soaring sky hall, Guqin was excited. His father was right. Prince Ao Sheng was a scheming person. He would not leave Ao Shun alone. He would definitely send his own people to spy on Ao Shun. As expected. However, he did not expect so much. Ao Sheng actually sent so many spies? One by one, giant dragons flew out of the group and stood opposite Ao Shun. Ao Shun's expression became more and more unsightly. Around them, countless cultivators had already widened their eyes. Wasn't this scene too strange? These dragons were all sent by Prince Ao Sheng? They were sent to spy on Ao Shun? The waters of the dragon clan were too deep. In the distance where Sima Changkong was. My lord, these dragons were all sent by Prince Ao Sheng to spy on Ao Shun? Prince Ao Sheng asked them to come out and they came out. One of the subordinates exclaimed. Sima Changkong shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, did you notice Ao Sheng's tone? He did not ask them to come out directly. They came out on their own accord. The subordinates were slightly stunned. Ao Sheng's tone only said, yes. He did not say, all of you come out. Sima Changkong shook his head. Is there a difference? The subordinates were puzzled. Of course there is a difference. What if there is no? Then it's fine even if there is no. Sima Changkong shook his head. But there really is. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Ao Sheng's words are ambiguous. He only led them in a direction, dug a hole, and waited for the dragons to jump in themselves. It can't be. How can the dragons? That's because the story was told well. It was divided into 4 steps and proved to the dragons that it was Ao Sheng. The dragons all believed that he was Ao Sheng. Now the second step can continue. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. Indeed, in just a short while. The 2 leaders led 300 dragons and separated from the dragons and stood opposite of Ao Shun. Although they were apologetic, they were more determined. They were Ao Sheng's subordinates. Ao Shun came with 3,000 wyverns and 1,000 dragons. In the blink of an eye, there were already 300 dragons standing opposite him. Ao Shun's expression was very ugly. Little white, little blue, good, 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 good. I trusted you so much. You actually... Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. Before Little Blue and I became leaders, we made countless contributions. It was the prince who sent the dragons to help us do it to gain your trust. The leader of the white dragons said in a deep voice. Umph. Ao Shun snorted angrily. He was very irritated. Brother Wang, don't be angry. The ones who should be angry have yet to come. This is only the first batch. There will be a second batch. Do you believe me? Ao Shun's voice sounded again. Buzz. The expressions of the dragons changed. They looked at each other. There were enemies around them? Impossible. The rest are all loyal to me. Ao Shun said coldly. Is that so? Why don't I ask? Ao Shun's voice was very calm. The dragons suddenly fell silent, but they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The second batch? Well, who should I ask? Well, let's ask this group of wyverns. It seems that Brother Wang didn't treat them as his own kind in the past. They were just ordinary death squads. Do you think they will be loyal to you? Wyverns Wuxia. I'll give you one chance now, just one. Stand on Brother Wang's side and become my enemy. Or stand on my side and become my enemy. Choose immediately. Choose my side and I'll let bygones be bygones. Choose my Brother Wang's side. I won't say any more. You know it yourselves. Ao Sheng's tone was very calm. Ao Sheng finished speaking. Suddenly, a wyvern shouted, Prince Ao Sheng, I'm willing to abandon the darkness and join the light. Prince Ao Sheng, I was forced. Abasha shouted. Prince Ao Sheng, I'm willing to be loyal to you. A large group of wyverns immediately cried out in alarm. They quickly flew away from the group of wyverns and headed for the first batch of wyverns that had betrayed them, standing opposite Ao Shun. You bastards! Ao Shun roared, glaring at the wyverns. The wyverns stood in line. The shocking scene shocked countless cultivators who were watching from all directions. Wasn't this too exaggerated? 3,000 wyverns left in the blink of an eye? No, there were still 300 wyverns left. However, there were only 300 wyverns. 2,700 wyverns all stood on Ao Shun's side. Earlier, Ao Shun's group was huge. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Ao Shun's group was much smaller than Ao Shun's. There were only 700 wyverns and 300 wyverns left. In the distance, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Normally, I put the wyverns outside the formation. Now, the wyverns won't reciprocate. What a psychological pressure. Not only did you suppress Ao Shun, but you also suppressed the group of wyverns. Ao Shun glared at Ao Shun angrily. Brother Wang, no matter what, you and I are brothers. No matter what, brothers will not kill each other to the death, right? Ao Shun's voice rang out again. Ao Shun gritted his teeth and looked coldly at the soaring palace hall. Brothers will not kill each other to the death? Aren't you doing this to deal with me? Ao Shun retorted coldly. There is a limit to how much I can deal with you, isn't there? Otherwise, how can I explain it to Royal Father? Ao Shing said sullenly. Ao Shun's expression turned gloomy. I said so much just to tell you one thing. You are really not suitable to be the crown prince. Just now, that was the second batch. Do you believe that there is a third batch of wyverns behind you? Ao Shing's voice rang out again. Impossible. The remaining ones are the ones I trust the most. Ao Shun said coldly. The ones you trust the most might not be the ones most loyal to you. How about this? I'll get them to come out and let you see clearly. Ao Shung's voice rang out. However, Ao Shun felt his scalp go numb, and his entire body turned cold. Impossible. Impossible. The surrounding cultivators all stared with wide eyes. There's more? However, Sima Changkong found it funny. You're trying to poach the other party's people in front of them, angering them. You're still trying to calm the other party down, not letting him fly into a rage? Ah. You're a whore, but you still want to set up a chastity memorial arch. However, the effect is pretty good. At least Ao Shun did not let his anger get to his head and immediately charge into the soaring palace hall. My lord, what did you say? A subordinate asked in confusion. Sima Changkong shook his head and did not explain. The third batch? Brother Wang, your subordinates are sin dragons. You think they are loyal to you, but do you know that their loyalty to you might not be able to withstand a single word from me? Now, the remaining dragons, I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you stand on my side immediately and become enemies with the rebels, your past sins will be written off. From now on, you will no longer be sin dragons and you will return to your former identities. I'll return all of your past sins to you. Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. However, the expressions of the huge dragons behind Ao Shun suddenly changed. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, are you serious? A yellow dragon suddenly cried out in alarm. Do my words carry so little weight? Ao Sheng's voice rang out again. Yes. This subordinate spoke too much. I am willing. The yellow dragon suddenly cried out. Leader Yellow Dragon, you? The dragons behind Ao Shun immediately shouted angrily. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. I still have a home. I want to go home. Sorry. The yellow dragon immediately flew to the sky above the soaring palace hall and flew together with the leaders of the white and blue dragons. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. The Daying dynasty is about to be destroyed. I have no future following you. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. I'm sorry. A green dragon immediately flew out. Leader Green Dragon? Crown Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I'm sorry. The dragons struggled for a while and the third batch of dragons flew out again. The two leaders led another 400 dragons and stood on Ao Shun's side. This time Ao Shun did not get angry. Instead, he suddenly felt dejected. He had brought 1,000 dragons and 3,000 wyverns. Now, only 300 dragons and 300 wyverns were loyal to him. The rest of the dragons stood on Ao Shung's side. They were all against him. Was he really such a failure? A few short words from Ao Sheng made them turn against him? Was he really not suitable to be the crown prince? Brother Wang, you see how many of the dragons you brought are loyal to you. Do you think you are still suitable to be the dragon crown prince? Ao Sheng said lightly. Oh, my good younger brother, you really have a good method. Ao Shun gritted his teeth. His expression was extremely ugly. Brother Wang, don't worry. You will be fine. I won't do anything to you. Brothers killing each other? I can't do it. Moreover, father doesn't want to see it. However, father doesn't care about worldly affairs. There can only be one voice in the dragon clan. Those traitors who bewitched you to rebel must be punished just like Fang. Ao Sheng said lightly. You want to kill my subordinates? Ao Shun glared and said angrily. Brother Wang, you were bewitched by them. This group of traitors must die. Ao Sheng said coldly. The scales of the dragons behind Ao Shun suddenly exploded. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. They were aggressive and seemed to want to attack. Roar. The dragons who had just betrayed Ao Shun immediately roared, as if to protect the dignity of Crown Prince Ao Sheng. They glared at the dragons opposite them. There were only 300 dragons and 300 wyverns left. How could their aura be as strong as the soaring sky hall? Immediately, the dragons opposite them were suppressed. At the entrance of the soaring sky hall, Guqin revealed a faint smile. In the blink of an eye, the offensive and defensive positions had changed? Ao Sheng, don't be complacent. Do you think I only have these few subordinates? Ao Shun glared and said coldly. Brother Wang, you are talking about the dragons in the dragon clan who support you, right? Haha, do you think I would come today if I didn't clean up the dragon clan? Ao Sheng said with a faint smile. Ao Shun quivered. What did you say? Ao Sheng said indifferently. If you don't believe me, you can try shouting and see if there are any subordinates you arranged among the dragons I brought this time, or if there are any who secretly support you. If there is even one, I will immediately turn around and leave. How about it? Ao Shun's expression changed, and he turned to look at the surrounding sea. There were more than 10,000 dragons hiding at the bottom of the sea. There were definitely some who secretly supported him. Uncle Lin, come out. Ao Shun roared. The surrounding sea was calm. Ao Shun's expression changed. Uncle Jen, you said that you have already formed a team and are waiting for the right time to help me restore the dragon clan. The team is already hiding in the various branches of the dragon clan? Come out now, come out. Those who support me, come out. Roar. Ao Shun roared at the sky. Ao Shun's voice spread to the surrounding sea, causing the surrounding sea to tremble. However, the surrounding sea was silent. Not a single dragon stood out to support Ao Shun. The cold reality seemed to have crushed Ao Shun in an instant. Ao Shun's face turned ashen as he looked at the soaring sky hall in shock. Where were the dragons who supported him? Did they betray him? Were they captured by Ao Sheng? Or were they killed by Ao Sheng? Despair filled Ao Shun's entire body. As for the dragons who had just stood on Ao Sheng's side, their scalps went numb as they let out a long sigh. Fortunately, they did not stand on the wrong side. Otherwise they would be in trouble. Crown Prince Ao Sheng was too terrifying. Not far away, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile, "Every sentence in the second stage is heart-wrenching. Is it a horror story? Look at how scared Ao Shun is." Chapter 270. Betrayal. 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 Ao Sheng asked 3 times, and the subordinates he brought with him betrayed him 3 times. In the blink of an eye, only 300 giant dragons and 300 wyverns remained loyal to him? Ao Shun was filled with despair. Am I really not suitable to be the crown prince? Almost all of them betrayed me in such a short time? However, at this moment, not a single one of the more than 10,000 dragons in the surrounding sea region came out to support him. In an instant, Ao Shun felt that everything in front of him had turned dark. What a good idea. Ao Shun revealed a bitter smile. When Ao Shun was ousted from his position as the crown prince, he was only angry but not dejected. This was because Ao Shun firmly believed that he would be able to make a comeback one day. This was because there were many dragons in the dragon race who were loyal to him. He just didn't want the dragon race to fight among themselves. If he had raised his hand, thousands of dragons would have responded. However, at this moment, Ao Shun suddenly realized that he had been overthinking everything. No one supported him, only the 300 giant dragons and 300 wyverns behind him. Am I really not suitable to be the crown prince? Ao Shun revealed a pessimistic expression. Suddenly Ao Shun's expression changed. Wait, where's Uncle Lin? Where's Uncle Jen? They are not here. Why are they not here? Ao Shun stared at the soaring palace hall. Hey, Brother Wang, what do you think you would do if I were you? Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. Wang Ling still did not answer directly, but Ao Shun's expression changed drastically when he heard this. You killed them? You killed Uncle Lin? You killed Uncle Jen? Ao Sheng, they watched you grow up. You actually killed them? Ao Shun was about to explode. They are not dead yet. Ao Sheng's voice sounded at the right time, instantly extinguishing Ao Shun's anger. Not dead? Not dead? Ao Shun stared at the soaring palace hall. However, it's about time. Inciting internal strife in the dragon tribe is the same as plotting against the dragon tribe. It's a capital offense. Ao Sheng said coldly. Death penalty? No, how could Uncle Lin and Uncle Jen die? Ao Sheng, don't kill them. They're our closest kin. Don't kill them. Ao Shun said in despair. Brother Wang, as I said earlier, we have all grown up. Not only our bodies but also our hearts. If we make a mistake, we will eventually be punished. I don't care how close we are. Brother Wang, I hope you can see the situation clearly. Ao Sheng refused. Crown Prince, let's fight it out with them. A giant dragon behind Ao Shun said in despair. Brr. The dragons on the other side roared. Clearly they could not afford to fight. They were at the end of the road and heroes were short of breath. The battle for the position of heir apparent had always been cruel, no matter which race it was. Fight it out and die together? No, they would only support him. Even if all the dragons were slaughtered, he, Ao Sheng, would not suffer a single loss. Crown Prince, how could we lose? How could we lose? Crown Prince, we will always support you. You are our Crown Prince. We only recognize you. Crown Prince, if you want me to die, I will never blink because I only recognize you in my heart. 300 giant dragons and 300 flood dragons expressed their final loyalty to Ao Shun in despair. It was as if they were about to be killed. The loyalty in their hearts burst out completely. Ao Shun looked at the loyal gazes of his subordinates. In an instant, tears welled up in his eyes. These were the dragons who were most loyal to him. He had not treated them well in the past, but had brought them into a desperate situation and replaced them with despair? You won't die. With me here you won't die. Uncle Jen can't die. Uncle Lin and the others can't die either. Ao Shun said through gritted teeth. Whoosh. Suddenly Ao Shun turned his head and looked at the soaring palace hall with grief and indignation. Ao Sheng, you won. Ah. My good little brother, you won. I admit that you are the dragon race's crown prince. Is this enough? I admit defeat, but you can't kill them. You can't kill Uncle Jen, Uncle Lin, and the others in the dragon palace either. Consider me your elder brother. Consider me your elder brother. Ao Shun closed his eyes unwillingly. Consider me begging you. Ao Shun said sorrowfully in humiliation. Crown Prince, no. We will fight it out with Ao Sheng. Crown Prince, don't submit to him. My life is worthless. The dragons roared as if they were going to charge to the soaring palace hall at all costs to redeem Ao Shun's final dignity. Stop. Ao Shun roared. The dragons immediately stopped and said sorrowfully, Crown Prince. Ao Shun looked at the soaring palace hall and said, Ao Sheng, did you hear that? Did you hear what I said? There was a moment of silence in the soaring palace hall. The dragons were all silent. After a while, a sigh came from the soaring palace hall. Brother Wang, we are brothers. I should not force you like this. However, this concerns the dragon race's rise and fall. Sometimes I have no choice but to harden my heart. You want me to release all the dragons involved in the rebellion? All of them? That's right. As long as you release them, I can do whatever you want. Ao Shun said sorrowfully. Since Brother Wang has already said so, I will give them one more chance and demote them all to sinful dragons. However, I am worried that they will rebel with you sooner or later. If that happens, won't all my previous preparations be for naught? Brother Wang, I have an island manor in the northern sea. I will have to trouble Brother Wang to stay there in the future. How about it? I will send the dragons to serve you. Aside from not leaving that island, you can do whatever you want on that island. How about it? Ao Shing said indifferently. You want to put me under house arrest? Ao Shun said with some reluctance. Brother Wang, this is all I can do. Ao Shung's sigh came from the soaring palace hall. Ao Shun's expression turned unsightly as he looked up and smiled bitterly. Ao Shing, my good little brother. Ah. My good little brother. Ah. Crown Prince, don't listen to him. He wants to harm you. Let's fight it out with him. The loyal subordinate said sorrowfully. Ao Shun shook his head and said, He does not dare. Imperial Father is still alive. He does not dare. However, I implicated you all. I will not be able to remove my status as a sinful dragon for the time being. Sup. Our deaths are not to be regretted. The Crown Prince is of noble status. How can we? The loyal dragons cried. Winner takes all. Aha, I finally understand the meaning of this sentence. Winner takes all. That is true. Ao Sheng, I agree to your request. Uncle Jen, Uncle Lin, and everyone in the dragon race who supports me, you are not allowed to find trouble with them. You are not allowed. Ao Shun roared as if he was shouting his last shred of dignity. Brother Wang, don't worry. Although I have no choice, I do not wish for them to die. If you can eliminate my worries, they will definitely live. You and I are brothers. I do not want to do it myself. You are the former Crown Prince. The other dragons do not have the qualifications to do anything to you. You can do it yourself. Seal your own cultivation. Today's matter ends here. Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. The surroundings were silent. Countless spectators had already opened their eyes wide. At Sima Changkong's place. My lord, this Ao Sheng is quite magnanimous. Is he only going to put Ao Shun under house arrest? Yes, if I were Ao Shun, I would also be able to accept this fact. House arrest. When the Dragon King comes out, he can still make a comeback. Yes, as long as the Dragon King does not say anything, Ao Shun will definitely have a chance. As long as the people who support him are alive, what else is important? All the subordinates were praising Ao Sheng's magnanimity and Ao Shun's flexibility. Only Sima Changkong could open his mouth. It can't be? Could it be that he really dealt with the Open Heaven Palace? Sima Changkong revealed a bitter smile. Boom. With a palm, Ao Shun slapped his own head. Immediately, colorful lights appeared around his body and rushed to his head. It seemed to form a seal and imprinted itself on his head. Boom. Ao Shun's body trembled and his entire body withered. Open Heaven Palace? Ao Shun has already sealed his own Open Heaven Palace. He can't use the strength of the three souls? Someone exclaimed in shock. Crown Prince. A group of loyal subordinates cried out in grief. I sealed the Heavenly Palace. Now I'll seal my Dantian. Ao Sheng watched carefully. Ao Shun said coldly. Boom. Suddenly, purple lights appeared from his palms and rushed to the 5 organs. Boom. Seal the heart. Seal the liver. Seal the lungs. Seal the spleen. Seal the kidney. Boom. Seal the Dantian. Bang. Ao Shun sealed his entire body's cultivation and instantly lost it. He fell onto the square of the soaring palace hall. The group of loyal dragons immediately revealed a sorrowful expression. The Crown Prince had suffered such humiliation in order to save them. At this moment, the dragons seemed to have become more loyal to Ao Shun as hatred appeared on their faces. Sooner or later, when the Dragon King comes out of seclusion, as long as Crown Prince Ao Shun gives the order, they will definitely sacrifice themselves. Ao Shing, it's fine now, right? Ao Shun had sealed his cultivation base. At this moment he was smiling calmly. It was as if his entire body was relaxed. Sai, Brother Wang, come in. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my word. Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. Ao Shun took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the Soaring Palace Hall. At this moment, in the square of the Soaring Palace Hall, Gu Qin led the civil and military officials to open a path. The scene of Ao Shun sealing his own cultivation had shocked many people. Even Gu Qin could not help but give him a thumbs up. A real man. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. Ao Shun walked step by step towards the Soaring Palace Hall with heavy footsteps. Whoosh. Ao Shun stepped into the Soaring Palace Hall. After taking a few steps forward, he immediately saw the scene in the Soaring Palace Hall. He saw that there were only 3 people in the Soaring Palace Hall: Gu Hai, Miao Qin and Gao Qin. Apart from Gu Hai, Miao Qin and Gao Qin stared blankly at Ao Shun. You tricked us, and just like that? Miao Qin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Gu Hai, you're actually back? Where's Ao Shun? Where's Ao Shun? Ao Shun asked blankly. Brother Wang, don't you recognize me? Gu Hai smiled faintly. At the side, Gao Qin plucked the strings of the void, and Gu Hai's voice suddenly turned into Ao Shun's voice. Ao Shun could not turn his head for a moment and was stunned. Then his face turned white and red. It was extremely interesting. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, You. Quan. Suddenly the Soaring Palace Hall's door closed with a bang. Ao Shun stepped into the Soaring Palace Hall. The moment the door closed, the expressions of the dragons loyal to Ao Shun immediately changed. What are you doing? The dragons immediately shouted. At that moment, Ao Shun's voice sounded from the Soaring Palace Hall again. I'm going to go back on my word today. If the dragon race wants long-term peace, there can't be any traitors. Traitors should be killed. What? The 300 dragons and 300 wyverns widened their eyes. Ao Shing, you despicable person. The dragons immediately roared. Dragons who have abandoned the darkness for the light, listen up. Since you have abandoned the darkness for the light, take out your proof and prove that you are irreconcilable with this group of traitors. Now is the time for you to prove it. Leave none of these traitors alive. Kill them all. Use their blood to wash away your sins. Kill them all. Also, the other dragons are not allowed to interfere. Ao Sheng's voice sounded again. Brr. Suddenly, the dragons who had just sided with Ao Sheng roared and looked ferocious. Of course, there were also some dragons who could not bear it. However, this was no longer a matter of whether they could bear it or not. This was a very serious political issue. If they did not kill them, how could they live peacefully? Sorry. Winner takes all. You chose this yourself. Don't blame us. Sorry. Brr. Boom! In the sky above the Soaring Palace Hall, the dragons fought crazily. Under the huge chaotic battle, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. Rolling thunder and lightning showered down. Gu Qin activated the array at the right time to prevent the palace from being damaged. Brr. Die. Kill. Under the orders of Crown Prince Ao Sheng, the dragons in the 4 seas were not allowed to interfere. In an instant the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless cultivators who were watching immediately screamed and fled in all directions. After all, the power of the aftermath was too fierce. At Sima Changkong's place. Crown Prince Ao Sheng is going back on his words? That's normal. The battle for the position of Crown Prince has always been cruel. At this time there is no morality. As long as one's position is stable, all morality can be torn apart. The group of subordinates judged Ao Sheng's orders. Only Sima Changkong saw it clearly. At this moment, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face and he did not know what to say. Ao Shun's crisis was resolved just like that. Ao Shun was actually forced into a desperate situation step by step, and was forced to the brink of death? And from the beginning to the end, what they faced was only an imaginary enemy. Yes, an imaginary enemy, a character created by Gu Hai, an unreal character. Then this unreal character forced the dragons into a desperate situation and forced Ao Shun into a dead end. Gu Hai destroyed the panicked dragon army without sacrificing a single soldier. When he came, Sima Changkong had guessed many possibilities, but he never expected that it would be like this. With just a mouth, the dragon army was tricked into disappearing? Gu Hai's mouth was comparable to a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Chapter 271. Thousand Islands Sea. A huge flying ship flew past. This flying ship looked incredibly luxurious, with large dragon-shaped carvings on it. A large number of men stood on the deck of the flying ship. These men all had different expressions and shapes. The leader was a red-robed man with a broad face and a dignified aura. The red-robed man held the railing with both hands as he looked into the distance. Then he asked indifferently, "This is the Thousand Islands Sea?" "Yes, Crown Prince." The people behind him answered respectfully. "Thousand Islands Sea? Ah, that battle 800 years ago was truly fascinating. The vast sky chess pavilion ended up in such a mess. Old man Guanxi, how unfortunate." The red-robed Crown Prince said indifferently. "Crown Prince, last time, Elite Hall's Mu Qinfeng came to my Divine Dragon Palace and said that Ao Shun wanted to restore the throne. Didn't Crown Prince send him away? Why are you going to 95 Island now?" "Indeed, Crown Prince. That Mu Qinfeng wants to use Crown Prince to deal with Ao Shun. He is dreaming." Two of the people mocked. The red-robed Crown Prince was Ao Xing. Ao Xing narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. Then he shook his head and asked, "Uncle Jen, what do you think of Mu Qinfeng's words?" An old man in the crowd frowned slightly. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know." Ao Xing took a deep breath and said, "I know. Uncle Jen, Uncle Lin, you are still brooding over what happened to me back then. However, I have my difficulties as well. Royal Brother caused such a ruckus back then because he wanted to consign my dragon race to eternal damnation." Crown Prince, why do you say that?" Uncle Jen asked with a frown. "Why does Imperial Father not care about worldly matters? Have you thought about it? Did I give myself the title of Crown Prince? Without Imperial Father's permission, how can I be the Crown Prince? The De Qin dynasty can have more than one Crown Prince. However, why can my Northern Sea Dragon race only have one? Because the dragon race can only have one voice. While Imperial Father is in closed-door cultivation, nothing is allowed to happen," Ao Xing said seriously. Uncle Jen frowned. "I know what Royal Brother is planning to do. He's planning to make use of a bunch of Sin Dragons, that motley crew and some of the dragon clans. In short, he wants to take back the position of Crown Prince." "Mu Qinfeng is right," Ao Xing said calmly. "Crown Prince." Uncle Jen raised his eyebrows. "You don't need to say anything. I understand. Uncle Jen, you're in charge of a team of the Dragon Palace. That's because my father trusts you. I hope you won't let my father down." Ao Xing said in a deep voice. Uncle Jen frowned and answered, "Yes. My Dragon Palace is not for anyone to use. Mu Qinfeng? Not even Class 1 Hall. This time I am here to resolve the grudge between Brother Wang and me. I hope that after he vented his anger on 95 Island, he will calm down when he sees me," Ao Xing said indifferently. 95 Island? Ao Shun is making a mountain out of a molehill. Mu Qinfeng said that she will bring the dragon race's army there. By now 95 Island should have been razed to the ground, right? 95 Island is in front. However, even if it is a Sin Dragon, it is still a member of the dragon race. 95 Island belongs to the Han Dynasty. What can an island do to it? One Sin Dragon is enough to destroy it all. The people behind Ao Xing immediately showed disdain. Roar. Rumble. As the group chatted and laughed, roaring sounds suddenly came from the distance. Ao Xing raised his eyebrows as he looked over with narrowed eyes. He saw a large group of dragons in the sky chasing after other dragons. These were all Sin Dragons and alternative dragons. The battle was extremely intense. What's going on? Those are all Sin Dragons, Ao Shun's subordinates. Why are they fighting among themselves? Uncle Jen showed some shock. This is a life-and-death battle. Why are they fighting so bitterly? Why are Ao Shun's subordinates fighting among themselves? The people on the flying ship showed shocked expressions. Dahan Imperial Palace. The instant the Sin Dragons started fighting in the sky, a large ritual array appeared in the Imperial Palace. The doors to the soaring palace hall opened slightly, and Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the hall. "Imperial Father. We succeeded," Gu Qin said excitedly with a smile. "Your Majesty is wise." The officials immediately knelt excitedly. Earlier, when Xiao Qin stepped out of the soaring palace hall, the officials showed horrified expressions. After all, that was a sky full of Sin Dragons. However, not long after, the Emperor turned the Sin Dragons into clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, tearing them apart and killing each other. The strongest Sin Dragon, Ao Shun, actually got kicked in the head by a donkey. He sealed his cultivation and allowed himself to be captured? Even the books did not have such a strange scene. The Emperor is too incredible. Not far away, Montez rushed over. Your Majesty, Montez said excitedly. At this moment, Montez was completely convinced. The sky was full of sin dragons. Even if it was a sin dragon, he could only run away. However, in the blink of an eye, he was toyed with by the Emperor. Even Ao Shun, who had the strength of the Heaven Palace Hall, was captured by the Emperor. He was far inferior to the Emperor. Perhaps if Shangguan Hen had not appeared when Miao Chen attacked, the Emperor would have had a way to deal with him. So what if he had the Heaven Palace Hall? In front of the Emperor, he would still be captured. Is it done? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes. Just before the ritual array was set up, I took an opportunity and had a Sin Dragon rescue Luan. Montez nodded solemnly. Luan was rescued? That's good. Montez, you did well this time. We are very gratified. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. It was all because of your Majesty's arrangements. This subject did not do anything. Although Montez said that he had done nothing, a smile bloomed on his face. At some point in time, Montez started to look forward to the Emperor's praise. Roar! Your Highness, we captured a traitorous dragon alive. An excited roar came from outside. Guqin, set up the ritual array and cooperate with us. Fog. Gu Hai said. Yes. Guqin answered. Boom. Suddenly, fog rose in the fog ritual array. For a moment, one could not see one's own fingers. 8 flood dragons grabbed a huge dragon and charged into the ritual array. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my might is unparalleled. The Overlord Xiang Yu's voice rang out. What? The dragons exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai did not have enough spiritual stones to set up the 28 line pair heavens and earth formation. He had used up almost all of the 400 million high-grade spiritual stones he had plundered from the Gingjin sect. Although it was not enough to deal with the experts from Kai Tian Palace, it was not difficult for him to deal with ordinary people from the Yuanying state. Moreover, with the help of the dragon-fixing formation, the alternative dragons could not move once they entered. Cloud beasts appeared one after another and suppressed the huge dragons. It was just like the Silver Moon Sea. Roar! The alternative dragons were suppressed by the dragon-fixing formation and could not move. The huge dragons roared in panic. Gu Hai held the blood saber in one hand and the life ender saber in the other as he soared into the sky. Gu Hai? It's you? Where is the Crown Prince? What is the Crown Prince doing? Skeleton. Don't eat me. Is this how the alternative dragons at the bottom of the Passionflower Valley were eaten? Crown Prince, I am on your side. Crown Prince. The group of alternative dragons shrieked in horror. However, wherever the life ender saber passed, wounds appeared. The alternative dragons were gnawed away. The ritual array was very complex. Once one entered, one could not get out. One could not tell north from south. No matter how one fled, Gu Hai quickly chased after them. The ritual array could isolate sound. The outside world could not hear what was happening inside. However, the inside could hear what was happening outside. Crown Prince, we caught a traitor. Ah! Another new dragon charged into the ritual array. Kill? Gu Hai's gaze turned cold. With the help of the Xiang Yu cloud beasts, he quickly chased after the dragons that entered the ritual array. Roar! You bastard! What are you doing? Crown Prince, what is this Gu Hai doing? Crown Prince, didn't you say that you would pardon us? Miserable shrieks rang out endlessly. More and more dragons entered the ritual array to ask for credit. Fortunately, Gu Hai had enough spirit stones this time. He used 400 million superior-grade spirit stones to set up the 28 line pair universe ritual array. The energy was endless. 100 Xiang Yu followed Gu Hai as he killed them. Although it was called killing, Gu Hai was just bullying the dragons with the life ender saber's ferocious roar. He was attacking them separately. A Xiang Yu cloud beast was equivalent to a peak stage nascent soul cultivator in the Yuanying state. 100 peak stage nascent soul cultivators cooperated with Gu Hai to deal with a giant dragon from the Yuanying state. All Gu Hai had to do was to make a wound on the giant dragon. How difficult would that be? Kill, 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 kill. Bones fell from the sky one after another. Gu Hai's killing became more and more ferocious. Outside the palace, the aftermath of the battle reached the Royal Casino Resort. However, it was not very harmful. Milord, look. Didn't I say that Crown Prince Aoshing was inside? Just now, nearly 1,000 giant dragons entered one after another. If Crown Prince Aoshing wasn't there, how could Gu Hai stop them? A subordinate said proudly. Sima Changkong shook his head. Gu Hai used the array to kill 1,000 dragons at the Silver Moon Ocean. Now he has the advantage of the array in his own territory. Isn't that enough? Huh. His subordinates were stunned. When 1,500 giant dragons were devoured by the Life Ender Saber, 1,000th of the power returned to Gu Hai's body and rushed to his lung acupoint. Metal elemental quintessential essence quickly accumulated in his lung acupoint. It formed a huge quintessential essence ball in the blink of an eye. He circulated the true dragon golden core art. Immediately, a wisp of consciousness nurtured a golden dragon in the lung acupoint's quintessential essence. Roar! The golden dragon roared and carried the rolling metal elemental quintessential essence through his meridians. It swam in Gu Hai's body with the blue dragon in his kidney acupoint, the green dragon in his liver acupoint, and the purple dragon in his dantian. They did not interfere with each other and did not invade each other. When the quintessential essence circulated in his body, boom! There was a loud sound and a current surged around him. The energy in his body seemed to have increased exponentially in an instant. 7th tier golden core realm? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. 1,500 giant dragons. He had finally broken through again. Gu Hai turned his head and prepared to slaughter the other giant dragons. However, when he turned his head, no more dragons entered the array. Gu Hai frowned slightly. What was going on? There were still 2,500 dragons. Did they all escape? Crown Prince, it's here. It's here. Someone used your name to lie to us. Suddenly, a sorrowful roar came from outside. Chapter 272. Rumble. 3,400 dragons chasing 600 dragons was simply a one-sided massacre. The 600 dragons loyal to Ao Shun fled in all directions, and the other dragons also gave chase. Hence, the shockwaves outside the Dahan Palace were not strong. Even so, the dragons were still extremely ferocious. The shockwaves caused strong winds and heavy rain, sending sand and rocks flying. Countless spectating cultivators fled in horror. The rebellious dragons were captured one after another and sent into the ritual array of the Dahan Palace. However, there was no news of them after they entered. No one knew what happened inside. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 dragons entered the ritual array, and the rebellious dragons dwindled. However, at this moment the battle in the distance stopped. Be it the dragons loyal to Ao Shun or Ao Sheng, the two sides stopped fighting and looked at a magnificent flying ship together. TTTT Crown Prince? Why did you come from outside the island? Crown Prince, you just arrived? TT, then who is in the soaring hall? Elder Lin, Elder Jen, while you were not captured by the Crown Prince? The dragons that saw Ao Sheng's flying ship were all stunned. Why is it the Crown Prince's flying ship? Isn't the Crown Prince in the soaring hall? Also, shouldn't Elder Jen, Elder Lin, and the others be imprisoned? Isn't the Crown Prince going to purge the dragon race? Could it be? Suddenly, the dragons thought of a possibility. The moment they thought of that possibility, almost all the dragons felt like they had swallowed a dead rat. It was so awkward. The flying ship slowly headed for the Dahan Palace. Along the way, more and more dragons gathered. In the blink of an eye, 800 dragons and drakes had gathered together with complicated feelings. Be it the drakes or the drakes, they were all at a loss. This is somewhat incomprehensible. Ao Sheng stood on the flying ship. The group of dragon elders listened to the detailed report of the captured dragon, and they were all speechless. That bastard! The Crown Prince is here. How can there be a Crown Prince in the soaring hall? An elder said with a glare. It's true. There really is a Crown Prince. The dragon that was questioned was also stunned. Ao Sheng's face was also dark as he slowly walked toward the Dahan Imperial Palace. The battle outside the palace had already stopped. Just like the other dragons, the moment they saw Ao Sheng's true body, all the dragons were stunned. Some of the surrounding cultivators who were fleeing in all directions also revealed a surprised expression. TT, that's Crown Prince Ao Sheng? I've seen it before in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. It's really Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Impossible. If he is Crown Prince Ao Sheng, then who is the one inside the soaring palace hall? Two Crown Princes Ao Sheng? Countless Xiozhi revealed astonished expressions. They had yet to recover from the shock of the battle between the two Crown Princes. Now, another Crown Prince had appeared. Was this a real or fake Crown Prince? When Sima Changkong saw the flying boat, he also smiled bitterly. This time, Gu Hai is in trouble. Hitch him. It's impossible. One of Sima Changkong's subordinates widened his eyes and exclaimed. That's Ao Xing. That's right. Behind him are the elders of the dragon tribe. He is Ao Xing. If the one on the flying boat is Ao Xing, then who is the one inside the soaring palace hall? The group of Sima Changkong's subordinates widened their eyes and remained silent for a long time. Just like the dragons before, they felt awkward as if they had swallowed a dead rat. Just now, they were constantly praising Ao Xing in the soaring palace hall and swearing that it was definitely Ao Xing. Now this was a blatant slap to their faces. Ao Xing really came. Then could the one in the soaring palace hall be real? The previous rumbling of the battle disappeared. The surroundings became incomparably quiet. A strange atmosphere pervaded outside the Dahan Imperial Palace. Everyone's eyes widened in bewilderment. If the one on the flying boat was really Ao Xing, then everyone and all the dragons had been deceived by a voice in the soaring palace hall. Crown Prince, it's here. It's here. Someone used your name to deceive us. The leader of the white dragons pointed at the Imperial Palace array and shouted sorrowfully. Inside the array, Gu Hai had slaughtered 1,500 dragons, and his cultivation had reached the 7th tier of the Golden Core realm. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a sorrowful roar suddenly came from outside. The Crown Prince? Gu Hai suddenly raised his brows and waved his hand. Immediately he could see the outside world from inside the array. He saw an extremely luxurious flying boat floating in the air. On the flying boat, a red-robed man was leading. He had a dignified expression as he looked coldly at the array. Behind him stood a group of subordinates in different outfits. The hostile dragons around the flying boat suddenly stopped. A total of 1,000 dragons surrounded the flying boat. As for the remaining dragons, they were definitely fighting in the distance. No one knew where they were. Hallmaster, no, not good. It's Crown Prince Ao Xing. Why is he here? Mu Qinfeng ran over from the crowd in the Imperial Palace, her expression changing. Clearly, Mu Qinfeng had seen Ao Xing before and recognized him immediately. Ao Xing? Gu Hai frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. What should we do? Mu Qinfeng showed an anxious expression. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. After thinking for a while, he took a deep breath and said, Gu Qin, withdraw the array. Not far away, Gu Qin could also see the outside world. He showed some worry on his face, but he still obeyed and withdrew the array. The clouds surrounding the Imperial Palace immediately scattered. The great cloudy array was withdrawn. 1,500 dragon skeletons fell to the ground, immediately exposed to everyone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the dragon skeletons were exposed, gasps came from the Dahan Imperial Palace. Not far away, the Thousand Islands sea cultivators watching felt their scalps go numb. The huge rock outside the Dahan Imperial Palace had more than 100 Yuanying state experts nailed to it. It was particularly eye-catching. Now, 1,500 dragons were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, they were all reduced to a pile of bones without any flesh. What happened to them earlier? These were giant dragons. A single giant dragon could sweep through his entire island. Now, 1,500 giant dragons had all been reduced to dragon bones in a mere 20 hours? Some of the cultivators who were thinking about how to snatch Gu Hai's dragon vein all put away their unrealistic thoughts. Snatch? Snatch my ass. Who would dare to snatch it? My lord, this group of dragons turned into dragon skeletons like the Silver Moon Sea? A subordinate looked at Sima Changkong in shock. However, Sima Changkong's expression was very calm, as if he had guessed it long ago. The dragons originally looked at the array angrily. After all, the person in the array had played them for a fool. If they saw him again, they would definitely tear him to pieces. However, when the array was removed and the 1,000 dragon skeletons appeared, the dragons suddenly trembled. What happened just now? They're all dead? They're all dead? The dragons looked at the center of the pile of skeletons in shock. They saw Gu Hai holding a blood saber and a bone saber. Ancient devil. It's old devil Gu. It's him. Just like the Passion Flower Valley, it must be old devil Gu. Old devil Gu? The dragons looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's Golden Core Realm cultivation? Damn Golden Core Realm. When have you seen a Golden Core Realm cultivator kill so many Yuanying state cultivators? The dragons looked at Gu Hai in shock. You killed more than 1,000 dragons? An elder-looking man on the flying boat glared at him and said angrily. Gu Hai looked at Crown Prince Ao Xing. When Crown Prince Ao Xing raised his eyelids, he also looked at Gu Hai. Hall Master of the Elite Hall, Gu Hai, greets Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Gu Hai bowed slightly. When Gu Hai spoke, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The dragons did not dare to interrupt, but they all looked at Gu Hai with ferocious expressions in shock. Elite Hall? Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. Mu Qinfeng immediately said, His Holiness personally issued a decree and conferred Gu Hai as the Hall Master of the Elite Hall. De Chen Marquis. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, you have come from afar. Gu Hai did not welcome you. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes and said, Did not welcome you? Haha, I don't care if you are the Hall Master of the Elite Hall. Did you impersonate me? Ao Sheng's tone was cold. The surrounding dragons glared at Gu Hai. Was it Gu Hai earlier? Had he deceived all the dragons? If he did not take revenge, he would not be able to vent his anger. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, you must be joking. When did I impersonate you? Gu Hai denied it with a smile. Gu Hai's denial made the surrounding onlookers widen their eyes. Do you think everyone is blind? Do you think denying it is useful? Crown Prince, it must be him. He was the one who lied to us earlier. He impersonated you and deceived Ao Shun, deceiving us into killing each other. The White Dragon leader said angrily. Huh. Ao Shun looked coldly at Gu Hai. A strong aura pressed down. The expressions of the Dahan officials immediately changed. They could not raise their heads under the pressure. You want to lie to me? Ao Sheng asked coldly. Crown Prince Ao Sheng and this White Dragon leader. What's wrong? Did I lie with what I just said? That's right. Earlier, I was the one who confronted Ao Shun in the Soaring Palace Hall. However, when did I impersonate Crown Prince Ao Sheng? Did I say that I was Ao Sheng? If I did, I would let Crown Prince Ao Sheng deal with me as he pleased. However, ask this group of dragons and everyone here. When did I say that I was Ao Sheng? What did I say? What was my tone then? Gu Hai asked sullenly. The White Dragon leader was stunned. Ao Sheng also looked at the White Dragon leader with a frown. The White Dragon thought for a while and frowned. In his memory, Gu Hai did not say that he was Ao Sheng. Do you all remember what Gu Hai said back then? The leader of the White Dragons looked at the other dragons. The other dragons kept recalling all the conversations between Gu Hai and Ao Shun. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not remember when Gu Hai said that he was Ao Sheng. It seemed that he really did not admit it. The dragon's expression stiffened. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, it seems that I am innocent, Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 273. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, it looks like I am innocent, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Right after Gu Hai spoke, all the dragon race cultivators were shocked. You are innocent. The countless spectating cultivators in the surroundings goggled. You are innocent. In that case, what is going on with the 1,500 dragon bones under your feet? How do you explain this? Did they all commit suicide? Are you innocent? Or are you trying to fool? Crown Prince, he is lying. He is impersonating you. The White Dragon leader said indignantly while glaring. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, To catch a thief, you need to take the dirty. This White Dragon, you said that I am impersonating Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Even if I asked you to provide evidence, you would not be able to do so. Could it be that you can slander my elite hall with just one sentence? Gu Hai, it is useless for you to quibble. Didn't you do so much to make us think that you are the Crown Prince? Do you think that everyone is blind? The White Dragon leader said while glaring. I am me. I never said that I am Crown Prince Ao Sheng. If you think that I am Crown Prince Ao Sheng, that is because you are stupid. You misunderstood and want to frame me? Do you want me to pay for your stupidity? Gu Hai looked at the dragon race cultivators coldly. What did you say? Roar. Roar. The dragon race cultivators roared furiously, looking like they wanted to tear Gu Hai apart. You actually said that we are stupid? Gu Hai looked at the dragon race cultivators coldly, not showing any fear. Smoke slowly rose in the surroundings. The dragon race cultivators roared for a while, but no one dared to charge down. After all, the ritual array below was indeed horrifying. Furthermore, there were mountains of dragon bones as proof. No one dared to charge down. You said that we are stupid and misunderstood that you are the Crown Prince? Didn't you cause all this? You even said that there were more than 10,000 huge dragon race cultivators hidden in the sea. You deliberately misled us. You are impersonating the Crown Prince. The White Dragon leader shouted while glaring. However, Gu Hai sneered and said, "Everyone has a good memory. Why don't you help me recall what I said at that time? You said that you saw over 10,000 giant dragons at the bottom of the sea, but I never said it, nor did I admit it. Who can help me recall what I said at that time?" "Who is it?" Gu Hai questioned. Crown Prince Ao Sheng also looked at a black dragon. The black dragon's face stiffened. At that time he said, "Hee. Brother Wang, this subordinate of yours is really interesting. Yes, I'm alone and didn't bring anyone. Why don't you come in and take a look?" After the black dragon finished speaking, the dragons fell silent for a long while. "At that time we thought you were being sarcastic. We all thought you were being sarcastic." Then huge dragons appeared in all directions of the sea. More than 10,000 huge dragons were swimming in the depths of the sea. Only then did we believe that you were the crown prince. "White dragon, did you hear that? I said that I was the only one. You didn't believe me, you were stupid and you misunderstood. Who can you blame? I've told you so clearly, but you insist on letting your imagination run wild, and you want to force me to commit a crime? What a joke." Gu Hai shouted coldly. The dragons were speechless, as if they had swallowed a dead rat again. Why was it, again? Then what's going on at the bottom of the sea? What's going on with more than 10,000 giant dragon shadows? The white dragon leader said coldly. "What does that have to do with me?" Gu Hai said, amused. "Ah." That one sentence made the dragon speechless. Yes, Gu Hai didn't mention the four seas at all. He made the connection himself. Now that Gu Hai had pushed the blame away, they couldn't find any evidence against him. "You even called Ao Shun Brother Wang," the white dragon leader said angrily. "Yes, I can call him Brother Wang, Brother Li, Brother Zhao. What's wrong? What does it have to do with you how I call him?" Gu Hai said coldly. The white dragon's face turned red. "Brother Wang? A Wang with the surname Wang? A Wang with the surname Wang? Then why did you mention father and brother to him?" The white dragon said unwillingly. "What does that have to do with you?" Gu Hai said coldly. "You." The white dragon was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Crown Prince, he even imitated your voice. This can't be faked, everyone heard it." The blue dragon leader shouted. "That's right, Crown Prince. He imitated your voice back then, that's why we fell for it." The dragon said firmly. The dragons looked at Gu Hai with righteous indignation. Hee ha ha ha. Gu Hai suddenly laughed and interrupted the dragons. "Imitating my voice? That's a crime? What a joke, can't they have the same voice? Do you believe that the people of the Han dynasty can find 100 people with the same voice as Crown Prince Ao Sheng? I imitated my own people, how can I imitate Crown Prince Ao Sheng? Should I be convicted just because of a similar voice?" Gu Hai said coldly. The dragons? They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. The dragons looked at Gu Hai in despair. Can you be any more shameless? Countless cultivators around also widened their eyes. Wasn't Gu Hai too clean? He actually made the dragons speechless? Not far away at Sima Changkong's place. "Sir, why is Gu Hai so clean? Why is he not doing what he did?" A subordinate said disdainfully. Sima Changkong smiled and said, "This is Gu Hai's brilliance. Indeed, sometimes he doesn't need a reason to believe something. Just like Crown Prince Ao Sheng now, if he says you are guilty, you are guilty. But now Gu Hai has to clear his name." What? This is also Gu Hai's brilliance. Previously, when he threatened Ao Shun, Gu Hai didn't leave any evidence behind. What a good plan. Even if this matter was exposed in the future, Gu Hai could still be in an invincible position. But I didn't expect this to happen so quickly. Why does Gu Hai have to clear his name? The dragon race is allied with the Deqian Celestial Empire. Gu Hai is the Hall Master of the Deqian Celestial Empire's first-class hall. To be precise, the two of them are colleagues. Colleagues are different from enemies. If you are an enemy, you don't need a reason to arrest you. But if you are a colleague, how will the others in the Deqian Celestial Empire look at you if you don't care about morality? If Gu Hai impersonates Ao Sheng, he will be tarnishing Ao Sheng's reputation. Ao Sheng has the right to deal with him. However, what if Gu Hai doesn't impersonate Ao Sheng? At the very least, there is no evidence to prove that Gu Hai impersonates Ao Sheng. What excuse does Ao Sheng have? Just based on the accusations of a group of foolish subordinates? This Gu Hai is really slippery. Sima Changkong said with a frown. Then Gu Hai will be fine? Not necessarily. Ao Sheng will not compromise so easily. Sima Changkong showed some worry. In the distance, Gu Hai looked at Crown Prince Ao Sheng and said, "All right, Crown Prince Ao Sheng, this group of dragon race members should be the sinners of the dragon race. According to the rules of the dragon race and the Deqian Empire, they are not allowed to leave their assigned places without permission. However, they traveled such a long distance to my 9-5 island. This is a great crime. Secondly, they betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire for treason. It is not convenient for me to interfere in the matters of the dragon race. I hope that Crown Prince Ao Sheng can handle this yourself." The group of dragon race members glared at Gu Hai. What a sharp tongue. Never mind. I will not pursue the matter of you impersonating me. However, what about my royal brother? Ao Sheng asked indifferently. When Ao Sheng spoke, the group of dragon race members fell silent. "Gao Chen, Miao Chen, bring out Ao Shun," Gu Hai said seriously. Creak. The doors to the soaring palace hall suddenly opened. Miao Chen slowly walked out with Ao Shun with a complicated expression. At this moment, Ao Shun no longer had his earlier sharpness. His hair was disheveled and he cut a sorry figure. His eyes were bloodshot, looking like he wanted to eat someone. "Gu Hai, you liar. Liar. I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Roar. Ao Shun roared in grief and indignation. At the Gingjin sect, Ao Shun got tricked by Dugu Chiobai and fled in fright. This was already a great humiliation for him, utterly embarrassing himself. This time, Ao Shun brought the dragon race army here to wash away his previous humiliation. However, how could Ao Shun expect that Gu Hai tricked him again? Previously, Gu Hai scared Ao Shun into fleeing. This time it was even more embarrassing. Ao Shun was absolutely strong, absolutely undefeatable. To think that he failed at the final step of sweeping through 9-5 Island. Ao Shun was an expert from the Heavenly Opening Palace, but Gu Hai tricked him into sealing himself and allowing himself to be captured. At this thought, the shadow in Ao Shun's heart multiplied. This was no longer a matter of losing face. This was no longer a matter of intellect. This was a case of a retard. How could Ao Shun be inferior to a retard? How could Ao Shun convince the dragon race in the future? How would the female dragons view Ao Shun? Ao Shun was a disgrace to the entire dragon race. If it were Ao Shun would have accepted it. Ao Shun's strength and influence were inferior to his. However, this was Gu Hai, a golden core cultivator, an ant. Ao Shun was tricked by an ant? "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Ao Shun roared at Gu Hai in grief and indignation. "Master, Ao Shun is going crazy. He keeps shouting that he wants to kill you. We can't even stop him." Gao Chen said bitterly. Ao Shun's blood rushed to his head. "You dealt a huge blow to him." Miao Chen said bitterly as well. Ao Shun, whom Miao Chen was inferior to, ended up being tricked by Gu Hai into sealing his cultivation and allowing himself to be captured. Miao Chen had never seen such a strange thing in his life. "Ao Shun, look who's here," Gu Hai shouted. Sure enough, the loud shout of this great enemy caused Ao Shun to suddenly tremble and raise his head to look. Ao Shun saw a group of dragons gathered around a flying ship in the distance. Ao Sheng stood on the flying ship. "Ao Sheng." Ao Shun shivered and immediately sobered up. "Brother Wang, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ao Shun smiled bitterly. When Ao Shun heard what happened, he felt extremely speechless. His big brother's mental fortitude was not good, but he had not expected things to end up like this. "Ao Sheng? I don't need your hypocrisy." Ao Shun showed a sullen expression. Ao Shun turned his head and looked at the soaring palace plaza. Huge dragon corpses piled up like mountains. Ao Shun inhaled sharply, showing a ferocious expression. My subordinates. You killed them all. You killed them all?" Ao Shun stared at Gu Hai with a cold expression. These sinful dragons betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire and the dragon race. They wanted to kill me, the elite hall master. I have the authority to kill them all, including you. Gu Hai said coldly. Good. Ao Shun's eyes turned red as he glared at Gu Hai, overflowing hatred flashing in his eyes. Bring Brother Wang back. Ao Shun called out to the white dragon leader. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly called out. Huh. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai. Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Ao Shun betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire this time. He led the dragon race to my place to cause trouble and was captured by me. Out of consideration for Crown Prince Ao Sheng, I can hand over Ao Shun to you. However, I hope that this matter will end here. The dragon race will not pursue this matter. Gu Hai said sullenly as he looked at Ao Sheng. Ao Xing narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Not pursue this matter? Ah. I cannot pursue this matter, but I don't care about others. Crown Prince Ao Xing means that you will not care if Ao Shun leads the dragon race to pursue my 9-5 island in the future? Gu Hai said indifferently. That's right. Ao Xing said indifferently. Crown Prince Ao Xing, please take back what you said earlier. Restrain the dragon race and stop causing trouble in my 9-5 island. Gu Hai said sullenly. Ao Xing narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You want me to take back what I said? Not pursuing this matter for killing my dragon race is already the limit. Yet you want me to work for you? Roar. The dragon race roared as they glared at Gu Hai ferociously. Humph. Gu Hai, just wait for death. Ao Shun sneered. A horrifying atmosphere spread throughout the Han dynasty. Horror appeared on the faces of countless officials. While the emperor could scare Ao Shun once, he could not scare Ao Shun a second time. The surrounding cultivators goggled as well. The Han dynasty has thoroughly offended the dragon race. It's over. Indeed. Ao Shun will definitely take revenge. Gu Hai will not be able to stop him. Crown Prince Ao Sheng is clearly protecting Ao Shun and the dragon race. Indeed. In the eyes of the dragon race, the Han dynasty is nothing. Why should they give you face? Countless cultivators felt that it was over for Gu Hai. Some felt that it was a pity while others felt worried. Gu Hai looked at Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Suddenly he smiled faintly and said, All right, since Crown Prince Ao Sheng has already put it that way, there is nothing more to discuss. Ao Sheng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Miao Chen Gao Chen, watch Ao Shun properly. We will not give Ao Shun to them. If anyone dares to make a move, immediately kill Ao Shun. Gu Hai said coldly as he glared. How dare you? How dare you? You bastard. The dragon race roared furiously. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Sheng. You think that I am easy to bully, but I think that you are laughable. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, do you want Ao Shun to die? Chapter 274. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Sheng. You think that I am easy to bully, but I think that you are laughable. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, do you want Ao Shun to die? The situation suddenly changed. Earlier, Gu Hai was still arguing with the dragons, trying to appease Crown Prince Ao Sheng. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Hai turned hostile and started arguing with Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Shouldn't this insignificant golden core immediately kneel down and beg for mercy? What confidence did Xiao Qin have to challenge the dragon crown prince? In the distance, Sima Changkong raised his eyebrows. Oh no, this conflict is going to intensify. The countless cultivators watching in the surroundings held their breaths and glared at Gu Hai. Is your brain damaged? Earlier you tricked Ao Shun by pretending to be mysterious. Now who can you fool? Why are you still so unyielding? Even the expressions of the dragons changed. Roar! 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 The dragons roared and glared at Gu Hai. Not only did Gu Hai capture Ao Shun, but he also mocked Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Was this a challenge to the dignity of the entire dragon race? However, Ao Shun suddenly froze, unable to process this. Earlier, it seemed that Gu Hai was already preparing to release him. Why did he say such harsh words? Is my brain damaged? Why can't I seek freedom first before taking revenge? Now Gu Hai actually turned hostile? With a wave of his hand, Gao Chen and Miao Chen escorted Ao Shun to Gu Hai. As Gu Hai controlled Ao Shun, he looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Crown Prince Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he had not expected Gu Hai to dare to disobey him at this moment. You're Gu Hai? I really underestimated you. Ao Sheng said in an icy tone. Crown Prince Ao Sheng, all dragons listen up. Go back to where you came from. This is my Han dynasty. We do not welcome you. Gu Hai said coldly. How dare you? The dragons immediately roared. All the dragon elders on the flying boat also stared at Gu Hai with their eyes wide open. So what if I'm impudent? Get out of Dahan. Gu Hai said coldly. That resolute tone caused the surrounding cultivators to break out in a cold sweat. Was this Gu Hai really not afraid of death? Han dynasty. Haha, do you believe that I can annihilate him with a flip of my hand? One of the elders said with a cold gaze. At the side, Mu Qinfeng whispered, This is Elder Zhen of the Dragon Tribe. Ao Shun said that he would support him. Elder Jin? Ha, I believe that you can annihilate my Dahan. However, do you believe that I will kill Ao Shun immediately? Gu Hai pointed his bloody blade at Ao Shun's back with a ferocious expression. How dare you? Elder Jen glared at him. At this moment, Ao Shun felt his scalp go numb because he could feel Gu Hai's dense killing intent. Did he really dare to kill him? Uncle Jen. Ao Shun looked at Elder Jen with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Gu Hai, if you dare to harm a single hair on Ao Shun, I will take your life. Elder Jen said with a cold expression. Gu Hai sneered and said, Do you think that I am afraid of your threats? Just now, Crown Prince Ao Shing said that if I let Ao Shun go, he would not care about anything else. If Ao Shun wants to take revenge, then I will die. Whether I let Ao Shun go or not, I will die anyway. Why should I let him go? Do you think that I am as stupid as you? Bastard. Uncle Jen glared at him. Humph, if you want to blame someone, blame your Crown Prince Ao Shing. He forced me to use Ao Shun as a threat. In other words, he forced me to kill Ao Shun. Gu Hai looked coldly at Crown Prince Ao Shing. How dare you? Ao Shing glared at him and said angrily. Am I wrong? Crown Prince Ao Shing, today a little Gu Hai challenged the dignity of the dragon race. For the sake of the dragon race's dignity, you must teach me a lesson. I will use Ao Shun as a hostage. If you dare to do anything, I will kill Ao Shun. You forced me to kill Ao Shun with righteousness. Isn't it because you led the dragons to kill Ao Shun, your own brother? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai reprimanded. The dragons looked at Ao Shing. Was Ao Shing still going to make a move? If he dealt with the Dahan again, he would be forcing Ao Shun to his death. Was he really going to force his own brother to his death? Gu Hai, do you dare? Ao Shing looked at Gu Hai coldly. With just a few words, Gu Hai forced him onto the moral execution platform. If he dared to make a move today, he would be killing his own brother. The dragons were watching. The whole world was watching. If he forced Ao Shun to his death, his own status in the dragon race would be damaged. Do you dare or not? You can try. Gu Hai said coldly. That dragon over there, don't move. Gu Hai suddenly shouted at the giant dragon that was trying to sneak away. That giant dragon wanted to sneak behind Gu Hai, but Gu Hai saw through it and shouted. The dragons froze and looked at Gu Hai coldly. Good. Gu Hai, you are really brave. Let go of my brother. What do you want? Ao Shing said coldly after a moment of silence. Sorry, I don't want to let go of Ao Shun now. Crown Prince Ao Shing, please go ahead. Go back to where you came from. Gu Hai said coldly. How dare you? Ao Shing glared. Do you think that the dragon race can come and go as you please? Ao Shing said coldly. My Dahan? Aha, I am indeed much weaker than your dragon race. You dragons can be destroyed with a flip of my hand. However, since the Dahan has been established, we will not avoid any threats. Even if we have to fight to the death, we will not hesitate. Come, do you want to die together or take this opportunity to kill your brother? Crown Prince Ao Shing, do you want to try? Gu Hai said coldly. Ao Shing narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. He said, No one can threaten my dragon race, not even the insignificant Dahan. Capture Gu Hai. The dragons roared and immediately charged at Gu Hai, bearing their fangs and claws. Roar. Rumble. The roars filled with killing chi shook the place. Countless officials showed horrified expressions. Montez, Chen Tianshan, and the others clenched their fists, showing nervous expressions. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were also shocked. The roars sounded like they would destroy the Dahan in the blink of an eye and kill Gu Hai. Ching. The soft sound of a saber scraping against flesh rang out. His voice was not loud, but the murderous dragons in the sky were so frightened by this voice that they paused in their tracks. It was Gu Hai. His saber pierced through Ao Shun's back and into Ao Shun's chest. The crimson saber pierced through Ao Shun's body and came out. Blood was still dripping from the saber in Ao Shun's chest. Ao Shun vomited blood as he looked at the half-saber sticking out of his chest in disbelief. Gu Hai really dared? He really dared to kill me? However, the dragons in the sky were scared silly. Gu Hai actually stabbed Ao Shun with his saber? How could he dare? How could this be? The dragons were shocked. Ao Shun's expression also changed as he looked at Gu Hai in horror. Gu Hai showed a cold smile as he looked at the dragons in the sky. He shouted, Come on then. Why don't you continue? Why aren't you continuing? Are you scared? However, the dragons suddenly retreated a little, as if they were frightened by Gu Hai's angry roar. You dare to kill my royal brother? Aoshing said coldly. Stop pretending. I didn't stab you. You did, Crown Prince Aoshing. Gu Hai said coldly. Aosheng clenched his fists and looked at Gu Hai, his eyes filled with coldness. Stop, stop. Suddenly there was a loud shout from afar. It was Sima Changkong who couldn't bear to watch any longer and flew out. Stop right there. Meng Tai immediately stepped forward and blocked Sima Changkong's path. Oh, Mr. Sima? Gu Hai frowned slightly. He recognized him at a glance. He was the first person to buy Gu Hai's piano in Silver Moon City. After City Lord he committed suicide, he took over Silver Moon City. He was actually Dahan? Mr. Good. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Sima Changkong turned to look at Crown Prince Aosheng and said, I am Sima Changkong. Greetings, Crown Prince Aosheng. Former top scorer? I remember you, Sima Changkong. You were almost the top scorer. Now you are working for Takashi Ryushin? Aosheng said in a low voice. Yes, that's me. I was passing by and saw a psychological battle. I shouldn't be meddling in other people's business. However, we are all working for the Dechen Celestial Empire. We shouldn't fight to the death. I will be the mediator. Why don't the two of you stop fighting? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Stop fighting? How do we stop fighting? Aosheng asked coldly. Gu Hai will return Aoshan, and Crown Prince Aosheng will promise to restrain the Dragon Tribe. He will not pursue anything against Gu Hai or the Han Dynasty. What do you think? Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Not pursue anything against him? Aosheng looked at Gu Hai coldly. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile, although Gu Hai didn't hit any vital points, Crown Prince Aoshan is bleeding. As time goes by, something will happen even if nothing happens. Aosheng's face darkened, and he remained silent for a while. However, the Dragon Tribe was anxious. Among them, Elder Jen and Elder Lin were even more anxious. Crown Prince Aoshan is dying. You are brothers after all. You. Elder Jen said anxiously. Uncle Jen, do you also agree with what Gu Hai said? That I want to kill Brother Wang? Aosheng's face changed. No, but Aoshan is now. Elder Jen said anxiously. The group of Dragon Tribe elders was anxious. They decided to listen to Sima Changkong and save Aoshan first. Aosheng took a deep breath. His expression was terrible, but he finally nodded and said, All right, I'll let you do as you say. Take it as a favor to Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family. Thank you, Crown Prince Aosheng. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Sima Changkong turned around and looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good look? Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong and frowned. I'm sorry, Mr. Sima. I don't know much about Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family, so I can't agree with you. Thank you for your kindness. The surrounding Dragon Tribe members' faces froze. Gu Hai doesn't know what's good for him. Crown Prince has already agreed not to pursue the matter. Why is he still so stubborn? Bastard. The Dragon Tribe members scolded Gu Hai. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai with a frown. However, he could not prove to Gu Hai that Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family were powerful. Mr. Sima, I appreciate your kindness. Moreover, even if I know about Takashi Ryushin and the Sima family's power, I still stand by my principles. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. You seem to have thought of something. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I don't trust the Dragon Tribe. Why should I use Aoshan in exchange for the safety of the Dahan? With Aoshan in our hands, the Dahan is as stable as a mountain. Our lives are in our own hands. However, if we give Aoshan to them, our lives will be in their hands. It's up to them whether they want to kill me or not. If that's the case, why should we let others decide our fates? Gu Hai said calmly. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. I didn't think it through. However, your feud is getting worse. It's fine. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai turned around and looked at Crown Prince Aosheng. Crown Prince Aosheng, do you want to try again? Let's see if I can cut Aoshan vertically with this slash of mine. Or, you can go back and see if you can piece it back together. Maybe you'll even die in one piece. Gu Hai laughed sinisterly. The dragons were furious, but they could only hold it in. No one dared to move. Aoshan was bleeding profusely, but his face was pale. Crown Prince Aoshan is dying. Elder Jen said anxiously. Gu Hai, good. I underestimated you. You dared to kill my royal brother. I'll exterminate your entire family. Crown Prince Aosheng said coldly. If you keep delaying, let's see how long Aoshan can last. If you keep delaying, he'll die. Gu Hai said with a sinister smile. Humph! What will it take for you to let go of my royal brother? Crown Prince Ao Xing demanded anxiously. In the future I will bring him to the De Qian dynasty's capital. I will hand him over to you there. Today you can forget about it. You will only get his corpse at best. Now take all your dragon race members and leave 9-5 Island. Leave now. Leave now. Gu Hai said coldly. The dragons showed unsightly expressions. Ao Xing showed an extremely unsightly expression. However, Ao Shun was on his last breath. If this continued, Ao Shun would really die. Crown Prince, let's retreat. Elder Jen said bitterly. Crown Prince, let's retreat. We will take revenge in the future. Crown Prince Ao Shun cannot die. He cannot be forced to his death by you. Crown Prince. A group of dragons pleaded anxiously. The dragons looked at Ao Xing. Ao Xing clenched his fists. When Ao Xing came, he could never have imagined that he would be forced into a corner by a mere golden core realm cultivator. Ao Shun looked at Crown Prince Ao Xing weakly. His eyes were so weak that they seemed to be closed yet not. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ao Xing, didn't you want me to die? You don't have to worry about me seizing the throne. There's no need. Ao Shun weakly closed his eyes. Let's go. Ao Xing roared with great disbelief. Let's go. Let's go. Elder Jen and Elder Lin shouted anxiously. The dragons showed reluctance, especially the Sin dragons. Twice this was the second time. The first time, the dragon army led by Crown Prince Ao Shun was almost annihilated by Gu Hai. The second time, Crown Prince Ao Shun led the dragon race army. In the end, Gu Hai forced him to flee in panic. Was this Gu Hai the nemesis of the dragon race? The flying ship was the first to fly into the distance. Under the urging of a group of elders, the dragons quickly followed and left. Roar! 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 The dragons let out waves of unwillingness and humiliation as they left quickly. Countless cultivators watching from all directions were left with their mouths agape. They could not close them for a long time. Was this a joke? Wasn't the Han dynasty going too far? That was a group of dragons. The dragons were being forced to retreat by Gu Hai for the second time? Everyone was already shocked the first time. Now that it was the second time, no one could describe the monstrous Han Emperor. Mr. Good Ao Shun is dying. Sima Changkong reminded with a bitter smile. Tisk. Gu Hai pulled out the blood knife from Ao Shun's body. Don't worry, he won't die. Chapter 275. Ao Shun's wound was staunched as he was brought away. The countless spectating cultivators remained silent for a long time as they looked at the distant Gu Hai. Nearly all the cultivators found this strange. Such a ferocious person had not appeared in the Thousand Islands Sea for 800 years. Just one dragon could sweep through nearly all the islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. However, there were 4,000 dragons this time. Furthermore, there was a legendary expert who opened a heavenly palace. No matter which island it was, they would not be able to deal with it. However, the 9-5 Islands Island Master easily dealt with it. The first time was a fluke. What about the second time? Master, the Han dynasty has been recruiting cultivators. This disciple would like to go and try. Father, the Han dynasty is growing stronger by the day. The Han Emperor is even more powerful. This child wants to join the Han dynasty. Our clan cannot remain in a barren place like the Thousand Islands Sea forever. I want to follow Gu Hai and establish a great clan. Martial uncle, please tell my master that I am not going back. I want to stay in the Han dynasty. Many cultivators suddenly yearned for the Han dynasty. It had only been established 1 year, and it could already repel dragons. What would happen in the future? The fog slowly encased the distant Han imperial palace. However, the eyes of countless cultivators grew increasingly brighter. As for the Han dynasty's crisis? Forming a grudge with the dragon race? Some people worried. However, even more people thought highly of Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai's legend was based on the earlier battle. More than 1 year ago, Xiao Qin had already made a name for himself in the innate puzzle world. Then the Great War on 9-5 Island became even more impressive. Xiao Qin suppressed countless cultivators and established the Han dynasty. Now the Han dynasty stood undefeated against dragons. Everyone believed that Gu Hai would make the Han Empire stronger. More importantly, the Han dynasty's salary was extremely generous. There was also the Spirit Spring. What were the cultivations of the Han Dynasty's officials? But in the past year, the Han Dynasty had been very generous with their resources. After soaking in spirit spring water, most of them had already reached the greater heaven stage. In the Han Dynasty there were countless hopes. However, in the Thousand Islands Sea their sects were still the same. After today, Qin Tianshan's recruitment mission would become more important. Fog shrouded the area. Sima Changkong led a group of subordinates to the soaring palace hall's plaza. Mr. Sima, thank you for earlier, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, you're too kind. I'm more of a hindrance than a help. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Since Mr. Sima is so considerate, it means you're helping. Hehe, Mr. Sima, you've come from afar. Why don't you stay in the Dahan Palace for a while? I'll be a good host, Gu Hai said with a smile. No, the battle between Jianghu of Silla and Liu Yang is imminent. I've already wasted a lot of time coming here. I'll be going back soon. Sima Changkong shook his head. Oh, all right. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Exterminating the dragons was only Gu Hai's third step to deal with Liu Yang. Relatively speaking, Gu Hai still hoped to destroy the Daeng dynasty as soon as possible. Oh right, what are you going to do with Ao Shun? Sima Changkong asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun, who was not far away. He narrowed his eyes and said, Ao Shun? He'll stay with me for the time being. Sima Changkong nodded. Be careful. Ao Shing is not an ordinary person. Today I had no choice but to compromise in order to stabilize the dragon tribe and not bear the crime of killing my brother. However, in the future... I know. I'm just playing a trick this time. I'll be careful. However, if Mr. Sima wants to go back, you better hurry. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. I've already let Luan go. He was rescued by a Sin Dragon. He should be heading straight for Yingzhou now. He and the Sin Dragon brought back two pieces of bad news. First, the dragon army was destroyed. Second, Mo Yike is a Dechen spy. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. Hence, you better go as fast as you can and cooperate. As for how effective it will be, I don't know yet. However, isn't it a good thing to create some chaos for them? Smiling, Gu Hai said. That's right. Mo Yike? It's good to create some trouble for him. He is Liu Yang's top strategist. Sima Changkong's eyes lit up. Goodbye. Sima Changkong said with a slight bow and a smile. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Taking out the flying ship, Sima Changkong's group steered the flying ship and soared into the sky. They charged out of the ritual array and headed for the Divine Continent. Outside 9-5 Island, the dragon army circled the flying ship as it headed northwest. The dragon crown prince Ao Sheng was on the flying ship. Ao Sheng stood on the deck with a group of dragon race elders in front of him. When the elders saw Ao Sheng, they all bowed sincerely. Many thanks, Crown Prince, the group of elders said sincerely. Many thanks, Crown Prince. The group of Sin Dragons flying at the periphery also looked respectfully at Ao Sheng. The group of dragons thanked Crown Prince Ao Sheng for backing down. Due to Crown Prince Ao Sheng's backing down, Ao Shun managed to survive. This was especially so for Uncle Jen and Uncle Lin, who showed sincere expressions. They showed expressions of sincere submission. Everyone, what are you talking about? That is my royal brother. How can I watch him suffer? Only sigh. Alas, I still could not save my royal brother. Crown Prince Ao Shing said bitterly. Crown Prince, you have already done enough. Elder Jen said respectfully. Indeed. It is all because that Gu Hai is too crafty. Sooner or later he will return the favor. Elder Lin said through clenched teeth. Our dragon race is humiliated. It is all Gu Hai's fault. The group of dragons said hatefully. It is all because of my incompetence. Crown Prince Ao Shing said bitterly. Elder Jen shook his head and said, Crown Prince, you cannot be blamed for this. Ao Shun fell for Gu Hai's trick. Crown Prince only chose to compromise for your elder brother's sake. You cannot be blamed for this. Indeed. If not for Ao Shun being restrained, Crown Prince would not have compromised. Elder Lin immediately spoke up for Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng looked at the two and nodded. Never mind. Let's not talk about this for now. When we return, I will go to Daqianxing and ask for him. I believe that Gu Hai will not dare to harm my royal brother again. The group of dragons nodded. After that, they went about their business. However, Crown Prince Ao Shing walked to the end of the deck and looked at the distant 9-5 island. As Crown Prince Ao Sheng looked at 9-5 Island, he did not get angry at Gu Hai. Instead he showed a faint smile. Gu Hai? Should I blame you or should I thank you? Crown Prince Ao Sheng muttered with a faint smile. Although Ao Sheng had compromised in today's battle, he had won the hearts of all the dragon race because of this compromise. Now the dragon race recognized only Crown Prince Ao Sheng. 9-5 Island, Dahan Palace. After dealing with the threat of the dragon race, Gu Hai quickly dealt with the backlog of administrative matters in peace. Crown Prince Guqin, who was the regent, dealt with most of the administrative matters. However, there were some matters that the Crown Prince was not qualified to interfere with, requiring Gu Hai to deal with personally. In the study, Gu Hai sat behind a desk. A group of important officials of the Han dynasty and the Crown Prince stood in front of him. Zhuo Laishu was Gu Hai's most trusted manager in the past. Now he was a powerful official. Zhuo Laishu was Guqin, Gao Xianji, Qin Tianshan, Montes and the others. In the past year, Montes had purged many corrupt and bribed officials. Many of them were the relatives of the important officials before him. Montes stared at this group of important officials. Xiao Qin had already prepared all sorts of evidence to prevent these important officials from reporting him, so that he could deal with them. However, these former managers were all old people who followed Gu Hai. They were all shrewd people and understood Gu Hai very well. The embroidered uniform guards were used for internal matters. Now the Han dynasty was flourishing. Although they killed many of their relatives, that was because they were seeking death. Xiao Qin already said that they should not be corrupt and take bribes. To think that they still tried to interfere. Furthermore, the Han dynasty had just been established. Not only did these managers hold high positions and authority, but they also broke through to the innate realm and had hope of reaching immortality. Those relatives seeking death should just bear the consequences of their actions. Although Montes felt nervous, the important officials discussed some important matters with Gu Hai. However, they did not mention anything about the purge of the embroidered uniform guards. Your Majesty, over the past half year, 9-5 Island has been unified. Although those mundane nations put up some resistance, they quickly compromised due to the general trend, Gao Xianji said with a smile. Gao Xianji, you did well. Gu Hai praised with a smile. Back then, the Song nation's war god was extremely skilled at leading troops in battle. In a short time he used the resources of the Han dynasty to complete the mission that Xiao Qin gave him. He indeed deserved a reward. This official is just doing his duty, Gao Xianji said with a smile. Your Majesty, after the dragon race retreated a few days ago, more cultivators came to apply for positions in the Dahan. The number of people is increasing every day. Now, my Dahan is accepting all the people from all over the world. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, the Thousand Islands Sea is barren in the end. Everyone felt confused. However, we cannot just let the Thousand Islands Sea go. Qin Tianshan. Gu Hai said seriously. This official is here. Of the 2,000 passion flower tree demons, 20 of them are from the Yuanying state. These tree demons will cooperate with you for now. Recruit soldiers in the Thousand Islands Sea. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered with some curiosity. The cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea are weak and scattered, causing the factions of the divine continent to feel disdain for them. However, I need them. Gather the scattered sand. I need the boundless strength of cultivators. Recruit soldiers for me. No matter what method you use, the more the better. I need to see a large army of cultivators as soon as possible. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered. Imperial Father, you want to march into the divine continent? Guqin asked out of curiosity. That's right. The Thousand Islands Sea is too small. The Han dynasty needs to be strong. 1,000 Islands Sea is far from enough. We need to march into the divine continent. Gu Hai said seriously. What about our 9-5 Island? Guqin asked with a frown. After all, this was where the Han dynasty made its fortune. Everything depends on the future. If necessary, we can move the capital. Gu Hai said seriously. Hey, actually, we don't have to move the capital. Your son has an idea. Guqin said with a frown. Your son obtained old man Guanqi's inheritance. There is a large ritual array. It can lift up the entire 9-5 Island and make it float like a flying ship. However, it moves very slowly. Guqin explained. Oh, there is such a ritual array? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes. However, it requires too many spirit stones. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year. Guqin said bitterly. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. After all, the Divine Foothill dynasty had accumulated only 2 billion superior grade spirit stones over several hundred years. Setting up a ritual array required 1 billion every year? Yes. This ritual array also requires the heavenly ghost stone shards. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year is not only enough for the floating island but also for a Dahan divine tool. To be more precise, of the 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year, 900 million are used to support the Dahan divine tool operating the ritual array. Guqin said solemnly. The heavenly ghost stone shards? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes. I found them after obtaining Old Man Guanxi's inheritance. It turns out that Old Man Guanxi broke the heavenly ghost stone into 1,089 pieces and merged them into 1,089 treasures, Guqin said seriously. 1,089? Isn't that the same as the number of islands in the Thousand Islands Sea? Montez asked out of curiosity. 1,089? 33 multiplied by 33? Could it be that the 33 unhindered worlds? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he pondered. Imperial Father, according to the inheritance, Elite Hall has 5 divisions. The 5 division tokens are actually 5 treasures with 1 heavenly ghost stone shard inside each, Guqin explained. Oh. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Take the heavenly ghost stone shards and form the Dahan divine tool. Imperial Father can use them. At that time, not only can they form the floating island, but they can also form a large ritual array to protect my 9-5 island. That is what the Sky Chest Pavilion did back then. The only regret is that it requires too many spirit stones. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones every year, Guqin said bitterly. Gu Hai tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered. However, the study fell silent as everyone waited for Gu Hai to make a decision. After all, the Han dynasty had just been established and lacked money everywhere. 1 billion superior grade spirit stones can only be used for 1 year? 1 billion superior grade spirit stones can do a lot of things for us. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Money is not a problem. Quickly draw a detailed layout of the ritual array for me to look at. Yes. Guqin answered. Chapter 276. 3 days later, Guqin handed over the diagram. Gu Hai looked at it for a while before frowning. Are you sure that the Sky Chest Pavilion used this formation back then? Yes. The Sky Chest Pavilion also used this formation when he had a floating city. Is this a chess formation? I can't see through it either. Guqin frowned. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, This is a chess formation and a very strange one at that. How does it compare to the 29 line pair formations? Guqin asked curiously. It's different. This is an infinite chess formation. Gu Hai said solemnly. What's an infinite chess formation? It means that there are no limits or boundaries. The 29 line pair formations has limits. Each line has 29 lines, which is the limit of the 29 line pair formations. However, this infinite chess formation is different. It has no limits and it can have an infinite number of lines. Gu Hai said solemnly. Then shouldn't it be stronger than the 29 line pair formations? No, not necessarily. It depends on how you set it up. An infinite chess formation needs to be filled with different formations continuously, and it can't be filled randomly. It needs to be perfect for the formations to fuse together. The more you fill in, the stronger the formation. If you fill in too little, it will be very weak, Gu Hai said solemnly. This is a formation that can be improved? The more you fill in, the stronger it will be? Guqin's expression changed as he asked. That's right. The source of the filling in of the formation is a treasure at the Tianyuan position of the chess board. This treasure will fill in all kinds of chess formations and become a treasure of the formation itself. Gu Hai said solemnly. This treasure needs to be based on the heavenly Go chess pieces? In the past, Old Man Guanxi used the heavenly Go chess pieces as the source of the formation. Guqin solemnly said. All right, begin building the altar in the square of the Soaring Sky Hall. Prepare to forge this treasure of the formation source. Gu Hai said solemnly. Has Imperial Father agreed? Guqin's face lit up. Gu Hai nodded. Guqin quickly went to arrange everything. The altar was built entirely with high-grade spirit stones, using 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai also asked for Class 1 Hall's plate from Gao Xianji and Mu Qinfeng. He also gave them other treasures and spirit stones as compensation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5th Division Leader's token was placed flat on the table in front of Gu Hai. It looks like Long Xiaoya went to the innate puzzle world back then to look for the unborn man. However, she failed to find him, so she found these 5 treasures and gave them to the 5 division masters, Gu Hai said. The 5 tokens contain the fragments of the heavenly go chess. Gu Hai followed the method that Gu Qin had given him and set up a small chess array. He slowly extracted the 5 tokens, and gradually, 5 small white crystal fragments separated from the inside. Ka. The moment the heavenly go chess fragments appeared, the 5 tokens shattered and turned into dust. Of the 5 fragments, Gu Hai still had 2 fragments in his forehead space. One was from the dragon fixing hoop of the past. The other was from the jade plate he obtained in the innate puzzle world. A total of 7 fragments entered Xiao Chen's forehead space. Gu Hai sent a strand of his consciousness into these 7 fragments and slowly refined them. Buzz. The fragments immediately trembled as if struggling against Gu Hai's will, unwilling to be refined. It is not up to you, Gu Hai said coldly. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal pressed down. The strong suppressive force immediately immobilized the 7 fragments, allowing Gu Hai's consciousness to merge with them and refine them. Xiao Chen refined them for 10 days. Boom. Suddenly the 7 fragments were tamed, still under Gu Hai's control like the bone saber of the past. During these 10 days, Gu Qin had already finished setting up the altar in the plaza. Gu Hai walked up the altar and slowly released the 7 fragments. Then he activated the ritual array. 100 million superior-grade spirit stones immediately gave birth to surging energy that surged towards the 7 fragments. Boom. Suddenly the 7 fragments gave off dazzling light. Then the surging energy crushed them into dust again. However, this dust clumped together and could not escape. Heavenly Saber Death Match, 28 Line Pair World Ritual Array, 29 Line Pair World Ritual Array, and Dragon Fixing Formation merge with me, Gu Hai said seriously. The fragments contained a strand of Gu Hai's consciousness. With a thought from Gu Hai, various ritual arrays immediately appeared in the center of the energy ball. Then the dust clumped together and lined up. Gu Hai sat there for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly the fragments and dust clumped together. Will they still form a go board shape? Gu Qin watched curiously. Buzz. Then he saw the dust clumping together strangely. Slowly the dust clumped together and formed the shape of a saber. A saber? Gu Qin revealed a trace of surprise. This saber's shape was somewhat similar to the Life Ender sabers. In other words, it was the bone saber. However, there were slight differences. Furthermore, there was too little dust. It could not form a solid saber. It only had a mist-like outline, a saber that seemed both real and illusory. However, the boundless energy around the saber formed ritual arrays. Rumble. The saber ferociously absorbed the energy of the altar. In just a short while, it drained all 100 million superior-grade spirit stones. Bang! The altar turned into dust. The outline of a white saber appeared, surrounded by fog. The fog spun slowly, looking like a ritual array surrounding the saber. The saber stabbed into the ground and the fog surrounded it. Gradually the saber could not be seen clearly. It looked like there was a foggy region in the soaring palace plaza. Adoptive father, is it done? Gu Qin asked excitedly. Give it a try, Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Qin stepped forward out of curiosity and entered the fog. When he saw the outline of that saber, he reached out to grab it. Whoosh. However, he grabbed nothing. Huh. Gu Qin did not believe it and tried again. However, he still could not grab it. This is the 29 line pair worldly ritual array? The saber is inside? Gu Qin's expression changed. That's right. Unfortunately, it is far from enough to support the 29 line pair worldly ritual array. It only hides this saber. With the fog covering it, ordinary people cannot see it. Even if they see it, they cannot touch it. In the future, as this saber solidifies, the ritual array will become more complex, and this saber will become more powerful. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with seriousness. Adoptive father, why did you solidify it into a saber? Gu Qin asked curiously. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I have a feeling that although old man Guanxi is dead, there are still arrangements. The heavenly go chess fragment? I will not keep it in its original state. I will refine it and break up the structure of the heavenly go chess. I will reconstruct the shape of this saber. In the future, when we obtain heavenly go chess fragments, we can continue to fuse them with it and make it stronger. Yes. Guqin nodded. This saber can be used to lay a ritual array. It is the source of the Godao ritual array. It can form a super ritual array that traps all living things. Let's call it the life-entrapping saber. Gu Hai said seriously. The life-entrapping saber? Guqin nodded. We still have more than 100 million spirit stones from the spirit stones we brought back this time. Send people to start building a spirit foundation on 9-5 Island. In the future, when we have 1 billion spirit stones, we will formally activate the life-entrapping saber array. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. In the Da-Ying dynasty Liu Yang study, Liu Yang sat behind a desk. A group of Liu Yang's important officials and strategists stood respectfully in front of him, including Mo Yike. At this moment they looked at the two people before them. Luan and a Sin Dragon. The entire army was wiped out? Ao Shun sealed his cultivation? The entire army was wiped out? Liu Yang looked at Luan with a cold expression. Yes. We all fell for it. Luan cried out. Liu Yang's eyelids twitched as he looked at Luan coldly, his expression terrifyingly sullen. The dragon race army was Xiao Chen's right-hand man. It was even more important than the Gingjin sect. However, Gu Hai managed to wipe out the entire army. The first step was to force the emperor to establish a nation. The second step was to wipe out the Gingjin sect. The third step was to wipe out the dragons. This Gu Hai is incredible. One of the strategists said with an unsightly expression. The strategists nodded. Not only did Gu Hai disrupt the emperor's plan, but he also wiped out two of his greatest supporters. This time Gu Hai caused too much damage. The entire dragon race army was wiped out. The losses would be disastrous. In the end, Ao Shun's mental fortitude. Mo Yike sighed softly. The strategists whispered to each other as they lamented. Liu Yang lowered his head and said angrily, "Grandpa, I still have something to say." Liu Yang's expression was cold. Mo Yike is a spy. He is a spy from the Deqian Celestial Empire. He is a spy. Mo Yike colluded with Gu Hai and Ao Sheng. The emperor of the Great Qian dynasty deliberately set you up, Grandpa. Daqianxing sent Mo Yike here to incite you to rebel. Then Daqianxing would have an excuse to kill you. Grandpa, capture Mo Yike first, capture him. Luan shouted anxiously. As soon as Luan shouted, the strategist stopped whispering and looked at Luan with wide eyes. Has the crown prince gone mad? Everyone looked at Mo Yike, but no one dared to say anything. Mo Yike looked at Luan and showed a bitter smile. However, he did not say anything. Unexpectedly, Luan's trip to 9-5 Island brought him so much trouble. Slap. Liu Yang sent a slap through the air. Bang. The slap immediately knocked Luan into the air and he crashed into a pillar. Pft. Luan vomited a mouthful of blood as he asked in shock, "Grandpa, why did you hit me?" Luan, I should have known that you are a failure after what happened in Silver Moon City. This time, if you had not insisted on going to 9-5 Island, why would the Fang clan go? Why would Ao Shun's army go? You are the one who killed my dragon race army. It's you? How dare you slander me, Mr. Ink Spray? You bastard. Liu Yang said coldly. It's true. It's true. Luan cried. Man. Throw Luan into the heavenly prison. Liu Yang ordered coldly. A few guards entered the study. Grandpa, don't. Mo Yike is really a spy. Otherwise, why can't we find out where he came from? Why can't we find anything? Do you want him to say it? Do you want him to say it? Grandpa, Mo Yike is here to harm you. Grandpa. Luan roared anxiously. Slap him. Liu Yang ordered coldly. Slap, 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 slap. The guards immediately slapped Luan's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Throw him into the heavenly prison. If he dares to slander Mr. Mo again, slap him 100 times. Liu Yang ordered angrily. Yes. Grandpa, your grandson will not harm you. Be careful of Mo Yike. Be careful of Mo Yike. Luan shouted as he was dragged away. Soon Luan was dragged away. However, the study remained silent. The strategists had complicated expressions on their faces. Mr. Mo, Luan has been led astray. Please don't blame him. Liu Yang comforted Mo Yike. Mo Yike said bitterly, I'm fine. I just didn't expect that Gu Hai would start to drive a wedge between us as soon as he finished his third step. Gu Hai's lies can only slander Luan. He's dreaming if he wants to slander Mr. Mo. Liu Yang said coldly. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Although what Liu Yang said was true, after this incident, he would be in an awkward position in the future. Although the emperor did not suspect anything, the other officials would more or less have a knot in their hearts, right? Chapter 277. 9-5 Island. In the Dahan Royal Palace, Gu Hai built another grave in a small valley beside Chen Xian'er's grave. The words on the tombstone read, "Grave of my beloved wife, Long Wanqing." Gu Hai gently placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the grave. Then he revealed a faint smile. "I know that your soul is not here. However, I still built a grave for you. After all, this is your home. Xian'er's grave is in the valley next door. Your graves are not together. I just want to tell you that you are both my lovers in my heart. I have a complete love for both of you. I only hope that one day you can come back to life and tear down your own grave." Gu Hai sighed softly. After spending some time in the valley of Long Wanqing's grave, Gu Hai went to the valley of Chen Xian'er's grave. It was also a bouquet of flowers. Gu Hai sat in front of the tombstone and mumbled something. It seemed like he was talking to Chen Xian'er. "I've found Wanqing's enemy. He should not be able to jump around for much longer. I'm still looking for your enemy. Right now, I have established the Han dynasty. If I remain content with the Thousand Islands Sea, I will never be able to take revenge for you. Hence, I want to march into the Divine Continent. I know that it will be difficult, but I will do my best." Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. After spending some time at the two graves, Gu Hai returned to the royal court. After the emperor returned, he quickly issued many decrees. The entire Han dynasty started to move quickly. 9-5 Island was already unified. However, the roads around it were still rugged and were still being widened. The forests around 9-5 Island were filled with many demonic beasts, poisonous insects, poisonous fog, and all sorts of harmful places. Gu Hai sent many cultivators to deal with them. Immediately, cultivators carried out demonic beasts from the forests all over the nation and displayed them before the common people. Many of the common people who suffered from the demonic beasts immediately felt grateful to the Han royal dynasty. Strands of providence continuously gathered above the soaring palace hall. On the plaza of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai looked to the southwest with a grave expression. "Father, are you still worried about the battle in Yingzhou?" Gu Qin frowned. "If I put Lu Yang back, it should be effective. As long as Sima Changkong and the others operate well, they will definitely be able to make Lu Yang cut off his own arm and make Mo Yike suffer injustice." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Oh." Gu Qin said in a deep voice. "Oh." Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. However, he saw black pillars of smoke rising into the sky from afar. Gu Qin's face darkened. "That's a smoke signal. Did another foreign expert enter Dahan without notice?" Rumble. Then he saw a flying ship in the distance flying over quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were outside the palace of Dahan. Oh! The flying boat suddenly came to a halt, bringing out a gust of wind. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked coldly at that flying boat. A large number of soldiers stood on the flying boat. The one leading them was an azure-clad youth. This youth's complexion was pale and he looked sickly. He held a handkerchief in his hand. Cough, 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 cough. This youth seemed to be seriously ill as he coughed continuously. However, the large number of soldiers in the surroundings seemed to follow this youth's lead. "The son of Jianghu of Silla, Long Sanqian, requests an audience with the elite hall master." Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth coughed. "The son of Jianghu of Silla?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Gu Qin also looked at Gu Hai with some suspicion. "Father, according to the information collected by the officials of the first Zither Pavilion, Jianghu of Silla does have a son named Long Sanqian. However, this Long Sanqian rarely shows himself. He is also very mysterious in the Dechen Celestial Empire. In other words, he is not very eye-catching." At this moment, Mu Chenfeng also saw the flying boat outside. She immediately flew toward Gu Hai. "Oh master, that's right. He is the son of Jianghu of Silla, Long Sanqian." Mu Chenfeng immediately stood up and shouted. "The son of Jianghu of Silla? Why are you here?" Gu Hai showed some suspicion. Gu Qin waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly the surrounding clouds scattered, allowing the Long Sanqian on the flying boat to see Gu Hai. Cough, cough, cough. "Mr. Good, I've heard a lot about you. Please forgive me for coming here unannounced," the Long Sanqian said with a smile as he coughed. "Little prince, you are too polite. Gu Hai did not come out to welcome you. Please come inside and talk," Gu Hai said with a smile. Rumble. The flying boat stopped at the square of the soaring palace hall. The Long Sanchen slowly walked down from the flying boat. He looked at Gu Hai, smiled and bowed again. Sorry to disturb Mr. Good. Little Prince, you are too polite. Gu Hai said in confusion. You flatter me. I am here to trouble Mr. Good. My father asked me to invite Mr. Good to the Yingzhou battle zone. The Long Sanchen said politely. Gu Hai frowned slightly. There is a problem in the Battle of Yingzhou. It is the Heaven-class Guqin, Pejuan. I would like to invite Mr. Good to take Gaochen with you to help defeat the enemy. Cough, cough. The Long Sanchen said politely. Help defeat the enemy? Sima Changkong did not go back? Gu Hai was confused. Mr. Sima? He has already gone back. Thanks to Mr. Good's arrangements, they have achieved some results. Mo Yike is now in constant trouble. Although Lu Yang did not say anything, he does not trust him as much as before. The Long Sanchen said politely. That day Lu Yang was used by Mr. Good. When he returned to Luyang of Gojosian, he immediately accused Mo Yike of being a Dechen spy. Although Lu Yang was on Mo Yike's side, he still felt a little uneasy. Not long after, a spy came back and proved Mo Yike's innocence. Cough, cough. The Long Sanchen coughed and laughed. Although the Han dynasty is peaceful, there must be all kinds of spies around the outside world. Lu Yang spies or Jianghu of Silla's spies should be there too, right? Gu Hai said calmly. If they put themselves in his shoes, the Han dynasty was just starting out. When the Dehan dynasty became strong in the future, Gu Hai would also send the embroidered uniform guards all over the world to hide in various countries and deliver first-hand news. Cough, cough. Yes, the spy came back and proved Mo Yike's innocence. Lu Yang also proved Mo Yike's innocence in front of everyone. Even though Lu Yang said that it was impossible, the truth is the truth. Mo Yike is innocent. However, Mr. Sima used sowing discord and turned white into black. The Long Sanchen said with a smile. Oh. Mr. Sima used a trick to turn the spy into our spy. The Long Sanchen said with a smile. Spy. Mu Chenfeng was shocked. Beside him, Gu Qin's expression changed as he said, Frame that spy? Make everyone think that he's a spy? Even if he's not a spy, he's still a spy. Did you guys infiltrate Lu Yang's court? The Long Sanchen looked at Gu Qin and smiled. As expected of the 8th young master. Indeed, it's as you guessed. The 8th young master was one of Guanqi's 9 sons. Gu Qin had inherited old man Guanqi's legacy. He was the 8th young master, but very few people talked about it. The way the Long Sanchen addressed the 8th young master made Gu Qin frown. That spy is a spy, so what he says can't be trusted. Similarly, not only is Mo Yike not innocent, but he's also making things worse? Gu Hai said with a frown. That's right. Our people are still adding fuel to the fire. That's why Lu Yang's attitude towards Mo Yike has become very complicated. After all, Mo Yike's identity is still a mystery. Cough, cough, cough. The Long Sanchen said with a cough. Well, you guys have spies in Lu Yang's court. It seems that I wasn't lying earlier. The De Sanchen Celestial dynasty had long seen through Lu Yang of Gojosian's disloyalty and arranged for a large number of spies to infiltrate Lu Yang's court? Gu Hai said in a low voice. If Lu Yang of Gojosian hadn't rebelled, who would have dared to touch him? It was also a precaution. Who would have thought that he would really rebel? Sigh. The Long Sanchen sighed. You guys would use spies. Did Mo Yike and Lu Yang of Gojosian not consider it? Gu Hai said with a frown. Lu Yang of Gojosian has been preparing for so many years. How could there not be any spies? In father's military camp, there are many generals who are also Lu Yang's spies. However, we use special methods to find them all. One by one we found the spies. Some of the spies were only known to Lu Yang and his most trusted Mo Yike, the Long Sanchen said with a smile. Only Lu Yang and Mo Yike knew about the spies? Now that they've been found out one by one, it's hard not to suspect Mo Yike. Moreover, with the previous conflict, can Lu Yang still trust Mo Yike? Gu Qin said in a low voice. Since only Lu Yang and Mo Yike knew about it, how did you find the spies? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. The Long Sanchen smiled bitterly and said, My apologies, Mr. Good. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Perhaps you'll have a chance to find out when you reach the military camp. Gu Hai nodded. Indeed, this was a military secret. How could he casually reveal it? We've made many preparations in Ying province. During this period of time, the two armies have engaged in 8 large-scale battles. 7 victories and 1 defeat. The Long Sanchen said in a low voice. 7 victories and 1 defeat? Haha, Liang did recruit a large number of extraordinary people. There were chess masters, zither masters, calligraphy masters, but how could we not? We'll only become stronger. We've battled time and time again. Moreover, we have a large number of spies who've passed on information, while all of their spies have been executed by us. The enemy is in the light and we're in the dark. How could we not win? Moreover, Mr. Sima used his past spies to create public opinion in Ying province and influence the people. The people are almost all against Liang's rebellion. This is all thanks to Mr. Good's influence back then, which awakened the patriotism of the majority of the people. The Long Sanchen said with a smile. Haha, it seems that I made an unnecessary move back then. It turns out that the Deqian Celestial Dynasty has already made so many preparations. They worked together from the inside and forced Liang into a desperate situation? Gu Hai said with a frown. No, Mr. Good has helped us too much. He awakened the patriotism of the people, forced Liang to rebel ahead of time, demoted the Daing dynasty, destroyed the Gingjin sect, annihilated the Dragon Tribe army, and drove a wedge between Liang and Mo Yike. If it weren't for Mr. Good, the outcome of the battle between us and Liang's army would be uncertain. Even if we wanted to win, we would have to pay a heavy price. Father said that Mr. Good will be the chief contributor to the annihilation of the Liang of Gojoseon. The Long Sanchen said immediately, shaking his head. There's no need to talk about the chief contributor. You said 7 victories and 1 defeat? This defeat is? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Pejuan. The Zither army led by Pejuan has stopped us from advancing any further. Cough, cough, cough. The Long Sanchen said in a low voice. Chapter 278. Ying Province, in the courtyard of Mo Yike's home. Mo Yike held a fishing rod as he sat by a small pond, quietly fishing. Suddenly, a black-clad man appeared behind Mo Yike, appearing extremely respectful. Mr. We already investigated clearly. That spy from earlier did not lie. Gu Hai indeed pretended to be Ao Sheng on 9-5 Island and got Ao Shun to seal his cultivation. Then he defeated Crown Prince Ao Sheng with words. The black-clad man said respectfully. Mo Yike looked at the fish in the pond and revealed a faint smile. Ah, oh Gu Hai, Gu Hai. He made all my years of planning go to waste. Mr. His Majesty did not suspect you. He still trusts you. Everyone who dared to speak ill of you was sent to prison. The black-clad man said, feeling confused. The authenticity of 9-5 Island is no longer important. If it is true, it is true. If it is false, it is false. Who can guarantee that the spy was not a spy? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Hey, His Majesty will definitely believe in Mr.'s innocence. However, he released Luan. Mo Yike said indifferently. Mister, are you saying that His Majesty no longer trusts you? The black-clad man asked worriedly. Mo Yike shook his head and said, the 4th step? Gu Hai's 4th step was just right, driving a wedge between us, the ruler and his subjects. Luan is a good chess piece. Gu Hai can use him however he wants. Mister, wasn't the Jianghu of Silla's army driving a wedge between the ruler and his subjects? Mister, didn't you say that it was Sima Changkong that day? Furthermore, that spy already proved everything. The black-clad man said, feeling confused. Mo Yike shook his head and said, no, without Luan's foreshadowing, it wouldn't be so easy for Sima Changkong to get the effect. That's a trick. Although it's very short, it can trip people. Outside my residence, I've already been targeted, right? Did the Emperor send someone? The man in black asked in surprise. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes slightly. I told His Majesty from the very beginning that we should try our best to recruit Gu Hai. Even if we can't recruit him, we can't offend him. His Majesty didn't listen to me. Sigh, this has led to today's bitter consequences. Since Your Majesty is suspicious, why? It's just a suspicion. No one would dare to do anything to me. What a pity. It's such a good situation. Mo Yike said bitterly. The Emperor won't make things difficult for you? The man in black was delighted. Mo Yike shook his head and sighed slightly. If His Majesty sings loudly all the way and wins great victories one after another, he definitely won't blame me. If there is a knot in his heart, perhaps he will just laugh it off. I'm still the Emperor's #1 strategist. But if I keep losing, His Majesty will kill me to restore the morale of the army. It can't be. The man in black said anxiously. Mo Yike continued to fish and said with a smile, well, you can go down now. Don't disturb me fishing. The man in black smiled bitterly and nodded his head. The man in black left Mo Yike's courtyard and soon appeared in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang's study room. Lu Yang looked coldly at the man in black in front of him. Mo Yike really said that? Lu Yang asked in a deep voice. Yes, your majesty. The man in black said respectfully. Lu Yang took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, Mo Yike? Does he think he can guess everything about me? Your majesty, this subordinate was sent by your majesty to serve Mr. Mo a long time ago. This subordinate has seen Mr.'s character. He shouldn't be a Deqian spy. The man in black said respectfully. Then what did Mo Yike do in the past? Where did he come from? Lu Yang asked in a deep voice. This subordinate doesn't know. But, Mr. has been running around for your majesty all these years. He has made enemies with the Deqian everywhere. Lu Yang was silent for a while. Alright, I will make my own decisions about Mo Yike. During this time, what has Mo Yike been doing? Fishing during the day and entertaining some officials at night. Entertaining officials? Yes. The enmity of Long Wanqing was still vivid in his mind. The Long Sanchen requested Gu Hai to deal with Pejuan, and Gu Hai quickly agreed. After giving some instructions, Gu Hai took Gao Xianji, Mu Qinfeng, Gao Chen, and 200 of his former shopkeepers and followed the Long Sanchen to the Divine Continent. After a month, the flying boat arrived at the Divine Continent. Little Prince, did Pejuan's Guqin Dao stop the Jianghu of Sila's army? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Yes, not only the Guqin Dao but also the Guqin Dao. The song you heard in Silver Moon City, Les Miserables, is also mastered by Pejuan. Once Les Miserables is played, it will cut off all 5 senses. Our army can't even walk out of the sound barrier formation. Once they do, Les Miserables will blind and deafen them. Our army can't even take a step forward. The Long Sanchen said bitterly. Mu Qinfeng was confused. Hall Master's pathos, don't many people know it? Why didn't he use it to fight Les Miserables? The Long Sanchen smiled bitterly. He used it, but it's useless. In the past, Mr. Gu's Pathetic did surpass Les Miserables, but how many people played it back then? Almost all the Guqin masters in Silver Moon City, tens of millions of people. How can we have so many Guqin masters? And Les Miserables was played even more perfectly by Pejuan. So. The Long Sanchen smiled bitterly. Gu Hai frowned. Does Mr. Good have a way to solve it? The Long Sanchen was confused. I don't know, we'll see. Gu Hai shook his head. The airship flew quickly. Suddenly, a stone tablet appeared on a mountain peak in the distance. The 6 words on the stone tablet caused the expressions of everyone on the flying boat to change. Gu Hai was buried here. Whoosh! Suddenly the flying boat came to a stop. Everyone's expression changed. Be alert, be alert. The Long Sanchen said coldly. Rumble. Formation suddenly appeared on the flying boat. Everyone looked at the stone tablet in shock. Who's at the helm today? The Long Sanchen's eyes were cold. Young master, it's me, it's me. A subordinate came forward nervously. What's going on? Why is there this stone tablet on our path? Did you expose our whereabouts? The Long Sanchen said coldly. No, only I know this path. It wasn't fixed before. The subordinate immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Gu Hai's pupils also shrank as he looked at the stone tablet. Why was there a stone tablet blocking their path? And why was it cursing their own death? Were there enemies around? Assassins sent by Lu Yang? Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. But how did he know our whereabouts? Gao Xianji's expression darkened. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He turned to look at the Long Sanchen. The Long Sanchen looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I definitely didn't arrange this. I didn't expect this stone tablet either. Our whereabouts have been exposed. Gu Hai said with a deep frown. Otherwise, who would have known that they would take this path in such a big world? Gu Hai stared at the Long Sanchen for a while. In the end, he ruled out the possibility of it being the Long Sanchen. Everyone stood on the flying boat and carefully looked around the forest. However, it was quiet all around and no assassins appeared. After a while, everyone looked at the strange stone tablet again. Maybe it's a coincidence? Gao Xianji said something that even she did not believe. Coincidence? Gu Hai's expression darkened. After all, there were no enemies around. Go around, let's go. The Long Sanchen said in a low voice. Whoosh. The airship took a detour and headed in another direction. After flying for 2 hours, the airship suddenly came to a stop. Boom. The airship stopped and a strong wind blew past. Everyone on the airship suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Then he saw another stone tablet appear on another mountain in the distance. There was a line of words on it. "Gu Hai, you can't escape. Today is the day you die." "Who is it? Come out." Mu Chenfeng jumped up and shouted. However, the surrounding forest was silent. No one responded. Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen. Gao Chen shook his head and said, "No, there's no one around. Could it be the Master Shou who can cross the two realms of life? Have they hidden in the netherworld?" Mu Chenfeng's expression darkened. "Are they the assassins of the Liang of Gojoseon?" Gu Hai's expression darkened. The Long Sanchen stared at the subordinate at the helm and said, "What's going on? Did you do this on purpose? Why did you bring us here?" Plop. "Little Prince, please check carefully. I really didn't fly here on purpose. I don't know how it could be so coincidental." The subordinate at the helm shouted in horror. "Hall leader, there's only this one stone tablet. This means that my whereabouts have been exposed," Mu Chenfeng said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai looked at the Long Sanchen. The Long Sanchen shook his head and said, "I'll call everyone to the deck. Mr. Good, your people will take the helm." Gu Hai nodded. He called all the Long Sanchen's people in front of him. Gao Xinji was in charge of the helm. They flew again, but the route was uncertain. They flew for another 2 hours. Boom. The airship stopped again. They saw a stone tablet on the top of another mountain. "Escape? You have nowhere to run. Gu Hai, today is your death date. Death date. Death date." Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. He turned his head and looked around. However, there was no cloud in sight. There was no one at all. "Master, I listened carefully. There was no one here before," Gao Chen said with an ugly expression. "Who was it? No matter where Gu Hai and his men went, there were such threats?" "Little Prince, we'll go to the barracks immediately. You lead the way," Gu Hai said in a low voice. The airship continued to fly. However, every once in a while, a stone tablet would appear. On it were curses to Gu Hai. Along the way, no matter how Gu Hai and his men took detours, the stone tablets appeared one after another. It was as if the heavens had written them here. Everyone was panicking. Their whereabouts seemed to be completely exposed. How could this be? All around, the Long Sanchen subordinates were whispering and pointing at Gu Hai. However, the people Gu Hai brought with him did not speak. They all looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai held the railing, but his face was extremely calm. No one could tell what Gu Hai was thinking. A strong sense of conspiracy seemed to be descending on Gu Hai. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at Gu Hai. No matter where Gu Hai escaped, he could not escape. Those eyes seemed to be choosing people to devour, opening their bloody mouth at Gu Hai at any time. Chapter 279. No matter where Gu Hai and his group went, the strange stone steels would appear. "Your Majesty, this is too strange. How could someone know where we're going in advance? Even if we were to change our location, he would have set up the stone steels as if he had anticipated it," Gao Xinji said with a sour expression. "That's right. What's even stranger is that there's no one except for the stone steels. What's going on?" Mu Chenfeng said with a complicated expression. "Stop." Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Boom. The flying boat came to a sudden stop. "Mr. Good?" Long Sanchen looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Long Sanchen's subordinates were also worried. After all, the scene in front of them was too strange. "We can't go any further," Gu Hai said in a low voice. Everyone was puzzled. At that moment, the sky had darkened. The sky was covered by dark clouds and towering mountains. "The person who carved the stone steel seems to be able to predict our journey. No, we can't go any further. They're trying to lure us somewhere. Let's go back the way we came. We can't go any further." Gu Hai's expression darkened. "Lure us somewhere? How is that possible? They didn't lure us? We're going randomly," Mu Chenfeng said in surprise. Gao Xinji quickly went to the control area of the flying boat and prepared to turn the flying boat around and go back the way they came. "Humph, you only remembered now. You want to leave? It's too late." Suddenly, a cold snort was heard in the void. "Be on guard." Long Sanchen's expression changed. With a loud shout, the flying boat suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Large formations appeared on the flying boat to guard against the attack of that voice. Rumble. However, at that moment, billowing black mist appeared out of thin air and instantly enveloped the flying boat in all directions. For a moment they could not tell east from west. "Your Majesty?" Gao Xinji called out, waiting for Gu Hai to speak. But Gu Hai's face fell as he said, "This is an array formation. Don't act rashly." Gu Hai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I spent a lot of effort to lure you here. Today is the day you die." A sinister voice came from the black fog. The voice was very strange. It sounded like a woman, but it seemed to have been deliberately changed so that no one could tell who it was. However, there was a bone-deep hatred in his voice. "Who are you? Why do you have a grudge against me? How did you know we would leave like this?" Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Humph, so much nonsense. Do it." That voice shouted. "Yes, the sky is square and the earth is square, the order of the Yellow Springs." Another person shouted. "What? The order of the Yellow Springs? The great formation of calligraphy?" Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. "Book of Tao? What's the Book of Tao?" Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng. "Zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. The zither is the most important and the book is the foundation. Be careful, Hall Master. The Book of Tao is the rule, the ultimate truth. The order of the book divides the world." Mu Qinfeng said anxiously. Boom. Suddenly, a Yellow Springs river appeared from the black fog and rushed toward the flying boat. "Oh no, dodge it." Long Sanqian's expression changed. However, it was not just one Yellow Springs river, but 100 Yellow Springs rivers. The Yellow Springs river surrounded the flying boat. The moment it came into contact with the flying boat's array formation, the array formation suddenly disappeared mysteriously, and the arcane energy disappeared. Break. Mu Qinfeng waved her scepter, and 100 tree roots appeared and rushed toward the flying boat. Walala. When the arcane energy tree roots came into contact with the Yellow Springs River, they immediately decayed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "This is?" Everyone's expression changed. Boom. The 100 Yellow Springs River flooded the flying boat. In an instant, the flying boat's array formation disappeared. The flying boat malfunctioned and fell from the sky. "No!" Long Sanqian's subordinates shouted in shock. "This is the vanishing technique. All arcane energy is gone?" Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. Gu Hai's crimson saber slashed at one of the Yellow Springs River. Boom. The energy saber suddenly disappeared as though it had melted. Gu Hai's expression changed. He stepped forward and dodged the Yellow Springs River's attack. Walalala. The countless yellow springs in the surroundings immediately formed a screen of yellow springs, separating Gu Hai from everyone else. Although the others could not do anything to the Yellow Springs River, they did not suffer any serious injuries. The Yellow Springs Technique Annihilation Scripture? That's the Sima family's Yellow Springs Technique Annihilation Scripture? How's that possible? Why would the Sima family hunt down Gu Hai? Long Sanqian's expression darkened. "Your Majesty." Gao Xinji and the others rushed toward the Yellow Springs water screen. However, no matter what kind of energy or Dharma treasure they used, their arcane energy would disappear as soon as they came into contact with the water screen. Gao Xinji crashed into the Yellow Springs water screen. Boom. Gao Xinji crashed into the water screen. However, in the next moment she suddenly came back from the inside. "Why am I back?" Gao Xinji's expression changed. "It's useless. This is the Book Tao array. The Book Tao is the Tao of order. It's the Tao of heaven and earth. If the heavenly Tao doesn't want you to go to the other side, you can't go no matter what." Long Sanqian said in a low voice. "What heavenly Tao? Book Tao? I don't understand. Will the emperor be in danger?" Gao Xinji asked anxiously. Long Sanqian looked at the Yellow Springs water screen in front of him and said with a strange expression, "Could it be him?" The Yellow Springs water screen separated Gu Hai from the rest of the people. In an instant, the black fog in all directions was replaced by yellow fog. Gu Hai felt that he could not use his arcane energy in the area that was shrouded by the yellow fog. Once he used it, it would immediately melt away. The crimson saber in his hand could not create a saber aura. It was just an ordinary long saber. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, bats appeared in the void. They opened their bloody mouths and charged toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed, and his crimson saber immediately went up to meet the bats. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a large number of bats were cut in half by Gu Hai. However, there were too many bats. Gu Hai was in a difficult situation in an instant. Gu Hai jumped around in a difficult situation. At the same time he checked his surroundings. As expected, A group of black-robed people were standing on a small mountain peak not far away. The leader seemed to be a woman. She held a long whip in her hand. Beside her, a black-robed person was riding in the air. It seemed like she was commanding the bats to attack Gu Hai. "Bite him to death. Bite him to death," the black-robed woman said coldly. The voice of the black-robed woman was the one who cursed Gu Hai first. "Yes," the person commanding the bats at the side replied. She held a brush in her hand and drew in the air. Boom! In the Yellow Springs water fog, bats suddenly rushed out again. This time there were 100 times more bats than before. It seemed like they were going to tear Gu Hai apart in one go. Gu Hai could not use his arcane energy. At this moment his defense was much weaker than before. "So you're here?" Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Boom! The bats swarmed forward and instantly enveloped Gu Hai. Gu Hai was drowned by the bats. Squeak, 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 squeak. However, a series of screams came from the bats. "What?" The black-robed person holding the brush was shocked. She waved the brush. Boom! Countless bats scattered. Suddenly, they saw spikes appearing on the surface of Gu Hai's body. They looked like the spikes of a hedgehog. In an instant, all the bats that were charging towards him were stabbed to death. Spikes. What kind of evil technique is this? The black-robed people were shocked. Umph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. His body shook and a pair of huge bone wings appeared. He could not use his arcane energy. However, his bones were solid. With a flap of the bone wings, Gu Hai flew up. "Go kill him, kill him," the leading black-robed woman said hatefully. The black-robed person holding the brush used the brush to write the word, amnesty, in between the eyebrows of the 3 black-robed people beside her. Boom! The 3 black-robed people suddenly flew into the sky and rushed towards Gu Hai. Obviously, after the word, amnesty, was written, the book formation had no effect on them. The leading black-robed person immediately approached and slashed at Gu Hai with his sword. Gu Hai looked ferocious and slashed with his crimson saber. Boom! Gu Hai did not have an energy saber. His opponent's energy saber was ferocious, but his crimson saber was still sturdy. When it collided with the energy saber, it instantly shattered the energy saber. However, Gu Hai was also sent flying by the impact. He retreated about 10 feet. "You sneaky bastard," Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. He flapped his wings and charged towards the 3 black-robed people. The 3 black-robed people immediately slashed with their long swords. Rays of sword chi immediately shot towards Gu Hai's body. Roar! Gu Hai roared. Unfortunately, there was no energy saber. When the crimson saber collided with the energy saber, he was sent flying again. However, the surrounding sword chi continued to rush towards him. Boom! A layer of armor appeared on Gu Hai's body and blocked the sword chi. Humph! Gu Hai, let's see how long you can last. The 3 black-robed people snorted coldly. Clearly, Gu Hai could only flee miserably when they used their dermic powers. Now that Gu Hai was sent flying again, the 3 black-robed people felt that Gu Hai would not last for long. Gu Hai retreated to the summit of a mountain. Then he flung his sleeve and a bone saber appeared in his other hand. The Life Ender Saber. The moment the Life Ender Saber appeared, Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. He was about to charge over. "No, there's danger. Be careful of that evil saber. Retreat. If you don't retreat, you will die," the female black-robed person from earlier exclaimed. Boom! The 3 black-robed people seemed to believe this, and they immediately retreated. Gu Hai, who had just gathered his strength, changed his expression. It was like he punched thin air. That's not right. The Life Ender Saber did not reveal any aura. How did that female black-robed person know how horrifying the Life Ender Saber was? Boom! Gu Hai flapped his wings and chopped down at the group of black-robed people. "Be careful of that bone saber. That bone saber is evil. Do your best to avoid it," the female black-robed person shouted. "Yes," the group of black-robed people answered. The black-robed person holding the brush earlier extended his hand and waved it. Immediately, another yellow spring water screen appeared in front of Gu Hai, blocking him. The Life Ender Saber suddenly chopped down. Boom! However, the Life Ender Saber strangely tore apart that yellow spring water screen. "What? This bone saber can break my order?" the black-robed person holding the brush exclaimed. Gu Hai moved very quickly, arriving before the group of black-robed people in an instant. To capture bandits, one had to capture the leader first. Hence, he charged at the female black-robed person. How bold! How presumptuous! Protect the cluster lord! The group of black-robed people shouted in unison and raised their swords to chop down at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's armor was impenetrable. His speed also increased explosively. He was too fast. Just as he was about to reach the female black-robed person, he wanted to chop her down. Suddenly Xiao Qin heard the words, "Cluster Lord." Gu Hai's expression changed, and the Life-Ender saber suddenly changed direction. Boom! Gu Hai was sent flying by a group of black-robed men. However, Gu Hai had the bone armor, so he did not suffer much damage. Cluster Lord? Which Cluster Lord are you? Gu Hai asked, his expression changing. The female black-robed person no longer hid anything. She reached out and removed the hood of her black robes. Then she looked coldly at Gu Hai. The moment the hood was removed, a beautiful woman's face was revealed. She looked somewhat similar to Long Wanqing. However, when she looked at Gu Hai, she showed a deep hatred for him. Long Wanyu? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock as his expression changed when he suddenly recalled the portrait that Venerable Lun Yan gave him. Chapter 280. Takashi Ryushin's camp. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lun Yan discussed the situation at the front. Venerable, you are skilled in the painting Dao. Can you solve Pajuan's puzzle? Sima Changkong asked with a frown. Pajuan's puzzle is no longer as simple as the Zither Dao. However, my painting Dao does not have a way to solve it. Let's wait for Gu Hai. Gu Hai has Gaochen. Perhaps he can solve misery. Venerable Lun Yan shook his head. Gu Hai? Looking at the time, it should be soon, right? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Suddenly, a subordinate barged into the two's hall. Venerable, it's not good. The cluster lord is missing. That subordinate said anxiously. What? Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed. Sima Changkong's expression turned solemn as well. The two immediately stopped discussing and rushed to a distant hall. Sop, 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 sop. The instant the two entered the hall, they saw a group of bound guards. Their mouths were gagged. What's going on? Venerable Lun Yan's expression turned cold. Venerable Lun Yan extended his hand and gagged his subordinates. Venerable, the cluster lord said that she was going to kill Gu Hai. We did not agree, so the cluster lord. That subordinate said anxiously. Kill Gu Hai? Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed. Kill Gu Hai? It is not easy for Long Wanyu to find Gu Hai. How can she? Sima Changkong said with a frown. No. Long Wanyu can find Gu Hai. If she wants to, she can find him immediately. Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed. Sima Changkong's expression immediately changed. She can only use it once a month. To think that Long Wanyu used it this time? Let's go. Let's go. Quickly. Venerable Lun Yan said with a glare. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lun Yan led a group of experts onto a flying ship and flew into the distance. That direction. Gu Hai's group should be coming from that direction, right? Venerable Lun Yan asked worriedly. Everyone's flying boat flew quickly, but Sima Changkong was looking around carefully. Everyone was anxious. After flying for 3 days, Sima Changkong's expression suddenly changed. That direction, I see something in that direction. At this moment, Sima Changkong's eyes glowed with a hint of green light. It was as if the green light was quickly collecting the scene in the distance. The flying boat quickly flew over. At the peak of the mountain, there was a stone tablet with the words, Gu Hai is buried here. Gasp. It really is the cluster lord. He was worried that we would come, so he lured Gu Hai to a remote place, Venerable Lun Yan said with a sullen expression. However, Sima Changkong's eyes glowed with a green light again as he looked around. Over there. Sima Changkong called out. The flying boat quickly flew in the direction Venerable Lun Yan pointed. Soon they saw another stone tablet. Over there. Over there. Over there. Sima Changkong pointed continuously. Gaochen and Pajuan were like clairvoyants. However, Sima Changkong's eyes were like clairvoyants, continuously looking into the distance. Indeed, after pointing for a while, Sima Changkong finally found Gu Hai's group. However, the surroundings were already shrouded in black fog and yellow fog. They are in the ritual array? Venerable Lun Yan's face sank. My Sima clan's yellow spring dermic destroying scripture? That bastard. Sima Changkong glared. Sima Changkong stretched out his hand and took out a golden brush. When the brush appeared, vertical golden words seemed to appear in the air. Rows of golden words surrounded Sima Changkong, making Sima Changkong look incredibly holy. Order stroke divide the world. Sima Changkong stretched out his hand and wrote on the ritual array. When he wrote, it looked like he wrote a yellow river. The golden characters floating in the air rushed toward the formation along with the yellow river. Boom. This yellow river immediately destroyed more than half of the ritual array. This also exposed Gao Xianji, Long Sanqian and the others. Venerable, you are here. Mu Qinfeng immediately said in joy. Venerable, His Majesty is trapped in there. Gao Xianji said anxiously. Mr. Sima, this seems to be your clan's yellow spring dermic destroying scripture? Long Sanqian said with a bitter smile. Sima Changkong did not hesitate. He continued writing on the remaining ritual array. With the brush, scatter the yellow spring dermic destroying scripture. Boom. All of a sudden, a hole was torn open in the remaining formation. Everyone looked inside anxiously. Boom. They saw Gu Hai drawing his crimson saber and knocking back a black-robed man. However, a group of black-robed men instantly forced the black-robed man back. After all, these people had cultivation. Only Gu Hai could not execute his technique. If not for his tough armor, he would have been injured already. He held the life-ender saber in one hand and the crimson saber in the other as he coldly looked at the black-robed men who wanted to kill him. Sima Feng, how dare you? Sima Changkong said with a glare. The black-robed man holding the brush beside Long Sanqian suddenly trembled. He looked up. However, he saw that a huge hole had been torn open in midair. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lun Yen looked over coldly. Young master. The black-robed man holding the brush immediately froze. He is the elite hall master Gu Hai. Are you trying to kill an official of the imperial court to curry favor with the cluster lord? Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. The group of black-robed men chasing after Gu Hai froze. Then they stopped and looked at Long Sanqian who was at the summit. At this moment, Gu Hai did not take this opportunity to charge over. From the moment he found out about Long Sanqian, Gu Hai's murderous intent vanished. He only smiled bitterly. Kill. Long Sanqian did not care about Venerable Lun Yen and Sima Changkong. The group of black-robed men looked at Gu Hai. Humph. The cluster lord can be lawless, but can you be lawless as well? Do you think that you are cluster lords as well? Why are you still not stopping? Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. The group of black-robed men felt slightly stunned. In the end, they did not dare to make a move. Yes, the cluster lord can be lawless in Deqian. However, I am not that lucky. Even if the cluster lord protects me, I can only do so for now. Who can guarantee the future? Murdering an official of the imperial court is a capital crime. Bastard. You are a bunch of trash. Long Sanqian looked anxiously at the group of black-robed men. Sima Changkong stared coldly at Sima Feng, the black-robed man holding the brush. Sima Feng did not dare to disobey. Boom. The surrounding ritual array scattered. Venerable Lun Yen and Sima Changkong landed on Long Sanqian's summit. Cluster Lord. Venerable Lun Yen stepped forward and advised. Pa. Long Sanqian whipped Venerable Lun Yen. Not far away, Gu Hai glared. Gu Hai wanted to stop this. However, after watching, Long Sanqian bitterly endured it. Venerable Lun Yen did not get angry. Instead, he said bitterly, Cluster Lord, Gu Hai is Wanqing's husband, your brother-in-law. Long Sanqian's eyes reddened. No, he is the one who killed elder sister. If not for him, how could elder sister have died? How could she have died? Who asked you to be a busybody? I asked you to protect elder sister, but you protected elder sister to death. Who asked you to be a busybody? Who asked you to be a busybody? Long Sanqian cried as she whipped Venerable Lun Yen. Sima Changkong, Long Sanqian, and the others in the surroundings did not dare to say anything. Mu Qinfeng did not dare to say anything. After knowing that it was Long Sanqian, Mu Qinfeng did not even dare to speak. Gu Hai watched as Venerable Lun Yen was whipped. Then he said bitterly, Long Sanqian, the Venerable is innocent. Long Sanqian stopped whipping Venerable Lun Yen. Then she glared at Gu Hai with reddened eyes, a deep-seated hatred in her eyes. You caused my elder sister's death. You caused my elder sister's death. Long Sanqian cried as she looked at Gu Hai. Wanqing died in my place. I cannot shirk the responsibility. However, one day I will revive her. Long Sanqian, before Wanqing died, she asked me to take care of you. Gu Hai sighed softly. I don't want you to take care of me. I just want my elder sister. Gu Hai, return my elder sister to me. Long Sanchen cried as she stared at Gu Hai. At this moment, Venerable Lun Yin and Sima Changkong's arrival meant that she could no longer succeed in killing Gu Hai. She spent a lot of effort to lure Gu Hai here so that she could avoid Sima Changkong and the others. However, she still failed to do so. Long Sanchen, Wanqing is already dead. I'm also taking revenge for Wanqing. I know that you hate me, but I promised Wanqing, so I will not ignore it. I know that Wanqing's death hurt you greatly as well. Right now, I do not know how to console you. However, we need to look forward. If there is a way to make you feel better, I will do my best to do so, Gu Hai said sullenly. Make me feel better? You will do your best to help me? In that case you can go and die. If you die, I will feel better. If you die, you will be helping me. Long Sanchen said hatefully as she cried. You. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Long Sanchen could not communicate with him at all. Cluster Lord. Venerable Lun Yin advised from the side. Don't bother. He was the one who said to make me feel better. With that bone saber in your hand, anyone who touches it will die. I feel that whoever it touches will die. Just use that bone saber to cut your abdomen and die for me to see. Then I will feel better. I will not blame you. Long Sanchen said hatefully. Everyone felt anxious. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lun Yin tried to persuade her several times. However, Long Sanchen's arrogant personality did not allow her to listen. Instead, she glared at Gu Hai. Didn't you say to do your best? If you use the bone saber to cut your abdomen, I will not blame you. From now on, I will not blame you. Do you dare? Long Sanchen roared as she glared at Gu Hai. Gao Xinji, Mu Qinfeng, Gao Chen, and the others felt anxious. Just as they were about to speak, Gu Hai stopped them. Gu Hai extended his hand and stopped everyone. Then he stared at Long Wanyu and said, You said that as long as I use this bone knife to cut my abdomen, you will not compete with me anymore? Then you will deal with Wanqing's true enemy together with me. However, Long Sanchen felt slightly stunned. What does Gu Hai mean by this? Is he really going to cut his abdomen? That's not right. Earlier, I felt that anyone who touched that bone saber would die. My feeling cannot be wrong. That is an evil saber. Furthermore, I am going to cut my abdomen with it? Everyone was going to die. I said so. Cut your abdomen. Cut your abdomen in front of me. If you cut your abdomen, we will write off our grudge. Long Sanchen roared with bloodshot eyes. As you wish. Gu Hai nodded. Then he slowly set the crimson saber aside. Gu Hai tore open his shirt, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles. Gu Hai, don't. Mr. Good, don't. Venerable Lun Yin and Sima Changkong said anxiously. Shut up, you. Long Sanchen roared while glaring. The two looked at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai ignored them. Instead, he looked at Long Sanchen. Long Sanchen watched carefully. Don't go back on your words later. Gu Hai raised the bone saber to his chest. Then he looked at Long Sanchen. I, Long Sanchen, will keep my word. Long Sanchen looked at Gu Hai with anticipation in her eyes. Ching. Gu Hai straightforwardly stabbed the life-ender saber into his abdomen. Your Majesty. Gao Xinji and the other officials exclaimed. Sima Changkong and Venerable Lun Yin showed anxious expressions. The others goggled long ago. Wasn't Gu Hai trying too hard to calm his sister-in-law down? Is he using the bone saber to cut his abdomen? He stabbed the saber into his abdomen. However, Long Sanchen trembled, showing regret on her face. Why did he really cut his abdomen? Everyone held their breaths and fell silent. They watched in horror as Gu Hai stabbed the bone saber into his abdomen. Ching. The bone saber stabbed in again. Chapter 281. Then he stabbed the bone saber into Gu Hai's abdomen. Mu Qinfeng, Long Sanchen and Sima Changkong goggled. Gu Hai is going too far to please his sister-in-law, right? Commit seppuku? Long Wanyu forced Gu Hai to commit suicide because she was angry. Long Wanqing's death dealt a huge blow to her. She felt that everyone was an enemy. However, after this anger passed, Long Wanyu would understand. However, you listened to her and committed seppuku to appease her anger. When Long Wanyu saw Gu Hai stab the bone saber into his abdomen, her entire body trembled. Although she had always wanted to kill Gu Hai to take revenge for her elder sister, Long Wanyu did not feel as happy as she should have when she saw Gu Hai die because of her. She did not feel like taking revenge for her elder sister at all. In that instant she felt like she made a mistake. Long Wanyu? Venerable Lun Yen suddenly roared. Slap. Long Wanyu instinctively swung her whip at Venerable Lun Yen. However, Venerable Lun Yen caught it. That's enough. Venerable Lun Yen said angrily while glaring. Venerable Lun Yen swung his whip and showed a ferocious expression. Is this the result you want? Forcing Gu Hai to die? You want Gu Hai to die? You want to take revenge for Wanqing just like that? Do you know how sad Wanqing would be if she saw you forcing Gu Hai to die like this? He caused my elder sister's death. He deserved to die. Long Wanyu cried out with reddened eyes. However, her voice was much softer now. The one who caused your elder sister's death is Lu Yang. Your elder sister used her life to protect this man. Yet you forced him to die? He is your brother-in-law Long Wanqing's husband. Venerable Lun Yen shouted. I don't care. If not for him, my elder sister would not have died. She would not have died. Sup, sup, sup. Long Wanyu suddenly started crying. At this moment, Long Wanyu's crying seemed like she wanted to vent all the grievances in her heart. At the side, Sima Changkong, Long Sanqian, and Mu Chenfeng did not dare to say anything. Venerable, there is no need to scold Long Wanyu. It's fine as long as she is happy. Gu Hai's voice rang. Hearing Gu Hai's voice, Long Wanyu suddenly felt regret. Xiaoqin had forced Gu Hai to his death. Had he taken revenge for his elder sister? Would her elder sister be happy? Gu Hai, hurry up. Don't perform seppuku anymore. Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed. The life-ender saber plunged halfway into Long Wanqing's abdomen again. Long Wanyu looked up and immediately saw that there was still a small section of the bone saber outside. Long Wanyu's expression changed. She opened her mouth, wanting to tell Long Wanqing not to interrupt. However, she did not know how to say it. Long Wanyu, remember your words. The grudge between us is written off, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Long Wanyu bit her lip, and her eyes were filled with fear. Did Gu Hai really commit suicide by committing seppuku? Did he really commit seppuku? All of Long Wanyu's pores seemed to be filled with cold air. Clack. Gu Hai extended his hand and slapped the last section of the bone saber into his abdomen. Your Majesty, the officials exclaimed in horror. Venerable Lun Yen, Sima Changkong, Long Sanqian, and Mu Chenfeng all showed anxious expressions. Don't. Long Wanyu said very softly, showing regret on her face. However, it was already too late. The bone saber had already pierced Gu Hai's abdomen. It was already over. Gao Xianji, bring me a set of clothes. Gu Hai said slowly. The surrounding people who were worried about Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. This is not right. Shouldn't Gu Hai have collapsed? Where is the wound? Where is the wound on Gu Hai's abdomen? Has the wound healed? Now there is not even a scar. He committed seppuku just like that? Venerable Lun Yen, Sima Changkong was speechless. Long Wanyu, everyone remained silent for a while. The faces of the Dahan officials, who were so anxious that they were about to cry, froze, and they retracted the tears that were about to fall. His Majesty is actually fine? He is really fine. There is not a single drop of sweat on his forehead. His complexion is normal and his complexion is normal. There is not even a scar on his abdomen. Did I see wrongly earlier? Gao Xianji, who was at the side, felt stunned. Then she immediately brought over a set of clothes. You lied to me. Gu Hai, you lied to me. Long Wanyu's earlier regret disappeared, and her eyes filled with hatred. How did I lie to you? Gu Hai frowned. You only used a trick earlier. You did not stab the bone saber into his abdomen at all. There was no. Long Wanyu angrily reprimanded Gu Hai. However, she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. It was not just Long Wanyu. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they looked at Gu Hai's abdomen in shock. However, they saw a bone saber's handle slowly emerging from Gu Hai's abdomen. It was the bone saber. This was not a magic trick or a trick. It was real. The bone saber really did stab into his abdomen. You. Long Wanyu pointed at Gu Hai, not knowing how to reprimand him for a long time. Did he really stab the bone saber into his abdomen? How did it appear? Wanqing is a woman of her word. Long Wanyu, I hope that you will not disappoint me and go back on your words, Gu Hai said indifferently. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand and pressed the bone saber's handle with his index finger, pushing it into his abdomen. Sima Changkong was speechless. Venerable Lun Yen, Long Sanqian. Everyone felt like a flock of crows flew over their heads. The atmosphere was so awkward that no one could make a sound. Damn it. If you can stuff a bone saber into your abdomen, you should have said so earlier. You made us worry for so long. After everyone was speechless for a while, they all looked at Long Wanyu. His eyes seemed to be asking, Guhai has already committed seppuku. You should be content. Although it is as easy as drinking water for Guhai to commit seppuku, who asked you to choose this method of all things? You won't go back on your words, right? Long Wanyu instantly felt everyone's gazes on her, looking at her as if they were looking at an idiot. Not only were they looking at her, but it also felt like everyone was waiting for her to admit that she was an idiot and admit it personally. When Long Wanyu saw Guhai putting on his clothes in the distance, her eyes reddened again. This time it was not just hatred but also grievance. Guhai, I hate you. I'm not done with you. Long Wanyu roared in anger. What are you looking at? Where's the flying boat? Let's go. Long Wanyu whipped Sima Feng, who was at the side. Sima Feng immediately took out the flying boat. Long Wanyu stepped onto the flying boat. Then she led a few subordinates and quickly flew into the distance. I don't want to stay here anymore. Long Wanyu ran away. Long Sanqian and Sima Changkong opened their mouths. They wanted to ask a few questions but they restrained themselves. Venerable Lu Nian flew in front of Guhai and smiled bitterly. You still have a way to stop Long Wanyu. Sigh. It's just a coincidence. As long as she's happy. Guhai smiled bitterly. Guhai had heard about Long Wanyu's character and predicted that there would be a conflict when he met Long Wanyu one day. However, it seemed like this first meeting was rather easy. Mr. Good, you're finally here. Sima Changkong also flew over with a smile. However, Sima Changkong was the same as Long Sanqian. They looked at Guhai strangely. In the Daing dynasty, there was an area that Liu Yang had singled out. It was shrouded in fog and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Liu Yang stood at the entrance of a large hall and looked at the foggy area. Pajuan stood respectfully behind him. Is there any movement from Takashi Ryushin's army? Liu Yang asked in a low voice. Not yet. They've been temporarily blocked and don't dare to take another step forward. Your Majesty, with Mr. Dongfang and I taking action, Takashi Ryushin can forget about taking another step forward. You should have let Mr. Dongfang and I take action a long time ago. If Mo Yike hadn't repeatedly asked the other armies to take action, we wouldn't have lost 7 times and won 1. Pajuan said with pride in his eyes. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. Mr. Mo? Although Mr. Mo made me suspicious this time, he's right. An army can't only have one trump card. Besides the commander, it shouldn't matter if anyone else is missing. Ah yes. Pajuan's face stiffened. Clearly he had been too complacent just now. It was as if he couldn't do without him. Mr. Dongfang is inside? Liu Yang asked in a low voice. Emperor of Daing, please come in. A childlike voice came from inside. Rumble. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the foggy area. Liu Yang and Pajuan stepped in. Whoa, whoa. Let me go. Save me. Spare me, spare me. Cries and wails came from inside the array. The two of them stepped into the foggy array, and the array closed up with a bang. At first glance, the interior of this great array was like an azure hell. At the center was an extremely large pool. Within the pool, clusters of serene blue flames were burning. Within the flames, there were many transparent figures struggling within the pool. Are these the ghosts of the dead from the battle between the two armies? Liu Yang frowned. Yes, there are ghosts of Takashi Ryushin's army, and there are also ghosts of our army. Pajuan nodded. Your Majesty, we are loyal and devoted to the country. Why did you not let us reincarnate after we died? Why did you put us in the pool to be roasted? A ghost that looked like a general saw Liu Yang and screamed. He is Liu Yang of Gojoseon? You devil, His Majesty's army will definitely destroy you. Your Majesty, we are loyal and devoted. In the pool of ghosts, countless ghosts who died in the battle cried out in fear. Shut up. A child's voice sounded again. At the edge of the pool, there was a small child in a white robe standing on a huge platform. The child was wrapped in a white robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. Devil. Don't refine me. That is Longevity Master, someone who seizes one's lifespan. He wants to refine our 3 souls into tonics for his cultivation. When the two armies fought, none of the ghosts managed to escape. They were all captured. No, Your Majesty, I died fighting for the Daing dynasty. I don't ask for Your Majesty to avenge me, but please let me reincarnate. Countless ghosts were making a racket. so noisy, humph. The voice of the child in the white robe sounded again. He waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, the rolling blue flames expanded and formed a super fire pot lid. It covered all the ghosts in the pool, and the voices of the ghosts could not be heard. Pujuan and Liang walked in front of the child in the white robe. Mr. Dongfang, it's fine that you collected the ghosts of the Takeshi Ryushin army. Why do you still want to? Liang frowned. Ha ha ha, your majesty of the Dechen dynasty, I only agreed to help you because you promised me that you would let me collect the ghosts of war. I am risking offending Master Shou of the Dechen dynasty to help you. Mr. Dongfang's voice sounded again. Liang frowned and said, fine. Go ahead. This is not enough. I want more people to die, I want more ghosts. Mr. Dongfang looked at Liang. Chapter 282. This is still not enough. I want more people to die. More people to die. I want more ghosts. Mr. Dongfang looked at Liang. There are already 10 million of them. Liang said with a frown. 10 million? See if it is enough. Mr. Dongfang said with a faint smile. Then he waved his hand. Boom. The fog in a small foggy area not far away suddenly scattered, revealing a huge tree. This was the century lifespan immortality peach tree that Gu Hai saw in the innate puzzle world. Root in. Mr. Dongfang waved his hand. Rumble. The century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots suddenly stabbed into the huge ghost pool below. No. The countless ghosts in the ghost pool revealed horrified expressions. Rumble. However, he saw many roots like a water pump, crazily sucking in the rolling ghosts. The blue flames burned, and some ghosts instantly turned into liquid, which the century lifespan immortality peach tree absorbed faster. The ghosts in the ghost pool cried out. However, they could not escape from the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The blue flames refined them in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The ghost pool was like a whale sucking in water. The ghost pool was sucked clean in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the century lifespan immortality peach tree slowly bloomed. Then 10 small immortality peaches grew out. They were only the size of a thumb, much smaller than the ones that Gu Hai obtained in the past. Great Ying's Emperor, do you see that? Only 10 tender peaches grew out of this entire pool of ghosts. They are still far from ripening. Mr. Dongfang said with a smile as he looked at Liang. Liang frowned slightly. The century lifespan immortality peach tree? It's growing too slowly. It's not slow anymore. Back in the innate puzzle world, it only bore fruit once every 100 years. Now it's much faster. Unfortunately, it damaged the peach tree somewhat, Mr. Dongfang said indifferently. However, the last time you used living people as nutrients for me. Are you still willing to do so now? Mr. Dongfang looked at Liang. A living person? Using living people as nutrients will incur the wrath of the world. Liang shook his head. Didn't you use it once before? As long as you and I don't say anything, who else will know? Mr. Dongfang said. There's no need. You'd better collect the ghosts. Liang frowned, but his eyes showed that he was finally moved. All right, I will leave everything up to you. However, I do not have enough nourishment here to quickly grow the century lifespan immortality peach. Don't you want to use the lifespan immortality peach to win over those eccentric people? There are no Saturn peaches. Mr. Dongfang shook his head and didn't say anything else. Instead, he took out a gourd. As soon as the gourd was opened, a torrent of ghosts rushed out from within and surged into the ghost pool. Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty, we are loyal and devoted. Your Majesty, this subject died on the battlefield for Great Ing. Why did you ask Master Shou to refine me? The ghosts that flew out of the gourd started begging bitterly. However, Liang remained unmoved. On Sima Changkong's flying ship, everyone had just experienced Long Wanyu's ambush, so they were in low spirits. Gao Xinji, Gao Chen and Mu Qinfeng led their subordinates to rest for now. Gu Hai and Venerable Lun Yen stood on the deck discussing Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu's personality is like that. She is spoiled rotten by Daiqiansheng. Wan Qing never lets her suffer, so... Gu Hai, please bear with her, Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. Gu Hai shook his head and said, it's nothing. I was just observing her. When she saw me commit suicide, her eyes filled with regret. She is just a little unruly and willful, but she is not bad in nature. It is good that you can think that way. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. Because she is unruly and willful, Venerable would rather stay by Wanqing side back then? Guhai smiled. Sigh. That is part of the reason. Long Wanyu has Daiqianxing's protection, so she should not be in danger. Furthermore, I am useless by her side. Back then only Wanqing could suppress her. No one else could. If I stayed by her side, I would only die of frustration, Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. Indeed. Wanqing is no longer around. However, there is a limit to being unruly and willful. She cannot be lawless. Someone needs to be able to suppress her. Otherwise she will end up in big trouble sooner or later. Guhai nodded. We can't do anything to her. How about you do it? You can help Wanqing discipline her. Otherwise no one can control her. Venerable Lun Yen looked at Guhai. Guhai smiled bitterly. By the way, I still do not understand. Previously, no matter where we went, how did Long Wanyu know ahead of time? This has always puzzled me, Guhai said with a frown. Venerable Lun Yen remained silent for a while. Then he looked around and smiled bitterly. Originally I should not say this. However, since you asked, it is good that you know. When Daiqianxing was around, he allowed Long Wanyu to be lawless. Even the crown princes were not as high as Long Wanyu in Daiqianxing's heart. However, Long Wanqing, who was also his sister, had a different attitude toward Daiqianxing, not caring at all. Do you know why? Venerable Lun Yen asked solemnly. Why? Daiqianxing has many children, and his children have countless children. There are even fourth and fifth generations of Daiqianxing's children. If he dotes on all of them, how can he dote on all of them? Daiqianxing only dotes on the more important ones. For example, the crown princes are all incredible characters. Daiqianxing admires them. However, Long Wanyu has a talent that everyone envies, Venerable Lun Yen said solemnly. Talent? Long Wanyu is an innate lifespan master, Venerable Lun Yen said solemnly. An innate lifespan master? Guhai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Not everyone can cultivate the Master of Longevity. The Master of Longevity's legacy can only be inherited by a person with a special bloodline and life providence. Take the unborn man for example. Due to his special bloodline and life providence, he cultivated the Master of Longevity. These are all acquired through cultivation, acquired lifespan masters. However, there are two types of lifespan masters that are innate. They are born with this ability. They are innate lifespan masters. Long Wanyu is one of the innate lifespan masters. Solemnly, Venerable Lun Yen explained. Solemnly? Guhai revealed some doubt. She can see the future. Venerable Lun Yen explained. That's impossible. The future is filled with uncertainty. How can she see the future? Guhai exclaimed in shock. I can't understand it either. However, that is the truth. She can see the future. She has one opportunity to do so every month, Venerable Lun Yen said while shaking his head. Guhai frowned in deep thought. After a long silence, he shook his head and said, That's not right. Our original itinerary was different. She used the stone steel to interfere with us, making us change our itinerary. This shows that there are many variables in the future. Huh. Venerable Lun Yen felt slightly confused. Long Wanyu should have divined the future. She divined that we would see the stone steel. Then we would change our direction. She would continue divining. Then she would see the stone steel again and change her direction again. She should be able to divine the future, Guhai said gravely. No matter what, her prophecy was not wrong, Venerable Lun Yen said. Solemnly, Venerable Lun Yen said. However, she did not predict that I would not die from suicide. Solemnly, there should still be openings, right? Guhai said with a frown. Prophecies cannot be used without limits. Perhaps the power of the prophecy ran out back then, or perhaps she was just angry and did not insist on killing you, right? Didn't you say that her nature is not bad? Venerable Lun Yen smiled. Guhai frowned slightly and nodded. Solemnly, prophets have another ability, which is to distinguish between good and bad. They can seek luck and avoid misfortune. When encountering a fatal threat, they will feel great misfortune. When encountering a fortuitous encounter, they will feel great luck, Venerable Lun Yen said. Solemnly, Venerable Lun Yen said. Great misfortune? Great misfortune? No wonder she immediately said that there was danger when I took out the Life-Ender saber. It turned out that she felt great misfortune, Guhai analyzed. That should be the case. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. Solemnly, prophets can divine the future? Seek luck and avoid misfortune? No wonder Daiqianxing treasured her so much. Guhai nodded. By the way, I will have to trouble you with this item, Venerable Lunyan said with a bitter smile. As Venerable Lunyan spoke, he took out a black jade talisman covered in a layer of faint black energy. This is? Back then, before the unborn man left Long Wanyu with this treasure to protect herself? The unborn man said that if it is crushed, he will sense it and rush over immediately no matter where it is? Guhai said with a frown. This is indeed the unborn man's jade talisman. He told me to hand it to Long Wanyu. However, Long Wanyu did not even look at it. The unborn man killed Wanqing. Long Wanyu hates him to the bone. How could she want this black jade talisman? Long Wanyu hates this father of hers. She is not willing to accept it, Venerable Lunyan said with a bitter smile. Guhai sighed softly. Help me keep this item first. I'm saying that I cannot touch Long Wanyu. I hope you can convince her, Venerable Lunyan said bitterly. Guhai nodded and sighed as he received it. When the black jade talisman entered Guhai's hand, he immediately felt a cool sensation in his heart. In that instant, Guhai felt a sense of comfort throughout his entire body. Indeed, the unborn man left a good treasure for his daughter. Guhai carefully put away the jade talisman and looked into the distance. Now he could see a huge city in the distance. This was not a city for ordinary people to live in. It should be a temporary city like the one that destroyed Lu City. Above the city gates were the words Jinnan City. We are here. This is the Jianghu of Scylla's camp, a newly built city. Venerable Lunyan said as he looked into the distance. At this moment, Long Sanqian and Sima Changkong walked over. Mr. Good, Imperial Father's camp is in front. This humble one has heard Imperial Father mention Mr. Good many times. Imperial Father will definitely be happy that Mr. Good is here, Long Sanqian said with a smile. Mr. Good, enter Jinnan City. I will bring Mr. to settle down. His Highness will host a banquet. Does Mr. Good need to rest first? Sima Changkong asked as he looked at Guhai. That's fine. I will have to trouble Mr. Sima. Also, if Mr. Sima does not find it troublesome, can you tell me what capabilities Pejuan's army has to prevent the Jianghu of Scylla's army from advancing? Guhai asked with a smile. How is it troublesome? I could not ask for more. Sima Changkong smiled. Chapter 283. Jinnan City, Venerable Lunyan went to look for Long Wanyu. Long Sanqian went to report to Jianghu of Scylla. Sima Changkong led Guhai's group to stay. Guhai and Sima Changkong chatted and drank tea in a small courtyard. Your Highness is holding a banquet tonight to welcome Mr. Good. Let me tell Mr. Good about Pejuan's army first, Sima Changkong said with a smile. Right? Guhai nodded. Pejuan is a heaven-grade zither cultivator. First, he can control 1 million zither figurines. You have seen it before, Sima Changkong said as he sipped his tea. 1 million bronze figurines, all peak nascent soul realm cultivators. They are very strong and there are more than 1 million of them. They are invincible when attacking cities? Guhai recalled. Indeed, invincible, truly invincible. Back then, with Long Wanyu's help, we found all the spies and slandered Mo Yike, putting Mo Yike in a difficult situation. Long Wanyu's arrival helped us a lot, resulting in a record of 7 victories and 1 defeat, Sima Changkong said solemnly. Your Highness mentioned this to me before. Right. Your Highness personally went to 9-5 Island to show your sincerity. The problem we are facing is the Army Destroyer. The Army Destroyer's 1 million Qin terracotta soldiers can attack the city, and it won't take long for them to break into the city. However, it is a good thing that we have a way to deal with them. Oh. You also saw the Book Dao earlier. In my army camp there are also some experts of the Book Dao. My Sima family's Yellow Spring Law Destruction scripture also shines brightly. As long as the Guqin figurines break into the city, they will immediately enter the rules of the Book Dao and be restricted by the rules of the Book Dao, making them unable to escape. Sima Changkong explained. Guhai nodded. But the figurines are too agile. Unless they barge in themselves, it's hard to do anything to them. Although we have ways to resist, we can't move an inch. We can't get out. Not only the figurines but also the Les Miserables played by Pejuan. Sima Changkong frowned. Tragic world? We've seen it before. Back in Silver Moon City, it enveloped an entire city. There's no way to escape, Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, the fairy Wanner's tragic world. Back then, the fairy Wanner was a guest at the residence of the Luyang of Gojoseon and gave this song to Pajuan. So, Sima Changkong said bitterly. The army didn't dare to take a step out of the city. Otherwise they would lose their five senses and become deaf and blind? Gu Hai said in a low voice. That's right. If the army couldn't get out of the city, how could they advance? So although it's not honorable, it's nothing. We sent assassins. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. They went but never returned. They never came back. Many people went, including an expert from the Kai Tian Palace. Sima Changkong said solemnly. An expert from the Kai Tian Palace? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Sima Changkong nodded. Kai Tian Palace. After entering Pajuan's camp, there was no sound. There wasn't even any sign of struggle. Luyang? No, Luyang stayed in the camp and didn't come out. There should be an expert in Pajuan's camp. According to our repeated investigation, it should be a longevity master. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Gu Hai remembered that Long Wanqing and the unborn man had mentioned in the letter that Luyang of Gojoseon had a longevity master. Did that longevity master take away Long Xiaoye's 3 souls? I heard that there are less than 10 longevity masters in the world. How? Gu Hai frowned. Less than 10 people? How could there be one in Luyang of Gojoseon's camp? Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. You're right. There are only 8 longevity masters in total. 4 white-robed longevity masters and 4 black-robed longevity masters. There have been only 8 in the world for thousands of years. As for the unborn man, well, I don't know what's going on. However, there are only 8 longevity masters in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty that can be passed down. However, there is one in Pajuan's camp. Facing Pajuan, ordinary soldiers can't go out of the city, and experts can't do anything either? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, that's why His Highness wants you to solve misery. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Let Gaochen solve it? Oh. The two chatted for a while. In the evening, Gu Hai brought Gaochen, Gao Xianji and Mu Qinfeng. The 4 followed Sima Changkong to South Town Hall. At this moment, the 2 rows of South Town Hall were filled with banquets. A large number of civil and military officials were also in the hall. They seemed to have been waiting for Gu Hai for a long time. The Jianghu of Silla was sitting at the main table in the north of the hall. The Jianghu of Silla was dressed casually in a gorgeous brocade robe. She had a broad face and a dignified aura. This was also the first time Gu Hai saw the Jianghu of Silla. Although she had a smile on her face, there was a great sense of majesty coming from far away. Greetings, Grand Marshal. This is Hall Leader Gu Hai. Sima Changkong bowed slightly to the Jianghu of Silla. Gu Hai greets Marshal Day 1 of South Town Hall. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Mr. Good is too polite. This marshal has long heard of Mr. Good's great talent. It's a pity that I have not had the chance to meet you. To be able to meet Mr. Good today, this marshal is very pleased. Mr. Good, please take a seat. The Jianghu of Silla said with a smile. The attendant immediately led Gu Hai's group to the first table on the left side of the hall. Gu Hai and the other 3 sat down. Gaochen's eyes lit up when he sat down. He looked at the delicious food on the table and picked up his chopsticks. The civil and military officials frowned. We haven't even touched our chopsticks yet. We've been waiting for you. You're going to start eating without even greeting us? Gaochen. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gaochen's expression froze. He reluctantly put down the piece of meat on his chopsticks, but his eyes were fixed on it. Mr. Good, this is a toast to you. Thank you for your help in dispersing Liu Yang's dragon tribe army. Jianghu of Silla raised her glass and smiled. Thank you, Marshal. Gu Hai raised his glass in return. All the civil and military officials raised their glasses and drank together. The wine was emptied in one go. The atmosphere in the hall also relaxed. Let's eat. Gu Hai said to Gaochen, who was beside him. Awo, awo. Gaochen quickly picked up the food. Mr. Good, what do you think about the war between our 2 armies? Jianghu of Silla smiled. Marshal, you're wise. I won't say anything else. Gu Hai shook his head. I heard that Mr. Good has a grudge against Liu Yang. That's why he destroyed the Gingjin sect, destroyed the dragons? Jinmu of Silla looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's an irreconcilable grudge. Is it because of Long Wanqing and Long Xiaoya?" Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. "That's right." Gu Hai said with a serious expression. "Xiaoya is my younger sister. She's the most intelligent one among all my younger sisters. She was also the closest to me. When I found out that she died at the hands of Liang of Gojoseon, I was the first to ask His Holiness for help in avenging her. That's why the Jinan Day one is here today. It's a pity that Long Wanqing..." sighed. Takeshi Ryushin sighed softly. "Thank you, Grand Marshal." Gu Hai said sincerely. "Hey Mr. Good, I've read about you. You're unparalleled in your intelligence and methods. Why don't you come with me to destroy Liu Yang's army and avenge Long Wanqing and Long Xiaoya?" Jinmu of Silla invited. Gu Hai nodded. "That's exactly why I came with you this time." "That's great. I have Legio 6 under me. How about I let Mr. Good command it for the time being?" Jinmu of Silla immediately said with a smile. "Command Legio 6? Gu Hai was slightly confused. "That's right. Legio 6 is a group of brave and skilled soldiers. They just lack a wise commander. Mr. Good, why don't you help me command Legio 6? That way we can destroy Liu Yang's army in the shortest time possible." Jinmu of Silla said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Command Legio 6? It was true that he would immediately gain control of a large number of troops, but this wasn't what Gu Hai wanted. Gu Hai was the emperor of a country. He could work with you but he couldn't submit to you. The elite hall master was just a guest of Deqian. He wouldn't submit to anyone. Did he have to be your subordinate after joining your army? However, Jinmu of Silla's tone was sincere. Perhaps Jinmu of Silla didn't think highly of the emperor of Dahan. However, even if others didn't think highly of him, it didn't mean that he could ignore them. "What do you think?" Jinmu of Silla said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai smiled and said, "Grand Marshal, do you trust me that much?" "Of course." Jinmu of Silla said with certainty. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Grand Marshal, thank you for your trust. However, since you trust me, I have a suggestion. I hope you don't mind it. I, Gu Hai, am used to being idle. I haven't led an army for a long time. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to lead it well, so I stopped. Grand Marshal said that Legio 6 lacks a wise commander. I would like to recommend someone. What do you think?" Gu Hai said with a smile. Jinmu of Silla frowned slightly. In the hall, all the civil and military officials looked at Gu Hai in surprise. "Grand Marshal is kind enough to make you the commander of Legio 6, but you don't want to accept it?" "Mr. Good recommended someone, so it shouldn't be bad." "Who is it?" Jinmu of Silla asked curiously. "Gao Xianji." Gu Hai said with a deep voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." Gao Xianji immediately stood up and said respectfully. All the officials looked at the middle-aged general in confusion. They thought that he was Gu Hai's follower. "Jinmu of Silla, this is my trusted subordinate, Gao Xianji. Grand Marshal of Legio 6, I can let Gao Xianji take charge of the helm." Gu Hai said solemnly. Wow. All the officials in the hall were in an uproar. "Recommend one of your subordinates? Grand Marshal is already very kind to let you, an outsider, take charge of Legio 6, but you're not satisfied and want to recommend one of your subordinates? Are you looking down on our army?" Some of the officials stared at Gu Hai. Jinmu of Silla frowned and looked at Gao Xianji. Jinmu of Silla didn't say anything, but a burly man with a long beard suddenly jumped out. "Gu Hai, how dare you? The Grand Marshal treats you like a national hero, but you dare to neglect the Grand Marshal? Are you humiliating us?" The burly man glared at him. "You are." Gu Hai frowned. "I am the current commander of Legio 6, Bai Liz Han." The burly man glared at him. "Oh, so it's General Bai Li? Ha, why are you so sure that I am humiliating you? Which eye of yours saw me neglect the Grand Marshal?" Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Jinmu of Silla didn't say anything. She drank her wine and narrowed her eyes as she watched quietly. "It's not that I neglect the Grand Marshal, but you want to send a servant to lead Legio 6? Bai Liz Han glared. "The Grand Marshal needs a wise man. As long as he can lead the army and surpass you, isn't that enough?" Gu Hai smiled. "Him? A servant? Has he ever participated in a war between cultivators?" Bai Liz Han shouted. Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji and signaled Gao Xianji to answer. Gao Xianji took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. She knew that the emperor was training her. "General Bai Li, I have only ever led a secular army. Gao Xinji took a deep breath and said, Only led a secular army? You have never participated in a war between cultivators? You have never participated in a war between cultivators, and you dare to overestimate yourself and want to lead Legio 6? Bai Lishan shouted. The Grand Marshal needs a wise man, not a boorish man. Gao Xinji replied indifferently. Boorish man? Aha, you are just a brat who is still wet behind the ears. How dare you call me a boorish man? Bai Lishan glared. General Bai Li, war is not a matter of words. Gao Xinji said indifferently. Bastard. Bai Lishan glared and seemed to explode. Bai Lishan. Jianghu of Silla said. Grand Marshal, this brat doesn't know his place. Let me teach him a lesson. Bai Lishan suddenly shouted. Jianghu of Silla frowned and said. Grand Marshal, I'm not talking about using force. This brat is so arrogant. I want to show him a sand table deduction and let him know that the army of cultivators is not something that he can take for granted. The lives of every soldier in Legio 6 are precious. We cannot let him ruin them. Bai Lishan shouted. Jianghu of Silla frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Sand table deduction? Gu Hai looked at Jianghu of Silla in confusion. Sand table deduction is a type of treasure. You can enter the treasure with your consciousness. Both sides will lead a group of soldiers of various types. They will fight against each other and determine the winner. This is a treasure for learning how to fight. Sima Changkong explained. Gu Hai, didn't you recommend your subordinate? Why don't you let me try? I will give him 1,000 soldiers. What do you think? Bai Lishan sneered. Grand Marshal, since General Bailey is interested, why don't we let Gao Xinji try? Gu Hai smiled. Sure. Jianghu of Silla nodded. Not far away, Bailey Zhan revealed a slightly complacent smile. Gu Hai looked at Gao Xinji and said, Gao Xinji, Bai Lishan is provoking you to accept the challenge. Don't underestimate him. Gao Xinji's expression became serious. She immediately understood what Gu Hai meant. Bai Lishan looked reckless and harmless, but he was shrewd and could not be underestimated. Yes, Your Majesty. I will not let Your Majesty down. Gao Xinji said respectfully. Quang. Not far away, a few attendants carried over a huge jade platform. Many talisman scripts and arrays were carved on the jade platform. Come brat. This is your first time using this battlefield deduction platform, right? Learn from me. Place your palm on the edge and immerse your consciousness into it. Bai Lishan said with a cold smile. Gao Xinji nodded and walked to the center of the hall. The two stood on both sides of the jade platform and placed their hands on it. Buzz. A light suddenly appeared on the jade platform. The two's consciousness entered it and slowly closed their eyes. Boom. A dazzling light suddenly appeared on the jade platform, projecting a battlefield of mountains and hills. On the two ends of the battlefield, one side was Gao Xinji leading an army of 100,000 cultivators. On the other side was Bai Lishan leading an army of 100,000 cultivators. A battlefield deduction platform was about to begin. Gao Xinji versus Bai Lishan. Takeshi Ryushin's corps commander versus Gu Hai's corps commander. Chapter 284. In the South Town Hall. Gu Hai, Takeshi Ryushin, Sima Changkong, and a group of civil and military officials were all staring at the battlefield deduction platform. Gao Xinji and Bai Lishan stood at the side with their eyes closed. Their minds were already focused on the battlefield. They each led 100,000 soldiers and began to arrange the troops at the two ends of the battlefield. This was a mountainous area. The terrain was extremely unfamiliar. The two great commanders needed to scout the terrain and gather information about the enemy. They quickly arranged the troops. However, from the projection, the people on the platform were very fast. It was as if Gu Hai had used the fast-forward button to watch a movie on Earth. Gu Hai looked at the projection in confusion. Your Majesty, this battlefield deduction platform is a special treasure. When one's consciousness enters it, it will be 100 times faster. Therefore, 100 days in the battlefield is a day in the outside world. The people, troops, and terrain on the platform can be set in advance. Mu Chenfeng explained softly. Battlefield deduction platform? This is a good thing. It can be used to train the soldiers. Where can I buy it? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. It is indeed used to train the soldiers. However, it has always been controlled by the major countries. Therefore it can't be sold. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly. Gu Hai nodded. As for this Bailey Zhan, he's not someone easy to deal with. Although he acted rashly just now, his heart is as meticulous as a speck of dust. Moreover, he knows how to manipulate people's emotions, infuriating them, causing them to panic, giving them an opportunity to attack. Mu Chenfeng whispered. No matter. Gao Xinji's ability to lead troops is not much worse than mine. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh, yes. Mu Chenfeng nodded. Takeshi Ryushin looked at the projection and then at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. He did not say anything. The palace was completely silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of the North Star Polaris eating. Did this Gao Xinji know how to lead an army? Why did they send out so many scouts? General Bailey is indeed a veteran. This arrangement of troops is very proper. This is the Yongzhou Square Formation, the famous Dechen Square Formation. In the end, they are from the secular world. Cultivators cannot be compared to ordinary mortals. Mortals can be trapped by rivers and mountains, but cultivators can walk on flat ground. Archers? Was it useful for Gao Xinji to train so many archers? You have never led a Xiuzha army and you want to fight against General Bailey? What a joke. The civil and military officials in the hall whispered to each other. None of them thought highly of Gao Xinji. Looking at the fast-moving projection, he revealed a faint smile. Your Majesty, what kind of array did Gao Xinji arrange? Messy and disorderly? What's the point of having so many archers? Archers can only have a short advantage when the two armies come into contact. But the Xiuzha army is very fast. Soon the two armies will come into contact. Then the bows and arrows will be useless. Training archers is a waste of their other talents. They will not be as good as Bai Lizhan in a head-on battle. Mu Chenfeng said worriedly. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. He showed a smile of approval to Gao Xinji's arrangement. Archers. Who said that archers could only shine for a short time on the battlefield? Gu Hai had used this arrangement when he was young. He did not expect that Gao Xinji would use it here. This was guerrilla warfare. Archers were not used for head-on battles. They were used for sneak attacks. They would change places after shooting. No, they would change places after shooting. Moreover, Gao Xinji sent out a large number of scouts in order to grasp the most accurate terrain. It has started. The short investigation is over. The two armies are beginning to come into contact. What is Gao Xinji doing? Where is his army formation? Why is it in a state of disunity? A state of disunity wants to fight with General Bailey? It is indeed impossible. How can they be a match for General Bailey? A group of civil and military officials were discussing in shock. Not far away, Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and looked at the center of the battlefield. Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. What is it, Sir Sima? An official at the side asked curiously. Although Gao Xinji's army is like a sheet of loose sand, there seems to be a pattern that can be followed. There is not the slightest bit of chaos. They are thinking of surrounding General Bailey? Sima Changkong asked doubtfully. Takeshi Ryushin also narrowed his eyes and stared. The two armies are fighting. Shooting arrows? Gao Xinji's archers shot first. But Gao Xinji's archers are not many. They only have 100 people and they want to shake 100,000 army? Shameless Gao Xinji running away after shooting? Can they be more shameless? They are deserters on the battlefield. The 100 archers over there are starting to shoot too. They are running away again? Do these archers all run away after a fight? They are back again? Damn, how shameless. When General Bailey's soldiers were chasing you, you ran away, and when General Bailey retreated, you came back. Isn't this fucked up? Are these groups of 100 people specifically responsible for harassment? The officials were criticizing Gao Xinji's shamelessness. However, Takeshi Ryushin frowned and suddenly looked at Gu Hai and said, Mr. Good, your subordinates are very confident. They only used 50,000 soldiers? Many of the officials were shocked. Indeed, Gao Xinji's army only had 50,000 soldiers for guerrilla warfare. The other 50,000 soldiers were scattered around but had not moved. Gao Xinji leads the army. I have never interfered. Gu Hai smiled slightly. The officials frowned and looked at Gu Hai. You don't interfere, but Gao Xinji is leading the army. That is too shameless. Gu Hai looked at the projection of the battlefield and showed a trace of satisfaction. Gao Xinji did very well. When the enemy advanced, she retreated. When the enemy stayed, she harassed. When the enemy was tired, she attacked. When the enemy retreated, she advanced. The essence of guerrilla warfare was used incisively and vividly by Gao Xianji. Although in the eyes of some people, this was completely shameless, there was no small matter on the battlefield. It was a battle of life and death. Shamelessness was not a problem. Gao Xianji used it very well. For a moment, Bai Lijian's army was so tricked that they cursed. They had just split up to deal with the guerrilla teams. In the blink of an eye, they had suffered a great loss and did not dare to split up. However, the guerrilla teams were relentless. They kept pestering them, circling them, and tiring them out. This was the advantage of a 100-man team. Although there were only 100 people, the destructive power was not inferior to a 1,000-man team. 2 hours later, many of Bai Lijian's soldiers were so tired that they were about to collapse. However, there were many guerrilla teams and they were constantly rotating. Moreover, they had a very good grasp of the terrain. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lijian's army suffered heavy casualties. There were only 80,000 soldiers left. Another 2 hours later, Bai Lijian's army was only left with 50,000 soldiers. At this moment, Bai Lijian's army was about to explode. The morale of the army was slack. An hour later, Bai Lijian's army was only left with 10,000 soldiers. Of the 10,000 soldiers, 8,000 actually collapsed and surrendered. The remaining 2,000 soldiers were finally forced to death by Gao Xianji's army in a valley. 10,000 arrows were fired and the entire army was wiped out. Boom! The projection shook violently and the two immediately regained their consciousness. Bai Lijian was sweating profusely as he looked at Gao Xianji in shock. "Thank you for letting me win." Gao Xianji smiled slightly and said calmly. "It doesn't count. It doesn't count just now. You rascal. Again, let's do it again." Bai Lijian immediately shouted angrily. "That's enough, Bai Lijian. It's fine if you lose." Jianghu of Silla said in a low voice. "But, Grand Marshal, I didn't expect Gao Xianji to be so shameless." Bai Lijian suddenly shouted. "Gao Xianji only used 50,000 soldiers and less than 3,000 casualties. Your 100,000 soldiers were completely wiped out. Isn't that embarrassing enough?" Jianghu of Silla said coldly. Jianghu of Silla was also very uncomfortable at this moment. Although the Legio VI's military performance was not good, Jianghu of Silla could still accept Bai Lijian's ability. However, comparing goods with goods had to be thrown out. Gao Xianji used less than 3,000 casualties, no, less than 1,000 casualties to destroy Bai Lijian's 100,000 soldiers. How could his ability to lead an army be just one level lower? "Yes," Bai Lijian said bitterly. Gao Xianji slowly walked back to his seat and said, "Your Majesty, I have disappointed you. I made 3 mistakes in the battlefield simulation." In the main hall, a group of civil and military officials looked at Gao Xianji. "You did it on purpose, didn't you? You did it on purpose, didn't you? After such a great victory you told me that you made 3 mistakes? You made 3 mistakes and defeated Bai Lijian so badly. What would happen if you didn't make any mistakes?" Bai Lijian looked at Gao Xianji with resentment. "It's okay. It's your first time leading an army of practitioners. It's inevitable that you will make mistakes. It will be fine when you understand the habits of the army of practitioners," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Bai Lijian? All the officials? First time leading an army of practitioners? Are you kidding me? Grand Marshal, I wonder if the Grand Marshal likes Gao Xianji whom I recommended?" Gu Hai said with a smile. "I didn't expect Mr. Good to have such a good fighter under his command. Gao Xianji? Good, not bad. She can be the commander of Legio 6. Jianghu of Silla nodded. Gao Xianji's tactics didn't just defeat Bai Lijian and make Bai Lijian feel depressed. Jianghu of Silla looked at Gao Xianji with envy. The battle just now was really exciting. Even in her own camp, she was a talented general. There weren't many people in the camp who could lead an army to such an effect. It would be good if she could be taken in as a subordinate. Why aren't you thanking the Grand Marshal? Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Gao Xianji bowed slightly. Jianghu of Silla smiled and was about to show her gratitude when suddenly, a willful call came from outside the main hall. "No, I want Legio 6. Long Wanyu's voice came from afar. "Huh." Everyone frowned slightly and looked outside the main hall. They saw Long Wanyu jump into the main hall with a few black-robed men. Behind them was Venerable Lun Yen. "Greetings, Grand Marshal." The group of black-robed men and Venerable Lun Yen immediately greeted respectfully. Only Long Wanyu had a resentful expression. Long Wanyu turned her head and glared at Gu Hai. Clearly, she still couldn't get over being played by Gu Hai not long ago. Seeing that Gu Hai was about to take control of Legio 6, she immediately wanted to stop him. Gao Xinji was Gu Hai's subordinate. If Gao Xinji took control of Legio 6, it meant that Gu Hai took control of it. How could Long Wanyu let Gu Hai have an easy time? As long as it could make Gu Hai have an easy time, she would interfere. Chapter 285. Wanyu, this is a military matter. Don't be presumptuous. Jianghu of Silla frowned. What do you mean presumptuous? Do you think I will lose if I lead an army to war? Am I not qualified to lead Legio 6? Long Wanyu glared at her. Jianghu of Silla was slightly stunned. At the side, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. How could Long Wanyu lose when leading an army? She was a prophet. She knew how to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. She could tell which areas were auspicious and which were ominous at a glance. When it came to leading an army to war, perhaps no one could compare to her. His Holiness told me not to let anything happen to you, Jianghu of Silla said in a low voice. What could happen to me? When a general is outside, he will not obey the orders of the emperor. So what if he wants you to lead an army? I can defeat 10 of the enemy's armies. Long Wanyu argued. Jianghu of Silla frowned when she saw Long Wanyu's unyielding attitude. In terms of seniority, Long Wanyu was her junior. In this camp she was the most senior. It was not her place to act presumptuously in front of her. However, Long Wanyu was too favored by His Holiness. He favored her to the point that all the princes were not as important as Long Wanyu in His Holiness's heart. The emperor's heart was in her hands. No matter how willful she was, she could not do anything to her. How about this? I will allocate another legion to you. Jianghu of Silla frowned. No, I want Legio 6. Long Wanyu immediately refused. Takashi Ryushin was a little unhappy. After all, this was a military camp. He could not be led around by a little girl. Otherwise, how could he convince the others? Jianghu of Silla turned to look at Gu Hai and asked, Mr. Good, what do you think? At the side, Gao Xinji frowned deeply, seemingly unwilling to accept this. Obviously, she could see that Long Wanyu was here to disturb her, but no one could do anything to him. It was as Venerable Lun Yen said. Without Long Wanqing, no one could suppress her arrogance. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu with the same expression. Obviously, Gu Hai did not like Long Wanyu's current arrogance. But who asked her to be Wanqing's little sister? Before Wanqing died, the one she couldn't let go the most was Long Wanyu, and she had entrusted him to take care of her. She had to be taught a lesson for being so arrogant and unruly. Taking care of her was not simply indulging her. She needed to be taught how to behave. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu and smiled faintly. Long Wanyu, you want to take over Legio 6? Is it because of me? Long Wanyu glared at Gu Hai and said, Humph. Gu Hai, I, Long Wanyu, am not someone who goes back on my words. Back then I said that if you committed seppuku, our grudges would be written off. I will not use my sister's death to pester you. If you want to take over Legio 6, that is my problem. Don't flatter yourself. What I want to say is that if you want to lead an army, you are still lacking. Gu Hai laughed. What's lacking? Gu Hai, are you the only one who can lead an army? Are you the only one who can lead an army? Why can't I? If I lead an army, I will definitely win every battle. Can you win against me? Long Wanyu said angrily. As a commander, one needs to remain unaffected by the wind and control the universe. No interference can affect one's mental state or ruin one's thoughts. Can you do that? Gu Hai asked seriously. What kind of external factors are you talking about? No external factors can affect me because I know where I can win and where I can lose. I am the one who cannot be affected by any external factors. Long Wanyu said confidently. No matter how external factors interfered with her, Long Wanyu knew where was good and where was bad. This was the terrifying ability of a prophet. How could she be affected by external factors? Humph. Why don't we do an experiment to see if you are the one who cannot be affected by any external factors? If you really have the ability to be a commander, I will give you Legio 6. Gu Hai laughed. Okay, you said it. Long Wanyu glared at him with a hint of mockery. Long Wanyu was here specifically to target Gu Hai. Naturally, she did not care about other people's opinions. As long as she could taunt Gu Hai, Long Wanyu would naturally agree to it. Gu Hai looked at Jianghu of Silla and said, Grand Marshal, I am Shuiyu. Please let Legio 6 bet with me in Long Wanyu. No problem. Mr. Good, just do as you wish. Jianghu of Silla smiled slightly. Long Wanyu was a hot potato. Since Gu Hai wanted her to accept the bet, then he should accept it. Jianghu of Silla was happy to see the two of them arguing. Tell me, how do you want to test it? Long Wanyu stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled slightly and said, when marching and fighting, there are often times when there are musicians who play music to disturb the commander. How about this? I will let Gaochen sing you a song. He will not use the artistic conception of the Guqin. It will be just a normal song. If you can listen to the entire song and still be calm about it, then you win. Not using the artistic conception of the Guqin? Long Wanyu frowned. Yes, not using the artistic conception of the Guqin. Just a normal song. Gu Hai nodded. You think a song can disturb me? You underestimate me. Come on. Sing quickly. Long Wanyu said proudly. Gaochen. Gu Hai shouted. Hula hula awu awu. Gaochen was still licking the plate. Gu Hai shouted softly, and all the officials in the hall turned their heads to look. They just happened to see Gaochen fighting fiercely. Everyone's face stiffened. Was this a foodie? Was this really a heaven-grade Guqin? Ah, master, you called me? Gaochen held the plate with a reluctant expression. I will immediately ask you to sing a song. Gu Hai shouted. What? Really? Gaochen was pleasantly surprised. He immediately threw the plate away and wiped his face clean. All the officials let out a long breath. This was the attitude a heaven-grade Guqin should have. He should be addicted to music. Yes, the song you composed. Choose a longer song and sing it for Long Wanyu. Gu Hai nodded. Ah, only for Long Wanyu? Can't others listen? Gaochen said with a look of pity. Mr. Good, why can't we listen to it together? Yes, Mr. Good, we have been waiting for a heaven-grade Guqin for a long time. Mr. Good, can we listen to it together with Long Wanyu? All the officials were looking forward to it. Gu Hai's face darkened, but he hardened his heart and shook his head. Only for Long Wanyu. Everyone else, including me, set a sound barrier. Gu Hai said. All the officials looked at Gu Hai regretfully. Some of them complained. Gu Hai turned his face away and did not look at the officials. I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise all the food you just ate will be wasted. Alright, forget it. I will sing it. Gaochen stood up. When Gao Xianji, who was at the side, saw Gaochen take a step forward, her expression suddenly changed and she quickly moved to the side. Not far away, Sima Changkong and Jianghu of Silla had been paying attention to Gao Xianji. When they saw Gao Xianji show some fear as she looked at Gaochen, the two immediately felt confused. Perhaps this Gao Xianji was not as incredible as they thought. At the very least, she could not hide her emotions. It was not just Gao Xianji. Mu Qinfeng's and Venerable Lun Yan's expressions changed. Venerable Lun Yan looked at Long Wanyu, and some pity flashed in his eyes. However, he did not say anything. Sing. Long Wanyu showed a disdainful expression. How much influence could a song without any state of the zither have? Gaochen waved his hand and everyone in the hall set a sound barrier. Gaochen started singing. Although no one could hear anything, they all goggled. It truly lives up to being a heaven-ranked zither. When he opens his mouth, his emotions reach the peak. Look at Gaochen. He is holding his chest with one hand and waving with the other. He looks intoxicated. This is definitely a song filled with emotions. How unfortunate. I wish I could listen to it just once. Many officials whispered to each other in anticipation. When Gaochen sang the first line, Long Wanyu's disdainful expression suddenly changed. In that instant, it was as if her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her face alternated between red, white, green, and purple. Demonic sound. How can there be such a terrible song in the world? At this moment, Jianghu of Silla and Sima Changkong felt slightly stunned. Why is Long Wanyu showing such an expression? Isn't there no state of the zither? At the side, Venerable Lun Yan rubbed his bald head and covered his face. Indeed. Gaochen's demonic sound is starting to brainwash. Gao Xianji and Mu Qinfeng released their bated breaths, rejoicing. Then they revealed strange smiles. Back then they were on the verge of breaking down. Yet they let Long Wanyu try? Gu Hai smiled faintly as he drank his wine. A group of officials was praising the North Qin. By the time Gaochen sang the third line, he had switched from his right hand to his left hand to his chest. Tears of gratitude appeared in his eyes. That intoxicated expression made the hearts of the officials itch. It is such a good song. Why is Gu Hai not letting me listen to it? Long Wanyu's face was already flushed red, and her eyes were bloodshot. She clenched her fists tightly, and the whip in her right hand creaked. Her entire body trembled as she turned to look at Gu Hai. However, she saw Gu Hai raise his cup and smile faintly. Is he mocking me for not being able to listen to it? No, I can definitely listen to it. I definitely can. I will not let Gu Hai, that despicable person, get cocky. When Gaochen sang the fifth line, "Evildoer die," Long Wanyu suddenly roared. He lashed out with his whip at the North Star. The sudden change startled all the officials in the hall, who goggled. What is going on? Why did Long Wanyu go berserk? No. Gaochen immediately jumped up in fright. In the end, Long Wanyu sent Gaochen flying with her whip. Master, save me. Die, evildoer. Long Wanyu grabbed her whip and immediately chased Xiaoqin around the hall. He immediately kicked over a large number of tables along the way. A large number of officials were shocked and retreated. A good banquet was turned upside down by the two of them. Jianghu of Silla's face darkened. Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. What happened to Gaochen's singing? Demon, don't run. Die for me. Long Wanyu roared and chased after him. Master, save me, save me. Gaochen jumped behind Gu Hai. Pa. She whipped at him, but Gu Hai suddenly caught it with one hand. Gu Hai, let go of me. I want to kill this demon, I want to kill him. Long Wanyu suddenly roared. Long Wanyu, you lost. Gu Hai said with a slight smile. Long Wanyu paused. She then remembered that she was still gambling with Gu Hai. However, Gaochen's singing was too bad. It was so bad that she went berserk. She couldn't remember anything just now, only that she wanted to kill this demon. Gu Hai actually dared to bet with me on this terrible singing? It's so bad, and he still wants me to listen to it? He caused my sister's death and I don't even want to pursue the matter. He still wants me to listen to such a terrible song? He even said that I lost? Long Wanyu's heart was suddenly filled with grievance. Her eyes immediately turned red. You bullied me, Wowo? Long Wanyu whipped her whip and immediately ran out of the hall. She left behind a hall full of confused officials, and Gaochen, who was even more wrong than Long Wanyu. Chapter 286. Long Wanyu ran out of the South Town Hall and kicked a rock on a small hill, her face full of resentment. Damn Gu Hai, bad Gu Hai, super bad guy. Not far away, the group of people following Long Wanyu stopped because they knew that Long Wanyu was in a fit of anger. Whoever went up would be unlucky. As long as Long Wanyu was not in danger, it was fine. Long Wanyu kicked a rock and kept cursing Gu Hai. Twice now. She was toyed with the last time and now it's happening again? That's not a song for humans to listen to. Let me finish listening? Gu Hai is a bad guy. Long Wanyu's eyes were red as she kept cursing Gu Hai. Haha, little girl, you can't stand one song? Suddenly, a voice sounded from Long Wanyu's body. Only Long Wanyu could hear it. Why do you care? Damn you, Demon Spectre. Long Wanyu said angrily. Do you want revenge? Just fuse with me. The voice of the Demon Spectre in Long Wanyu's body sounded again. You're a bad guy too. Why didn't you remind me? You made me listen to such a bad song and you still have the cheek to say it? Long Wanyu said angrily. Demon Spectre. I know. You sealed your consciousness just now. You couldn't hear it? Long Wanyu glared. It was too bad so. Demon Spectre said awkwardly. We agreed to face difficulties together, but you hid? You didn't tell me and let me listen to it alone. You're a bad guy, Long Wanyu said angrily. Don't you want revenge? You don't have the ability now. Look, you can't even deal with Gu Hai. How are you going to take revenge? Fuse with me and you'll have power immediately. Enormous power. You'll receive my memories. Let's fuse? Demon Spectre persuaded. If you're a bad guy too. Don't even think about it. Long Wanyu said angrily. Didn't we already fuse halfway last time? Look, who was the one who coaxed you since you were young? Was me. I've been talking to you and relieving you of your boredom. Fusing with me, isn't it a good thing? You can see the future once a month and I'm the one who helped you. Let's merge. It's good for you. You can take revenge. You can beat Gu Hai. You can do whatever you want. You just need to fuse with it. The fiend ghost spirit advised softly. Don't even think about it. Long Wanyu hatefully said. What? You weren't this determined before? I promised elder sister, I will definitely do it. Long Wanyu's eyes suddenly turned red again. Wanyu? Long? She is already Wanyu, she's dead. She's dead's dead body of the dead body of her Wanyu. None of your business. None of your business. I'll listen to my sister. You want me to fuse with you? Dream on unless my sister comes back to life. Unless my sister comes back to life. Long Wanyu said resolutely. Demon Spectre was anxious and could only persuade, little girl, Long Wanqing's words might not be right. Otherwise she wouldn't have died. Her death shows that she wasn't entirely right. Besides, she's already dead. What do you want me to do? You're not allowed to speak ill of my sister. My sister is right. Ever since I was young, my sister's only request was for me to not fuse with you. Give up on that thought. I will definitely abide by my sister's only request. Long Wanyu said stubbornly. Demon Spectre was conflicted and said bitterly, but don't talk about my sister. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. Long Wanyu glared. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Sai, why am I so unlucky? Demon Spectre said bitterly. Long Wanyu made a scene and the banquet couldn't continue. Fortunately, what needed to be said had been said. Jianghu of Silla met Gu Hai and that was enough. Next, Sima Changkong and the rest would interact with Gu Hai. Gao Xinji officially became the Legio 6 commander of the Southern Battlefront Army. Gu Hai's residence. Gu Hai flipped through the large amount of information sent by Sima Changkong and Gao Xinji stood beside him. After a while, Gu Hai slowly put down the information in his hands and looked at Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji, tomorrow you will take over Legio 6. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gao Xinji replied. Looking at Gao Xinji, Gu Hai smiled and said, Jianghu of Silla just sent a large amount of rewards to you. She must be trying to win you over, right? This subject is the Han Dynasty's first Legion commander and will always be. Gao Xinji said with a serious expression. It's okay. I don't mind others trying to win you over. You are a smart person. If the Dahan really can't give you enough and you are won over by others, then it's my fault. I won't blame you. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gao Xinji's expression changed and said, Rest assured, Your Majesty. In today's world, Gao Xinji only listens to Your Majesty and only listens to the Dahan. It's okay. This subject recommends you to lead Legio 6 of the Southern Battlefront Army, so I'm confident that you won't be poached by others. This is a great opportunity for you to train. In the future, the First Legion of the Han Dynasty will need you to open up new territories for this subject. This Legio 6 will be your training. Gu Hai said lightly. Yes. This subject will not disappoint Your Majesty. Gao Xinji said with a smile. Only Gu Hai was so confident that Gao Xinji wouldn't betray the Dahan by using other people's soldiers to train his own generals. Remember, when leading an army into battle, you have to be loyal to your master. This subject believes that your Legio 6 will be successful all the way. However, I hope that when you step down from your position as the leader of the Legio 6 in the future, you won't come back alone. Instead, you will come back with a group of experts following you back. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Gao Xinji will remember. Gao Xinji replied. All right, you can go and prepare first. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Gao Xinji left Gu Hai's study room. After Gao Xinji left, Gu Hai flipped through some documents again. In the evening, Sima Changkong brought another batch of documents to him. Mr. Gu, you read really fast. There's so much information and you've already finished reading it? Sima Changkong said in surprise. Gu Hai smiled slightly and said, I'm just busy with my life. However, there's something that I would like to ask Mr. Sima for help with. Sima Changkong was puzzled. I want to see Mo Yike. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Mo Yike? Sima Changkong was a little surprised. That's right. According to your documents, Mo Yike is suspected by Lu Yang and is being monitored by Lu Yang. He fishes in his residence all day long and entertains guests? Ah, I want to see him. Don't you have a spy on the other side? Can you let me see Mo Yike? Gu Hai said with a smile. Why do you want to see Mo Yike? Sima Changkong was a little surprised. Wouldn't it be a good thing if you can persuade Mo Yike to surrender? Gu Hai said with a smile. Impossible. Although Mo Yike is suspected by Lu Yang, he's too arrogant. We've thought about it before. No, we've sent people to secretly persuade him to surrender. Unfortunately. Sima Changkong shook his head. Even if we can't persuade him to surrender, I still want to see him. After all, he was Liu Yang's most trusted person in the past. Liu Yang has a lot of secrets and I want to ask him about some things, Gu Hai said solemnly. Sima Changkong was slightly surprised and fell silent for a while. Sima Changkong did not advise Gu Hai not to take the risk because Sima Changkong knew that Gu Hai had already considered this matter and did not need to be reminded. How is it? Does your spy have the authority? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Perhaps he can. But you have to be careful. Sima Changkong nodded. A few days later. Luyang City, Beiwang City. Liu Yang's army was stationed here. Gu Hai and Sima Changkong disguised themselves and entered Beiwang City. The Qin spies may not have a high position in the Daying dynasty, but it was not difficult to bring two people into this city. In the evening, Gu Hai and Sima Changkong put on some makeup and followed an official to Mo Yike's residence for the banquet. With just a few strokes, Gu Hai and Sima Changkong looked like two different people. In the evening, Mo Yike's residence was filled with guests. Even though Mo Yike had fallen out of favor, no one dared to underestimate him. Who could guarantee that Mr. Mo would suddenly be favored again? The emperor had not said anything, so what was there to be worried about? If they were on good terms with Mr. Mo now, it would be very convenient in the future. All the officials politely went to Mo Yike's residence for the banquet. Gu Hai and Sima Changkong followed behind an official and were also looking for Mo Yike. Everyone please come in. Welcome to my humble abode. Mo Yike stood at the entrance of a hall and said politely to the guests. Mr. Mo, thank you Mr. Mo for the invitation. I hope you don't blame me for being late. This time I brought two servants. I hope they did not dirty Mr. Mo's residence. The official said respectfully with a smile. Mo Yike was slightly stunned. Two servants? Other people also brought servants and bodyguards, but none of them mentioned it. Why did you mention it? Mo Yike looked at the two servants curiously. Gu Hai had drawn his eyebrows and kept a beard. He was very different from his previous appearance. Mr. Mo, long time no see, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike's pupils suddenly shrank, and he almost shouted. Mo Yike recognized Gu Hai at a glance. There was no mistaking that look. Gu Hai had sneaked in? Mo Yike was not shocked or angry. Instead he showed a hint of joy. On the other hand, Mo Yike gasped. Was that Sima Changkong? He was here too. Lord Qin, are your clothes dirty? Someone take Lord Qin to the inner room and change into a clean set of clothes. Mo Yike ordered. However, he saw that Lord Qin, who brought Gu Hai and Sima Changkong, did have a water stain on his clothes. Gu Hai had deliberately wet them earlier. It was just to give Mo Yike an excuse. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Lord Qin replied. Two servants personally came to invite Lord Qin, Gu Hai, and Sima Changkong to take off their clothes. Mo Yike continued to welcome the guests as if nothing had happened. After more than an hour, most of the guests had arrived. All the guests are here. Close the door and thank all the guests. Mo Yike ordered. Yes. The door of the Mo mansion closed loudly. I'm going to change my clothes. Treat the guests well. Mo Yike ordered. Yes, sir. The group of servants answered. Mo Yike hurried to the backyard. In a hall in the backyard, Gu Hai, Sima Changkong, and Lord Chen were looking at the decorations inside. Haha, Mr. Good, Mr. Sima, how dare you trespass into my mansion? Mr. Mo laughed as he stepped into the hall. Chapter 287. Gu Hai and Sima Changkong turned their heads and looked over. However, they smiled slowly. They weren't worried that Mo Yike would report them. Smart people had their own pride. They wouldn't do something so despicable unless it was a life or death situation. Moreover, Liu Yang was suspicious of Mr. Mo. It doesn't matter if I'm bold or not. Mr. Mo, it's been a while. Sima Changkong smiled. Mr. Sima, you still owe me an explanation for what happened in Silver Moon City, but you keep slandering me? You still dare to come? Mo Yike smiled. Don't. I'm not the one who slandered you. It's Mr. Good. If you want to look for someone, look for him. Sima Changkong smiled. Mr. Good, I've been waiting for you. Not bad. It's almost the time I calculated. You still came. Mo Yike said with a smile. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Sima Changkong, who was beside him, also looked a little confused. Both of you, please take a seat. Oh yeah, Lord Qin, since you're here for the banquet, you should go to the banquet hall. Mo Yike said with a smile. Lord Qin looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong nodded. Lord Qin bowed respectfully and left. They're going to the banquet? What about you? What about you, the main character? Sima Changkong asked curiously. It's okay. I'm not going. My substitute will go. Both of you came from afar. How can I be rude? Both of you please take a seat. Mo Yike said with a smile. Substitute? Sima Changkong's expression changed, but she didn't care. Since Mo Yike had thought about everything, what was there to worry about? The three of them sat down. Mo Yike poured a cup of tea for the other two and himself. Why don't the two of you have a taste of my tea? Mo Yike smiled. Sima Changkong and Gu Hai both picked it up and took a sip. Good tea. It's fragrant and refreshing. Gu Hai said with a smile. Good tea. Sima Changkong nodded. However, Mo Yike looked at Sima Changkong and said with a smile, Mr. Sima, you're not as generous as Mr. Good. Do you think there's poison in my tea? As he spoke, Mo Yike took a sip. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Sorry, I got used to it and couldn't control myself. I should be punished. Sima Changkong finished the tea in one gulp. Obviously, although Sima Changkong took a sip, she didn't really drink it. Mr. Mo, this banquet is a good guest. Lu Yang restricted your freedom, but you used this banquet to gain access to the world? Gu Hai said with a smile. For example, Gu Hai and Sima Changkong came, but no one knew about it. No one stopped them, but this banquet was able to deceive so many people. Mr. Good, you're joking. Isn't this all thanks to you? Mo Yike said with a smile. Mr. Mo, you don't have to say that. I didn't have a choice. Who asked Mr. to be too capable? Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Mo Yike looked serious and sighed slightly. I tried to persuade the emperor. Unfortunately, my words weren't enough. That's why Long Wanqing she. Mr. Mo knows? Does that mean that we haven't gotten rid of all the spies in our camp? Sima Changkong frowned slightly. Mr. Sima, don't worry. Those spies only serve me. They don't interfere with your military affairs, and they don't have the ability to do so. Mr. Mo shook his head. Ha, Mr. Mo, you're so smart. Sima Changkong exclaimed. Mr. Mo, Gu Hai can only say sorry for your situation today. However, perhaps it's not a bad thing to get back what you lose at the swings. Mr. Mo, you're a great talent, but it's a waste for you to stay in the Deng dynasty. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Mo Yike picked up his teacup and looked at the two of them. He took a sip of tea and smiled slightly. If it's a waste for me to stay in the Deng dynasty, then where would it not be a waste? My king, Takeshi Ryushin, leads the southern army and unifies thousands of troops in the world. If you can join my palace, you'll definitely be my king's #1 strategist. I'm willing to give up my position to you. What do you think? Sima Changkong immediately tried to persuade him. I'll be Takeshi Ryushin's #1 strategist? Mo Yike smiled slightly. He looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled slightly and said, Perhaps Mr. Mo won't like me, but I'll still shamelessly recommend myself. My Han dynasty is in urgent need of a wise person like Mr. Mo to guide us. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. Haha, Mr. Good, I didn't say that I wouldn't like your Han dynasty. With Mr. Good in charge, even if the Han dynasty is a pile of mud, it'll be as solid as iron. Oh? You're willing to join my Dahan? Gu Hai probed. Mo Yike drank his tea and looked at the two expectant people. He smiled slightly and said, You too, are you so sure that I've fallen to the point where I'll be picked by others? Mr. Mo, you've misunderstood. You're a treasure. No matter who it is, they'll fight for you. Why would I be picky? Sima Changkong shook his head. Mo Yike smiled and said, Mr. Sima, Mr. Good, you don't have to persuade me. I'm just at a low point. There'll be a time when I'll rise again. You two don't have to worry about my future. Let's talk about the purpose of your trip. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. It was as he said before. Mo Yike was really stubborn and couldn't be persuaded. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here because I have something important to ask you, Mr. Mo. You said before that you guessed my identity, so I'm sure you've guessed it, right? Gu Hai said with a serious expression. Oh, Mr. Good, tell me. I'm listening. Mo Yike's expression also became serious. Lu Yang controlled Li Haoran to kill Long Xiaoya back then, but he obtained the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya. He used the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya to threaten the unborn man so that the unborn man could assassinate me. I'm sure Mr. Mo knows about this, right? Gu Hai said solemnly. I found out later. Mo Yike nodded. The human soul was given to the unborn man. I want to know the whereabouts of the Long Xiaoya's heaven soul and earth soul. Gu Hai said solemnly. At the side, Sima Changkong also looked at Mo Yike with a grave expression. Mo Yike remained silent for a while. Then he took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. I asked Mr. Good. Back then, you played Go with the ninth young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion on 9-5 Island? When Mo Yike changed the topic, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Since Mo Yike changed the topic, it meant that he had some information and wanted to negotiate with Gu Hai. That's right. I played Go with him in the dragon pinning sect. Gu Hai nodded. I also played Go with the ninth young master. Mo Yike recalled. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. After that, the ninth young master wanted me to be his substitute. Unfortunately, I did not agree. Mo Yike said with a smile. However, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The ninth young master's substitute. The ninth young master was extremely picky when looking for a substitute. Furthermore, he only looked for experts in the Go Dao. Back then he looked for Xiao Qin, but Xiao Qin rejected him. At that time, the ninth young master played a game of chess with me called the 29-line pair world's chess game. Unfortunately, we did not finish the game. That game was truly marvelous to the extreme. It was the 29-line pair world's chess game. Mr. Good, you know how to play it as well, right? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. Back then we did not finish the game. However, that game has been lingering in my mind. Mr. Good, this Mo is not talented, but I have done some research on the Go Dao. I have read countless Go records in my life. However, that game moved me the most. If Mr. Good does not give up, I would like to solve the original game that Mr. Good played. Mo Yike said, and know what? The 29-line pair world Go game? Of course, I do not know much about Long Xiaoya's heavenly soul and earthly soul, so I will tell you the truth. However, I do know a clue. If you do not find it troublesome, you can go and investigate it. Is that all right? Mo Yike smiled at Gu Hai. Since Mr. Mo likes Go, I am naturally willing to tell you. It is my dream to meet a match in Go in life. Be it friend or foe. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, please? Mo Yike immediately took out a Go board. There were 29 lines in each direction. Beside them were white and black Go stones. Gu Hai waved his hand. The black and white Go stones were immediately arranged on the Go board. It looked extremely complicated. Mr. Mo, look at this. This is the perfect state of mind for the 29 heavens and earth chess game. It is the life chess game from the life and death chess game. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike immediately immersed himself in the game. Sima Changkong watched from the side seriously. Sima Changkong knew a little about the four arts, but her main focus was still on writing. She was not as obsessed with Go as Gu Hai and Mo Yike were. However, she knew a little about it. Looking at the Go board, Sima Changkong frowned deeply. Gu Hai sat at the side and drank tea. Mo Yike stared at the Go board carefully. His mind was immersed in it. They sat there for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Mo Yike slowly took out a white Go stone and placed it on the Go board. Pa. The white Go stone was placed. It was different from when Gu Hai played the life chess game. Back then, Gu Hai had solved it before the Go stone was placed. Mo Yike did not solve the Go stone at once. Gu Hai saw through the game. Naturally, he played along and placed a black Go stone, changing the game. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows slightly. He sat there for another 2 hours. Pa. Another Go stone was placed. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Mo Yike was indeed not an ordinary person. He could see the general idea of this Go game. Pa. Gu Hai placed a white Go stone. Mo Yike continued to look at the Go board. After sitting there for another 2 hours, Mo Yike's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Could it not be solved? At this moment, Mo Yike suddenly closed his eyes and relaxed. He didn't want to think about this game of chess. After some time, Mo Yike took a deep breath, opened his eyes and placed another Go stone. Pa. Blah. The entire Go board trembled. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Mo Yike seemed to be possessed by a demon as he excitedly shouted. Gu Hai, however, looked at Mo Yike. Although Mo Yike was not like Gu Hai who could decide the game with 1 Go piece, he was able to solve the 29-line pair world chess game with 3 Go pieces. That was already an extremely terrifying skill. Congratulations, Mr. Mo. You've solved the 29-line pair world chess game in just 6 hours. Gu Hai exclaimed. Mr. Good, you're too kind. It's not 6 hours. It's been almost a year. When I saw the 9th young master set up the Go game last time, I've been thinking about it. Just now Mr. Good's 2 Go pieces guided me, and I was able to solve the 29-line pair world chess game. It's a great white. Mo Yike said excitedly. Gu Hai smiled slightly. He was not uncomfortable because Mo Yike had solved the 29-line pair world chess game. Instead he was a little happy. Mo Yike had just solved the Go game, but it would still take some time for him to join the society. However, it was only a matter of time. Mo Yike got up and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Thank you, Mr. Good. Don't, Mr. Mo, you don't have to do this. I also have something that I need Mr. Mo's help with. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike nodded and said, about the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya, I'm not sure either. I didn't know that they killed Long Xiaoya back then. Sai, if I knew, I would have stopped the Emperor. The Emperor has a longevity master called Mr. Dongfang. Although the Emperor has not allowed me to get in touch with him, I still know some news. This Mr. Dongfang is now in Pejuan's military camp. If you want to know about the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya, you can either go to the Emperor or Mr. Dongfang. Mo Yike said solemnly. Mr. Dongfang? White-robed longevity master. Sima Changkong raised his eyebrows slightly. White-robed longevity master. Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes, there are 8 longevity masters in the world. 4 of them are white-robed and the other 4 are black-robed. The white-robed longevity master is called Mr. Dongfang. No matter how many generations it has been passed down, it will always have the compound surname, Dongfang. I don't know what this generation is called. Sima Changkong frowned. White-robed, black-robed? What's the difference? White-robed longevity master and black-robed longevity master dies. White-robed longevity masters are mostly children. They cultivate their longevity by relying on a tyrant and bewitching the tyrant to kill, just like how they followed Lu Yang. Lu Yang killed and all the souls were collected by Mr. Dongfang. However, most of the sins were taken by Lu Yang. If there is divine retribution, the first thing they will look for is Lu Yang. That's why these longevity masters are the most sinister and cunning, Sima Changkong said with a frown. I can't help you with that. Here are 2 of Mr. Dongfang's soul seeds. Take them with you and you can avoid the interference of Mr. Dongfang's longevity array. Otherwise, once you get close to it, you will definitely fall into his longevity array. Mr. Mo handed over 2 black seeds. Oh. Gu Hai took them with a puzzled expression. It's up to you whether you want to find him or not. This was given to me by the Emperor in the past to prevent me from accidentally entering the range of the longevity array and getting hurt. You should keep it. At least it will keep you awake in the longevity array. Mo Yike said solemnly. No wonder the assassins we sent disappeared without a trace. Did they really fall into the longevity array? Oh, Mr. Dongfang? Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Gu Hai carefully put away the 2 soul seeds and bowed to Mr. Mo in an extremely solemnly manner. Thank you very much, Mr. Mo. Mr. Good, you're too polite. You and I benefit from each other, so you don't have to thank me. I hope you'll be fine. We'll play chess again in the future. Mo Yike said with a smile. Sure. Gu Hai said with a smile. After chatting for a while, the banquet hosted by Mo Yike's substitute also came to an end. Gu Hai and Sima Changkong followed Lord Qin out of the Mo mansion again. At the same time, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, the 3 of them left Beiwang City overnight. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.